Yanti Rahman, Chair, ASEAN Business Advisory Council, esteemed partners, speakers, moderators, ABAC members, Joint Business Council members, my colleagues at ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Council, ASEAN Young Women Entrepreneurs Club, ladies and gentlemen. We are gathered here today virtually in Bandar Seri Begawan, Brunei Darussalam at a great time, at a time of great reset as countries around the world embark on economic reopening after over a year of uncertainties and standstill. Brunei, being a small nation, had the advantage of containing the pandemic successfully the first time around, much thanks to the exemplary leadership, swift coordination amongst all stakeholders, which is a testament to a truly whole-of-nation collaboration, resulting in us being able to enjoy a year and 3 months of COVID-free life and normal economic activities. The second wave of the pandemic hit us in August 2021, and again today, after 3 tumultuous months, Brunei is also gearing up for economic reopening effective 18 November, Alhamdulillah. As the Young Entrepreneurs Council, as the ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Council, representing over 70,000 young entrepreneurs across ASEAN, we aspire to contribute to building a dynamic, inclusive, and resilient entrepreneurship and business community in ASEAN. And the ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Carnival that we are hosting today is one of the key annual agenda of the AYEC since 2016 to celebrate ASEAN youth and the entrepreneurial spirit and, of course, to nurture collaboration. Themed Reimagining the Future in the New Paradigm calls for businesses and young entrepreneurs to overcome the disruptions brought by COVID-19 through digitalization, leadership, collaboration, and inclusive involvement of women in addressing the grand challenges of our times as we adapt to this new normal. 14 years ago, I had the privilege of learning from one of the most brilliant minds, Dr. Timothy Ong, whom you will hear from today, who, when questioned, why do forums? He simply replied, because change begins with dialogue. And this has never left me. So I am truly privileged to have this honor of hosting and convening this gathering today with an incredibly wonderful lineup of mavericks, social innovators, and captains of industries from across ASEAN, India, and Australia, who are here to share their journeys and insights on how they are overcoming the turbulence as entrepreneurs and business owners. Before I end, I wish to acknowledge my incredible young team at YEAB, Luis, who is my partner in crime in putting this together today, our committee members, our volunteers, and our interns from the University of Brunei, who, when they signed up to intern with us, of course, did not imagine that they would have to put this together. To my wonderful comrades at AYEC and ABAC for your counsel and for your support. And of course, to my wonderful partners for contributing to making today happen. This carnival today is a testament to an ASEAN-wide collaboration. Now, let us dare to reimagine a future with resilient, nimble, and innovative businesses where we reemerge from this pandemic stronger, wiser, bolder, and contribute, of course, to taking ASEAN to greater heights. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Fatin. Okay, we will now proceed to invite the Honorable Dayang Siti Rosaimary Yanti binti Datuk Seri Laila Jasa Awang Haji Abdul Rahman, the Chair of ASEAN Business Advisory Council, to deliver her welcoming address. YB Yanti, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Aspa. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. A very good morning and salam sejahtera. Yang berhormat Datuk Seri Setia Dr. Awang Haji Muhammad Amin Liu Abdullah, Minister of Finance and Economy to Brunei Darussalam. Yang berhormat Major General Bersara Datuk Paduka Seri Haji Aminuddin Ehsan bin Pehen Orang Kaya Saiful Muluk Datuk Seri Setia Datuk Seri Paduka Haji Abidin, Minister of Culture, Youth and Sports Brunei. Yang Mulia Datuk Seri Paduka Dr. Haji Abdul Manaf bin Haji Matusin, Deputy Minister of Finance and Economy Brunei. Nurliana Fatin Arifin, Standing Chair 2021 ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Council's Convener 6th AYEC Carnival Brunei Darussalam and President of the Young Entrepreneurs Association of Brunei. Your Excellencies, leaders of businesses in ASEAN and beyond, our ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs, the future leaders and agents of change, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 6th ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Carnival. It is good to see everyone joining us today, and I hope you are ready for the carnival with the dynamic hot issues and speakers in line. You will not want to miss this one out, definitely. So with the theme Reimagining Business in the New Paradigm calls, among others, for a collaborative and integrated cross-sectorial approach with all stakeholders, as well as effective mechanism to monitor its implementation towards the post-pandemic recovery. The impact brought by the COVID-19 has shed a light on various important issues such as the digital gender divide, the lack of social protection, reminding us the stark inequalities affecting the livelihoods of the people. Even if the pandemic disappears tomorrow, our economy will not recover overnight. This means doing more of the same isn't enough. It needs to be approached from a different angle, a more innovative solution in response to the complexity in which our youth must be included and involved in the policy-making process to lead our journey towards recovery. Now, the pandemic has also pushed leaders to imagine with a heart of resilience and empathy leadership in response to the present situation, as well as to recover and thrive in shaping the new normal. Now, it has been 6 years since the establishment of AYEC, as mentioned by Fatin, and to see how far AYEC has gone to serve as the platform for the voice of young entrepreneurs to push the agenda towards the AEC goals has been indeed significant. And yesterday marked another milestone where we had the first dialogue between ASEAN BAC and AYEC, which was very inspiring to see their motivation and energy in driving for a more sustainable future. And we need to bring more of our youth to the table and listen to what we need to address on the problems which are facing us. I hope that research can be done to illustrate how AYEC Carnival has given impact to our youth to thrive in today's volatile business environment and also the job market. Now, there is a big if in every opportunity that can be harnessed. What if we involve more of our youth in the decision-making process? Or what if we place a greater emphasis on youth-led innovation in building our sustainable future? There is still much more work needs to be done, and we, both governments and private sector, must be working together, sama-sama, and can only remain committed, deliberate, persistent in our investing our human capital, as it is critical to ASEAN future as one. Now, to end, I would like to say thank you so much to AYEC for giving me this opportunity to deliver my remarks, and I look forward to a fruitful discussion today. Back to you, Aspa.
Thank you very much, YB Auntie. It is now my honor, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome the Honorable Major General Haji Aminuddin Ehsan, bin Pehin Orang Kaya Saiful Muluk, Datuk Seri Paduka Haji Abidin, the Minister of Culture, Youth and Sports Brunei, to deliver a keynote address on resilience in reimagining the new paradigm.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My esteemed colleague, Dayang Norliana Fatin binti Arifin, President of the Young Entrepreneurs Associations of Brunei, as standing chair of the ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Council and convener of the 6th ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Carnival. Yang berhormat Dayang Siti Rozimarianti binti Datuk Sri Lela Jasa, Awang Haji Abdul Rahman, chair of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council. Distinguished speakers, moderators, panel members, and especially to our young entrepreneurs and friends from all over ASEAN. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. What a great pleasure and honor to speak to you today. We look forward to what promises to be an exciting day of learning amongst the ever-growing community of young entrepreneurs in ASEAN. we applaud all of you for your extraordinary dedications in what is an extraordinary time. After nearly 2 years of unprecedented challenges, we are now starting the journey towards recovery. In the past 2 weeks, WHO statistics show that new COVID-19 cases have decreased steadily throughout our region, bringing us closer to the resumptions of business activity and growth. Alhamdulillah. But as we move forward towards the post-pandemic future, all of us are also aware that it is simply not enough to return to pre-pandemic norms. Instead, this is our opportunity to be bold, to undergo significant change, and most of all, to embrace learnings from the pandemic to emerge better and stronger, and ultimately to be resilient in reimagining business in the new paradigm. It cannot be denied that young entrepreneurs in ASEAN are among the most affected by the pandemic. But as has been shown time and again by our young people, they have risen to the challenge and triumphed. They continue to inspire us by embracing the current situation to build an even better ecosystem for businesses while assisting those in need. All of this despite facing the unrelenting impact of COVID-19. Put simply, you, the young entrepreneurs of ASEAN, are the definitions of resilience in the face of adversity. Hence, it is your lessons I would like to highlight in order to achieve resilience in the post-pandemic future. Allow me to summarize this lesson as the 3 A's. The first A is acceptance. Young entrepreneurs in ASEAN do not deny the impact of COVID-19, but instead choose to accept and embrace it. Last year, the World Economic Forum survey on ASEAN youth found that instead of being static at home during the pandemic, 87% increased their use of at least one digital tool, while 33% of young entrepreneurs utilize e-commerce more actively, with 1 in 4 using digital platform for the first time. By accepting the situations quickly, young entrepreneurs of ASEAN practice the first and foremost part of resilience. Acceptance allowed them to take stock and adjust their approach to reach existing and new customers in the new norm. And as more people benefit from this expansion, we are proud of the indication that these changes are not temporary, but will permanently benefit lives in the post-pandemic future. The second A is acceleration. Even before COVID-19, ASEAN was already recognized as the fastest growing online market in the world. As one of the main drivers of digitalizations, young entrepreneurs of ASEAN showed their resilience by accelerating this growth, turning the pandemic into a blessing in disguise for the gig economy. Our dependence on gig workers remind us that digital skills are not only important during this physical restriction, they are also critical to remain relevant in the new paradigm defined by a borderless world. As the internet economy of ASEAN is expected to reach $300 billion in 2025, we look forward for e-commerce to be one of the main drivers of our recovery through the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework. This will indeed pave the way for a more inclusive digital economy for all, as emphasized by our leaders during the ASEAN Summit last month. And finally, the third A is adaptations. Building on acceptance and acceleration, ASEAN young entrepreneurs have shown the skill to adapt to and adopt the new norms. At the same time, we cannot forget that beyond entrepreneurships and business, COVID-19 has changed almost all aspects of life in ways we never imagined. The fourth industrial revolution, globalizations, and evolving personal expectations have all impacted and reshaped our outlook on education, skills, and career development as we know it. And above all, we must remember that the post-pandemic era is likely to bring about even more new challenges that the world has never seen before. But as we have learned from our experience with the pandemic, our youth are more than capable to adapt and transform them into opportunities with the right skills. Hence, it is apt for us to empower young entrepreneurs in ASEAN by continuing to invest in them and in the innovative solutions they create in order to truly build a sustainable and inclusive post-pandemic future. This is where platforms such as today Carnival, as well as partnerships with youth-led platforms such as the ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Council, businesses, individuals, and many others through the whole of society approach will be crucial. We simply cannot stand on our own. To our young entrepreneurs, take advantage of what ASEAN has to offer, and most of all, seek even more platforms to accept, accelerate, and adopt challenges into new and exciting opportunities. With this, I have full confidence that not only will business recover in the new paradigm, it will also be reimagined as a new and resilient ecosystem capable of continuous and inclusive growth in line with the long-term visions of our leaders. To end, congratulations to the ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Council, the Young Entrepreneurs Associations of Brunei, and partners for providing and organizing this valuable platform. Thank you. Stay safe and have a productive day ahead for the 6th ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Carnival. Taufiq Hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. And thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berhormat Dato'. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now open the forum dialogue. Under the 6th AYE Carnival theme, Reimagining Business in the New Paradigm, today's dialogues are focusing on the areas of digitalization, leadership, collaboration, and inclusive involvement of women in addressing the tremendous challenges of our times as we adapt to this new normal. To ensure smooth discussions to all speakers, please ensure mic is muted at all times unless prompted for interventions during open discussion. To shed some light on the first session, please allow me to introduce a keynote address on the COVID-19 disruption reflections from across ASEAN by Dato' Timothy Ong, the founder and the chairman of Asia in Forum and the director of Baiduri Bank, Brunei.
Hello, everyone. Instead of delivering a formal address, I propose to share some thoughts with you on how we should be preparing for what I call the next normal. Now, what is the next normal? By the next normal, I mean the way we are going to live, work, and do business. In short, the new rules which will govern life, the way we work, and the way we compete in this next phase, which is both post-pandemic and yet shaped by the pandemic. Will things be entirely different? Will we go back to where we were before? What will be the lasting impact of the pandemic? What will be its long-term implications? There will be many opinions, particularly throughout ASEAN, which is a very diverse region, and where our experiences of COVID-19, depending on where you are, have been very different. But one thing is for sure. The one big lesson we have learned from COVID-19 is that the future rarely unfolds according to plan. So here are my three thoughts. Firstly, adaptability is going to be critical. The ability to be agile, adapt, and innovate will be the key to success in the next normal. Like many businesses, COVID-19 gave my business, Asia Young Forum, a master class in the need to adapt or die. We are in the meeting business. Our business is to bring different people from different backgrounds, often from different parts of the world, to meet together, to exchange views, sometimes to argue, sometimes to debate, but always hopefully to find common ground. Over the years, we have developed a very successful template based on social proximity. Our world was turned upside down by COVID-19. Social proximity was thrown out of the window and replaced by social distancing. We were faced with the stark choice of relearning what we knew, of adapting and innovating, learning about the new technologies for virtual meetings and virtual conferencing, or if not, go out of business. And adapt we did. During COVID-19, we organized or helped to organize 3 international virtual conferences and 1 hybrid forum. In thinking about the next normal, our view is that things will not go back entirely to where they were before, nor will things be entirely virtual as they are now. We think that meetings and conferences in future will be mostly in person, but also partly virtual. That in-person dimension and the virtual dimension will complement each other in some kind of a new blended or hybrid template. But who knows? The one thing we have learned, to repeat myself, from COVID-19 is that the future doesn't unfold neatly and according to plan. The one thing that we do know is that to stay ahead, we need to be agile, we need to adapt relentlessly, and we need to innovate. So that is my first thought for preparing for the next normal. My second thought is that in preparing for the next normal, we need to take care of the vulnerable, the poor, the marginalized in our communities. And why do I say this? I believe one of the central lessons of COVID-19 is that a society is as resilient as its weakest link. Consider the case of Singapore, which is the most successful, the wealthiest, and best developed of all the ASEAN countries. In Singapore, foreign workers in crowded dormitories became a source of community infection. If you look throughout the world, you will see that the societies which are most disparate and unequal are also the societies which are the most vulnerable. So in thinking about the next normal, we have to be mindful of the fact that we need to look after the vulnerable, the marginalized, the poor, not just because it is the right thing to do, but because it is the necessary thing to do if we are to build resilient futures for ourselves. So those are my two thoughts. Be agile, be adaptable. My second thought, take care of the vulnerable in order to build a resilient future. Let me get now to my third thought, which is to be positive. Now, it may seem strange to talk about thinking positively when we have just experienced the biggest crisis of our lifetimes, which is still continuing in many of our communities. COVID-19 threatened lives and livelihoods throughout our region and throughout our world. Some of us suffered more than others, but there is no doubt that it was and remains a threat to us physically, emotionally in some cases, and economically. And yet, I believe as we think of the next normal, we must think positively. We must remind ourselves that nearly all crises will come to an end, that crisis will give way to recovery, and recovery will give way to opportunity. At the very least, recovery and crisis presents us with the opportunity to rethink our priorities, to reimagine our future and our businesses, and to reinvent ourselves where reinvention is required. I will take the opportunity arising from what I have learned from COVID-19 to rethink my life, to reimagine my business, and to reinvent my business model or models, because I'm in different businesses, wherever the opportunity presents itself. This, I think, is the main reason to think positively, that crisis presents us with an opportunity for fresh beginnings. I will be seizing this opportunity, and I hope that you will have the opportunity to do the same. Thank you for listening, and I wish you the very best as you take part in the discussion that will follow this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dato'. Ladies and gentlemen, the first session of Insight Sharing on the COVID-19 disruption reflections from across ASEAN is a 90-minute session moderated by Ms. Olivia Marzuki, a business journalist and a board member of ASEAN Young Women Entrepreneurs Club, Indonesia. I will now pass the floor to the moderator.
Thank you, Aspa. Can everybody hear me? Yeah? Everyone can hear me and see me, I hope. It's my great, great pleasure. I'm so happy that I'm given this opportunity and this privilege to moderate the first session, the most highly anticipated. And joining with me today are all amazing speakers, experts in their own industries and fields, and excellent examples of ASEAN Faces business community. So I'd like to welcome on board our speakers today. And first of all, I will call their names out according to the sequence that we're going to go through for today. First of all, we have Ms. Vianney Manao. She's the co-founder and chief commercial officer of 6th Rumahan. Can you just give us a little wave, Ms. Vianney? Hello. Selamat pagi, my fellow Indonesian. So second speaker, we have Ms. Queenie Chong. She's co-founder and CEO of Memory.io, representing Brunei. A little wave from Ms. Queenie. Hi there. Okay. Is there a background noise to my microphone? My house is very quiet right now. But are we clear? Can everybody hear me clearly? Please.
Olivia, there's a little bit of the crackling I hear too.
Crackling. Okay. What about now? Can we try again? Is the crackling noise still there?
Yep.
It is still there? Okay, no problem. Let me just introduce all the speakers and then I will switch to my backup device. But I'll just finish introducing all the speakers and then we will present the first sharing session by Ms. Yani a bit later. So I've introduced Ms. Yani, I've introduced Queenie. Next is Mr. Vishal Vijay. Mr. Vishal Vijay, he's the Director and Head of Business Development, Strategic Investments at Agro Corp International from Singapore. It's a little way for us. Thank you, Mr. Vishal. And next we have Mr. Tad Hachalilaha. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Mr. Tad is Assistant Managing Director, Join and Join Corporation, joining us from Thailand. Next, we have Mr. Christopher Tok. Mr. Chris is the CEO of Digitally.Asia Group from Malaysia. Just a little wave for everyone. If you can hear us, thank you, Mr. Chris. Last but not least, we have Mr. Tan Tai Nguyen at Allen. He's the CEO, Proven Group of Companies, and also President of Yangon Region, Young Entrepreneurs Association from Myanmar. A little wave for everybody, please. Okay, so first of all, let me just hand over the stage to Ms. Yani while I'm switching over to my backup device. Ms. Yani, selamat pagi. Would you like to introduce yourself and basically tell us more about your business? We'd like to know more about you. What is Shok Rumahan? The floor is yours.
Let me share my screen. Hope you can hear my voice clearly as well. So yeah, good morning. My name is Fiani. Good morning. My name is Fiani, representative from HIPMI, Himpunan Entrepreneur Indonesia Muda. Thank you so much for sorry. Let me stop sharing. Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity. So Shok Rumahan is actually e-commerce focusing on rural area. Why rural area? It's because the logistics cost and then the production cost in rural area Indonesia can be like 3 times until 5 times higher than the cities. If you know Bali, if you know Jakarta, is a tier 1 city in Indonesia. But rural area is actually less than 10,000 population. Let me sharing my screen and then start the sharing session. Okay, so I'm Fiani from Jakarta, Indonesia, representative of YEAB, Indonesia Young Entrepreneurs Association. So in my previous company last year, our CEO decided to work from Bali, and I ended up also follow him to work on Bali. So at that time, business was a little bit shaky, but I have like a tremendous experience working from the nice villa with a good view. But if we take a look at the rural communities, they don't have any opportunities to have the same experience as mine because they don't have any facilities, they don't have internet bandwidth, and also probably they don't have also smartphone. Not everyone has the laptop as well. And a lot of blue collar workers were facing layoffs. So talking about the rural city, as I mentioned before, Jakarta population is at 10 million population, Bali 700,000, and rural city less than 10,000. And then we have 75,000 rural villages in Indonesia. So before COVID, we provide additional income for our agents in rural area. Think about multi-level marketing, but without recruiting the downline or registration fee. So our agent will get commission for every purchase she made. She will sell to the members. And on the other side, members has the opportunity to buy the household needs in installment. So they don't have credit score in rural area. That's why we use the community base, and the credit score is based on the community judgment because they know everybody for a long time as a neighbors. And then what happened during COVID? Before COVID, we do the offline gathering, as you can see on the left-hand side. But with COVID, we migrate in 80% to online gathering. We teach them how to use Zoom. We give them the internet credit. We use our promotion to equip them. And we not only selling the household goods, but also we sell additional items like business equipment so they can start to do the business. So if we do rural visit once a month before COVID, during COVID, we can speak, we can talk, we can get feedback from our customers even more on daily basis. And as the result, our business grew 3 times in 6 months during pandemic. So I think with the story that I share, the key takeaway is one. There's only one boss, and your one boss is your customer. Know your customer before COVID, during COVID, and also post-COVID to get the feedback from them and also make the impact from them. So that's it from me. Thank you so much, everybody. Good morning.
Thank you so much. Terima kasih banyak, Ms. Yani. There was some interesting insights, and we'd like to know more about your business a bit later on. But first of all, I'd like to give the opportunity to my friend Queenie here. She's from Memory.io, also my fellow board member at ASEAN Young Women Entrepreneurs Club. So I'd like to present Queenie. Please, your time is up. It starts now.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, AYEC, YEAB, and ASEAN BSC for having me here today. So, as introduced, I'm Queenie from Brunei, also known as the Queen of Death, simply because I'm very passionate about end-of-life planning. 3 years ago, I took a leap of faith by leaving my government job and venture into startups to solve a problem that's very close to my heart and a topic that no one is willing to talk about. In 2019, I had gone through a full year of international pitching competitions and fundraising for my legacy planning startups, Memory.io. This includes an online will generator and a blockchain storage for important documents. Why will writing? Honestly, this wasn't my initial idea at all. In fact, I started by looking into e-commerce for coffins. However, I think many of you would have predicted the e-commerce idea didn't go far because I learned that the market in Brunei wasn't ready for it. And the VC, on the other hand, were not very keen. So while validating the online will generator, the pandemic struck. Interestingly, during this period, many of the inquiries were about Islamic inheritance law. So we listened and doubled down our efforts in this space, and eventually a new Islamic division called Miraf.io was born. We first started with an online platform that allows the general public to purchase a Janazah kit, which is funeral kit for personal use, and eventually extended the service to purchase funeral kits for economical challenge disease. Our funeral kits were well received, and we saw the first 50 kits with organic reach. After being COVID-free for 1 year, right, in Brunei. 3 months ago, the second wave of COVID-19 in Brunei had taken all of us by surprise. This time, we were locked down, and most importantly, public facilities, including the malls, were closed. Well, this means we had to put our operations on hold. During this critical time, an Instagram follower suggested us to look into the funeral kits for COVID-19 deceased patients. We thought it was a great idea. Immediately, we sought advice from the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Religious Affairs, and the new product was born. As much as the second wave took the country by surprise, the newly launched COVID-19 funeral kits took us by surprise too. We sold $10,000 worth of funeral kits in just 3 days. So yeah, looking forward to share more later on. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Queenie. Can people hear me better this time? I'm using my second device. No more background noise. I promise there's no noise in my house right now. I'm the only one. Thank you so much. But yeah, technical problems aside, we just need to move ahead and power on, continue on. All right, we've heard from Queenie just now, the Queen of Death, a very, very interesting business model. We'd like to find out more about it a bit later on. But first of all, we are going to present the next opportunity to our next speaker, Mr. Vishal Vijay, Director, Head of Business Development, Strategic Investments, Agro Corp International, also in Singapore, like me. Vishal.
Thanks, Olivia, and special thanks to the ASEAN Youth Entrepreneurs Carnival for the invitation, as well as the Young Business Leaders Network in Singapore. I'm very happy to be here, and really looking forward to this panel with some of the most entrepreneurial and driven minds in this region. So I represent a company called AgroCorp. It's a business that's owned and operated by my family for the last 30 years. We are a global food and agricultural commodities supply chain company based here in Singapore. I know that's a mouthful, but really what we do is we buy. Asia and Asia primarily is a very large population center, which tends to import quite a bit of its food and agricultural needs, and we try to fulfill that by buying product as close to where it's grown and as close to farmers as possible. So we have operations in countries in agricultural exporters such as Canada, Australia, the US, and as well as in certain Southeast Asian countries like Myanmar, which exports as well. And we're primarily active in product like grains, pulses, soybeans, corn, and the like. COVID has presented a real, there was the initial impact, and then the derivative impact, which is something that we're still going through. I mean, the initial impact was, the economic shock, the adjustments to interest rates, the lockdowns. The initial impact was, trying to also, take care of health and safety. Make sure that our staff were working in a safe environment. All of that, was what really got us scrambling in the first few months of COVID, and we were able to deal with that really well. But the subsequent derivative impact, honestly, has been challenging in its own right, and this is where we've seen, and I'm sure a lot of the other panelists are also experiencing it, where we've seen significant challenges on supply chain with moving goods from our origins to destinations. Which and also there's been challenges with one is the ability to ship, and the other is the cost of shipping, right? So those have really proved to be quite quite challenging to deal with, and remains an issue that we are constantly working through. Opportunities that this period has brought to us is, we are active in the food industry, and we try to stay abreast of all the latest trends, because if we're not, then we're no longer relevant. And I think the COVID pandemic has provided a greater awareness amongst all of us on health and nutrition, on sustainability as well. And on the back of that, we've actually decided to launch, our business interests in plant-based foods. So, for the last few months, we've launched a plant-based brand in Singapore, which is doing reasonably well, and we've launched a food innovation lab that's conceptualizing interesting plant-based dairy and milk, cheese and egg replacements, which we're hoping to bring to the market over the next few months. So I think we're quite excited about that too. So yeah, I wish I had a nice presentation. Unfortunately, I don't. But really happy to be in this panel, and look forward to taking all the questions.
Thank you so much, Vishal. We are all excited to know about just the idea of food sustainability and plant-based foods. That's the new trend, right, going forward. More and more people are going to be forced to accept the new normal in terms of what we eat as well.
Absolutely.
So I'll get back to you on that a bit later, but first of all, I'd like to present the next stage to our next panelist, Mr. Tad Hachat Lelaha. Sawadee-ka, Mr. Tad. Yes, we'd like to hear from you. Yeah.
Yes,
about your business and about yourself.
Okay. First of all, thank you everyone to having me here, especially for the YEAC. My name is Mr. Tad. I am represent from Thailand, and my business is JNC, which is retail business. So first of all, let me reflect to you the COVID-19 disruptions in Thailand and then my business. For COVID-19, I think resilience, survival, and digital transformations, as well as globalization to localizations, are the four main keywords that happened in Thailand for the last 2 years in the pandemic. The space of COVID-19 comes with the absence of uncertainty, the lockdown of large parts of society, and social distancing, resulting in behavioral changes. Surely it is a challenging time for most business. However, it does come with the infinite opportunity regarding to the innovation in society, environment, and business, which are, for example, from factory to website, from bank to non-bank, from logistics to unicorn, from ownership to accessible, from fuel energy to green energy, and from single business channel to multi-channel and cross-business channel. And from these transformations, with the COVID-19 that reflect to my business as well. My business used to be retail, but with the COVID-19, we have transformed business into multi-channel, which combining wholesale, retail, direct selling, and franchising at the same platform. And we help the society to have a career in rural area, in which later on I will expand. And I'm welcome if anyone have questions, we can discuss later on. Thank you.
ขอบคุณครับ Mr. Tad.
ขอบคุณครับ
Yeah, we would definitely learn more from you a bit later on your reflection of the business during the pandemic. But I'd like to also introduce our next panelist before we get there. Mr. Christopher Tak, he's the CEO of Digitally.Asia Group from Malaysia. Hi there, Christopher. Tell us about yourself and your business, please. Can you please unmute yourself, first of all?
Sorry about that.
That's
Hi guys.
Great. No problem at all.
No worries. Everything clear?
Yes, all good.
Okay, thank you. All right, so thank you guys for inviting me. So basically, my name is Christopher Tok, and I'm the CEO of Digital Asia Group. Basically, I run two organizations before this. One is iProject, and one is Social Grooves, which is the digital agency. But here, I am going to talk about how the incident of COVID-19 made me lose almost 500,000, and I had to close the company as well. Because if not, I wouldn't be able to survive the pandemic. And I'm not the only one in Malaysia. I think more than 600,000 businesses have closed throughout the 2 years. So it is a really big impact for us in Malaysia. I wrote about it in my LinkedIn page, and a lot of media came out to ask me about it. And the Vulcan Post is one of them. And it was an opportunity for me to say to other entrepreneurs that what I've learned could be what they can do to help themselves to not only don't if you have no choice but to close, then do it because you need to survive. But if you have a choice to pivot, if you have a choice to find new ways of doing things, like what we're hearing just now, right? Opportunities, then change it. Don't let ego come to you. Don't let any other things come to your way that makes you like you think that you still have what it takes and you still can go on, because the fact of the matter is that COVID-19 blows a hole in everybody's mistakes, right? So it is been a challenge, like an organization that I've built for so many years and I've spent so much money on, and I had to close it because it's a very big challenge for me, but I did it anyway because I wanted to do my best in the other business that is actually, for me, an opportunity to make more money and more growth. And so that's what I did. I listened to all the advices. I refused to receive negative feedback, and I changed myself by some of these 7 things that I can't explain now, but these are the 7 things that helped me to change the way I am today. And today I'm so proud that our businesses, the other business that I didn't really focus on, flourished very much, and I was one of the winners of the Outstanding Business Turnaround Awards, where it shows that even my previous years is nothing compared to the revenue I've made this year. So this is really a testimony of how, with the pain and anguish that we feel through losing our staff, losing our team members, losing our confidence, can really change as long as we're willing to change ourselves, to have a growth mindset instead of narrow mindset. And the next thing you can be the next multi-millionaire who can really provide more jobs for more people and really impact a lot of other people's lives. So love yourself more, guys. I'd love to share with you more in this panel session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'd love to hear more on that. Definitely. Last but not least, our number 6 panelist for this session is Mr. Alan Nguyen at Tan Haik Nguyen, CEO of Proven Group of Companies and also President of Yangon Region Young Entrepreneurs. Ming Laba.
Ming Laba. Good morning, everyone.
Please introduce yourself and your business.
Now, first of all, I'd like to thank AYEC for inviting me and having me over here. And also, I would like to congratulate our fellows panelists to being part of this panel. I'm actually my name is Alan Nguyen, and I am the 2nd generation in the Proven Group of Companies. And my dad and my friends founded the battery manufacturing company back in 1996. Now today, this year is 26 years anniversary for our company. But of course, we weren't able to celebrate because of the COVID situation. And we started with the battery manufacturing back in 96. Then we slowly expand our business into lead recycling because we want to be responsible on the product that we sell. We sell and we take back the used battery, recycle them, put it back into a new life, and also make the lead and then sell globally. And then we set up the plastic injection company because we also want to make sure that we have all the required materials made in-house, but made with the strategic investors and strategic partners in the different companies. So we have multiple companies in manufacturing, mainly focused on automotive before the COVID. And then also we are doing the auto parts distribution and anything to do with spare parts, auto care product, we import and distribute. And I'm also the founder and the chairman of the Auto Parts Association in Myanmar as well. And then we expanding to investment into automotive sectors. So we invested into this public company that was set up the automotive commercial zone in Myanmar, which I become a president of the company also in the past 2 years. So we are basically a manufacturing company, but then later trying to diversify into investments and trying to drive the growth of the automotive segment in Myanmar. And of course, with the COVID situation, a lot of people do not commute as much as before. And that has been a biggest challenge for every one of us, I believe. And I hope that as the COVID continue to ease in the future, we will try to find a different way of commuting. And I hope that also moving from typical traditional energy sector business to green energy sector, that's something that we are more focused on for the future growth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alan. So we've heard from all the 6 panelists and how they basically sum everything up in 3 minutes about their business and about their ventures. We'd like to hear more and staying on the topic of COVID-19 disruptions and how we reflect from what's happened the last 20 months or so. We being the faces of ASEAN business players, how are we surviving actually? Are we surviving at all? So that's a question I'd like to ask. That's my first question to all of the panelists. So I'd like to start by Ms. Yani. I'd like to ask you this. Ms. Yani, so Shoks Rumahan, we've heard just a brief introduction of what the business is, but can you get us more, deeper understanding of how you actually managed to stay afloat during the pandemic, and how much difference do you see from pre-COVID to the present time?
All right. Thank you for the question, Olivia. So actually, Shoks Rumahan is a social commerce business, right? So we are approaching a lot of ladies, a lot of women in rural area to have additional income. When COVID hit, we don't know what happened with this lady. Are they able to sell more? Because if they don't sell, they cannot get the commission, meaning they cannot get the additional income for their family, right? But because we're directly talking to them, before that, we're teaching them how to use digital platform, because we cannot visit their rural village. So we have like a different approach for every villages. For example, for the villages that focusing on travel, we can do something. We can help them to learn new things that can create and being a new business that can be helpful for the social. Cooking, making something during Lebaran, during festive season, that can benefit the society and also herself. So what we do is we go 1 until 2 until 3 level, like down and really hands-on to understand the situation region by region. And we get the opportunity from that, and we start slowly to build their confidence to get the additional income.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Yani. So, Queenie, the Queen of Death. Queenie, so yeah, I guess of all the business models that we've seen just now, yours is among the most interesting ones because you're dealing with something that people have been avoiding. Living people are avoiding, obviously. So yeah, give us a better picture of how you actually started the business. I understand that the pandemic has only propelled memory to the next level. But yeah, just guide us through. You have more than 3 minutes now to actually introduce us more about the business model.
Okay, thank you, Olivia, for the question. So let me just start with how I even came up with the idea, right? When I was working with the government, I think there was a time that I lost my grandparents, and And during the funeral, I realized that a lot of things were not being told. For example, what our grandparents' wishes, how they would like their funeral arrangements to be, and most importantly, how the wealth should be distributed, right? So my grandfather actually has a very nice house by the beach, and there were about 16 aunties and uncles, and for the grandchildren we have about more than 20 plus. Yeah, I lost count of it. So the question is, right, we only have one house, but how do we distribute it? And I hear families were discussing about it even during the funeral, and that got me thinking, right? Why can't we discuss all these matters, before my grandparents pass away? So I started looking into this matter, and I found that in Brunei alone, 99% of us do not have legacy planning, basically preparing for the end of life. And I thought it was, and I thought that maybe this is Brunei, right? and when I look into the ASEAN level, even Singapore itself, 85% of them do not have a will writing. So I thought maybe that is the opportunity. We actually, like I mentioned earlier, we look into online will writings. So I actually have to study, a lot of because I have to develop the website, right? So I have to look into a lot of will writing templates, and also have to read up a lot of will egg and a lot of clauses as well, to ensure that we are able to develop the first online will writing that caters to Brunei citizens and also the permanent citizens. Yeah, and then that's along the way, of course, we chance upon new division and all others.
Definitely, it's a new skill that you learn, right? I mean, something that you never thought you would be an expert in, will writing, and all the different rituals and different religious backgrounds, obviously, to cater for all the different families. So we'll get back to you on that, on how you actually navigated, and probably your high and low moments. So we'd like to hear more from you on that. But I'd like to throw the next question to Mr. Vishal. Vishal, so, okay, food business, right? This is a never dying business. Pardon the pun. Queenie's dealing with dying, but food is never dying. We will always need food until the end of our lives. So how is the pandemic actually speeding up the business opportunities that you find in market right now? And how is it impacting your agro business?
So that's a very good question. Initially when the pandemic struck, there was this shock, right? I mean, a lot of countries, especially in Southeast Asia, stopped exporting because they wanted to consolidate supplies while they figured, how the situation was going to play out. So, for example, countries like Thailand, Vietnam, Myanmar all closed exports for a period of 1 to 2 months, which meant that other typical importers, a country like Singapore, for example, found itself requiring alternative sources for some of the product coming in. So, we were able to assist a little bit with we work closely with NTUC to get some of the required product, like rice, like some canned food coming in through countries from Europe, for example, or through India, which was still exporting at the time. That was the initial impact. But subsequently, I think, as I mentioned, I think this pandemic has increased the awareness amongst the population, especially in Asia, for health and wellness, for nutrition, we're seeing this. We're seeing as a result, we're seeing a faster scale of adoption for the corresponding food products and categories. So, for example, I spoke about plant-based food earlier. I think we've seen the adoption in the Asia Pacific region to have really scaled up over the last few months. And Olivia, you're seeing it too. I'm sure. Even Channel News Asia, for example, has really been covering a lot of the startups that have been putting interesting products in the market, and that comes from the fact that news agencies are covering it. It comes from consumer interest, right? So I think, and that's something in Singapore, but you can see it. Just last week, we saw. I was reading about a company in Indonesia that's really pushing the frontier over there. And each of the countries have their own champions for plant-based food and more sustainable. It's not just plant-based, but also food that is more nutritionally dense, better for you. Also product food that is more sustainable. That allows you to limit the kind of impact that you're having on the environment. So I think that's where the industry is going. And for a player like us, we are more active on a B2B level as opposed to B2C. But it all eventually manifests itself up to the supply chain business that we're doing. When consumers are looking for more of a certain kind of product, food manufacturers correspondingly will look more for that kind of product, and then suppliers like us will then have to originate that kind of product too. So simple things, like for example, we supplied a lot of the flour millers in Indonesia, and we've been seeing that there's been a larger requirement for high protein wheat for that industry as well, which comes from the requirement from the market for something that's better nutritionally for you too. So I think I hope that kind of answers the question.
No, definitely, Vishal, you're so right there. I mean, we news agencies can never talk enough of it. We always trying to find angles and stories from the consumer side, from the producer side, and how the supply chain in between is just so disrupted that we just took things for granted pre-pandemic, and now we realize, oh, it's hard to get baby carrots in NTUC these days. Like, what's happening? So things like that actually only heighten our awareness on how critical it is to basically have sustainable ways in approach to basically making ourselves more self-sustainable, especially in a place like Singapore. So thank you for that. We'll explore more on how disruptions actually bring about more opportunities for us in the future. But I'd like to also ask this question to Mr. Tad in Thailand. So Mr. Tad, how has the pandemic changed your business model in Join and Join Corporation? How is it actually changing your perspective? Is it actually a positive impact or negative impact for you?
Okay, please kindly let me share my slide so I can explain it more clearly. Just a second. Okay, right now, can you see my slide?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes. Slight delay, but we can see it.
Okay, this is full screen right now. Okay, so that I have mentioned to you guys earlier that my business is retail. Actually, JNC is in business for 20 years, and 20 years for retail. And for the pre-COVID time, we have faced the difficult situations on the expanding the business, because in retail, what do you think? Retail is about detailing. We have to deal with supplier, we have to deal with partnership, and we have to do some promotions to attract customers to visit the physical store, right? But 5 years ago, before COVID, we have faced the difficulty in the business in the technologies that we have new competitors from overseas, like social platform marketplace, and we have the competitors from run trades that expand markets to the rural area as well, that we have the branches in rural area. That's why we think that if we keep opening the new branches, we will lose the revenues, because customers choose to buy things from online. That's why we need to transform our retail business to online business and turning our retail from the physical place to the showroom and transform business to dropship model. So in that time, it was difficult time to convert the model, but for the COVID, everything that we do it's easier because people tend to have social distancing, and the Thai government tend to support the technological adoptions to rural people. That's why we transform our retail place to be the sharing resource to the traditional trade, and those traditional trade can use our point of sale and our logistic system that share with our branches, and they become our partnership. So right now we have over 200 communities in traditional trade in rural area that become our allies and use our system and order our product, and we deliver the product to them so that they can resell the price, and we develop the loyalty program into the Excel channel that they can recruit people in the form of cooperative system. Yes, so this is a new kind of new business model that we developed in COVID-19, and we can lower the cost of our physical place and increase the business revenue by the franchise and drop shipping model. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tat. So Christopher, on to you now. Christopher, would like to understand better about how you navigate this business, Digitally Asia, during the pandemic. Can you probably share with us your highs and lows? What have you learned so far?
So definitely. So by myself, so our group was about 20 plus people. We had quite a number of challenges trying to scale, because as you know, as I think some of our friends here, they all need digital consultation. They need to know how to move from what they had before to what they have to do right now to adapt to the digitalization, right? How do you go to e-commerce? What platform should I use? Shopify? Should I use store in stores like Lazada, Shopee? So there was a lot of like requests and we couldn't accommodate. So what happened is that I actually met with another partner, another company called Cost Effect, who is a performance marketing expert, and they deal with all the ad spends. And the one good thing about them is that they've done 500,000 ringgit Malaysian ad spend per month before. So this means that we can then accommodate more, right? More people, more users, more bigger spending power that normally other people cannot. So we merged. We actually, it was scary for me, right? Imagine a person that has 100% authority, a shareholder, and suddenly I have to merge with a company and give my best to support each other as a partner. But that is something that I did, right? Throughout the session of the loss of the company and having let go a number of people from the other company, I said I need to back up myself, and because I need to serve more people, I need to save more businesses, from going down from what I experienced. So that's what I did. We merged and we made the announcement, and from then things picked up. Our businesses, our revenue picked up. More people came to us. More people wanted to find out how do I serve a different community. For example, there were a lot of gaming communities, right? People who are playing esports. I think it's huge in all the ASEAN countries. And so what we did is we worked with the publishers, for example, PUBGM, and then we worked with FMCG brand like Mountain Dew, for example, and we merged them together. We made a contest so that if you buy a Mountain Dew drink and you can scan the QR code and put in the code, you can get the in-game gift. So these are all the innovative things that we cut across different types of digital divide, whether they're gamers or they are people who like to go shopping, and we find out what appeals the brand can have to provide to the consumer, and we make the right match, and everything just goes crazy. So that is the most experimental time that we had over the last 1 year, things that we will never do before this, and COVID made it happen for us. So even now, we're actually looking into the Web3, right? The metaverse. Facebook changed the name to Meta, and they're launching AR, VR kind of content, and a lot of companies are saying, how can I get there? And that's something that we are trying to embolden ourselves to be more skillfully adapting to it, so that we can also teach the businesses how to achieve that. But all in all I've said is, is all the nice things. What I didn't tell you is the hard things that happens on the entrepreneur side, and my management team that suddenly has to back up. We cannot hire 5 people now. We can only hire 1 person. Myself, I now have to work with a partner, and my partner tells me, I'm doing things wrong. I have to be, I have to be tougher. I can't just give bonuses just because they will be for 5 years. I now have to make sure that they do their work in order for me to eventually put it into a system where I give them what they deserve. So we keep the best performing ones, and then we have to let go of the not so good performing ones. And that is the toughest things I think all of us, as entrepreneurs had to face. And I think that's where I really excel. And just a last note, I thought to myself, a lot of times we had downturns for the last how many decades, right? And hundreds of years. Those people that didn't manage to cut across, were they those people who were too stubborn and couldn't change, or were they, like me, like you guys who managed to pivot and do something new, and then, come out stronger than ever before? So that's something that I wanted to share.
Thank you, Chris. I'd like to see myself as being stubborn, but for a good reason. Things that don't need changing, we don't change because we know it works, right? But of course, like this whole pandemic era really changed our paradigm. And back to your company name, this actually triggers my curiosity. So do we pronounce it as digitally or digital ally? Because it has 2 meanings, right?
That's a great one.
What's behind the name?
Our company name is digitally.asia because we want to lead a digital first world, but we purposely put it in this way so that our tagline is your digital ally. So anytime you want to get into digital, and I'm not talking about your normal social media marketing, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, I'm talking about totally transforming your business to digital, digitalizing your HR process, your sales process, your your inventory process. This is what we want to help businesses to overcome and also to succeed, because you're not only getting more sales, you're also cutting a lot of costs. So thanks for putting out. Yeah.
So definitely, I mean, if it wasn't because of the pandemic, I think we'd all be sitting in the same on the same stage in Bandar Sri Begawan right now in Brunei, where they're hosting.
You would love that, though.
Right?
I think face to face is still going to be so important, and even more so after you experience this whole Zooms for meetings and all these virtual events. So I think it's really a read between online and offline, and now we appreciate it even more, so we don't waste our time offline as well. So I think all our panelists agree with me that hybrid will be the biggest things to happen in the next few years.
Yeah, probably next year we will have both this type of video conferencing, and I'll be sitting next to Queenie, for example. Right. Looking forward to that. So, okay. So how has the pandemic affect your business? I'd like to ask this question to Mr. Alan Luen now. How has COVID-19 crisis become an opportunity for proven group of companies?
Well, every crisis come with the opportunity, right? We just have to find and utilize it. So mainly our product is battery manufacturing, which is the automotive sector. So as the pandemic happened, a lot of people stopped commuting, right? And they were locked down between one state to another. So there was a very, very less commuting between one place and another. So our sales were dropping. So we look at it and say, hey, what are the areas that we should really look at on, right? So focus on. So we are looking into, essential consumer that need to buy the batteries at any time, right? Basically going back into agriculture businesses. Because what I found was that people living in the, big cities, they actually move out to the rural area, and because they want to get away from this, this big population and things like that. So then some of the people move out to the rural area, then they start making, farming and things like that. I can see that agri is going to grow. Regardless, people have to eat. So that area will continue to grow and give us a stable, fundamental business continuity. So we want to focus on that area. Then also we look into logistic area, because logistic need to be there, because even to transport product from goods from one place to another, there will be some commercial logistic. So then we focus on the commercial logistic. And then we look into telecommunication, because then people start using more mobile than before, basically using all the, digital and app and everything. So tower company became, consuming more power, right? So then we go into telecom businesses. So are we looking into, essential area where we can supply our product? So these are the areas that we did. But of course, other companies we also face some, difficulties. Depends on company to company, right? Some company, such as like a metal recycling company, instead of supplying to our own, we actually, trying to find a balance and say, hey, why don't we just consider export more? Because this is a commodity that we can export globally. So we did that. So it's kind of natural hedge for me as a currency. At the same time, it creates me a more stable income and a focused income as a revenue. So that's what we did. But on the automotive parts sector, of course, auto sector was the one that hits the hardest, right? Because people don't drive out, and people tend to forget their cars and vehicles to care, right? So that was the hardest hit. But then again, we look at it as the group strategy, and we started making new KPIs, new milestones, new objectives, and to see what are the things that we could achieve, what are the things that we could let go. And again, there are things that we definitely have to let go, because that may not suit with the current ongoing pandemic situation. Actually, we are at the very beginning. We're planning to set up a new big factories, but then we have to postpone it because of the pandemic. Because we do not know what is the future ahead of us, right? So instead of expanding, we're looking into stability and business continuity. Again, I agree with Chris that the hardest things we ever faced was whether we should retrench or should we continue with this. Because especially in the automotive sector, people are very nervous. My shareholders were nervous. Everybody was concerned. So I have to keep communicating with our shareholder, our customer, suppliers, of banks, stakeholders, basically, have to really communicate with them, keep in touch with them to build the confidence among ourselves. But one opportunity that I found was that we are based in Myanmar, so we are the local manufacturing company in Myanmar. Because of the logistic issue, global logistic issue, a lot of our competitors cannot, send their cargoes in Myanmar. So we found this as an opportunity to really, expand our network, really continue supporting our customers, to tell them that we can supply to you at any time, anywhere, and we try to, innovate ourselves from typical sort of like traditional distribution into going to online things like that. We made our own app. Consumer go into our app and check the app and say where they can get the batteries, where they can get the services. All these things we're trying to innovate ourselves into the next level of a player. Again, the biggest opportunity I think is that we have more time, and time is the most valuable thing, right? Because of this pandemic, we are commuting less, so we have more time. We have more time to meet people. We can have more discussions, and that gives us really to spend more time with the people that we think is more important as a families, at the same time as our colleague, at the same time with our customers. And that's make us to be different, seeing things differently and act differently and commute differently. Thank you.
Interesting. What you thought was competitor becomes our partners and allies, right? During the pandemic. Because we need each other. We should collaborate or we die. Basically, that's how we should survive. I would like to zoom in on Dato Timothy Ong's points earlier before we start the session. He said things don't go in this new decisions in your business changed. What are the toughest choices that you had to make? When I say tough, it could mean bitter, it could mean sour, it could mean upsetting people. Let's zoom in on that. because we'd like to learn from each other how you actually go about dropping bad news, for example, because it's important to know how you do something, and then you.
Thank you, Olivia. So I think the thing that makes us as a company, as a leader, experience a very hard time is when people doesn't know where to go. Like uncertainty is really visible at that time, right? And then people just asking about, hey, what about our runway? Hey, what about our sales? What if it's dropping, and etc. So as a leader, I'm also worried. But we need to step back and think and provide like the solution and the honest answer, actually. So luckily, we already did the layoff because we want to stick to our cost ratio just before COVID. That's why after COVID hits, then people started thinking, is it gonna be the next layoff, phase 2? So yeah, it's really hard for the leader, for the management to convince them that let's try another way, let's stick together, and then focus on what we can do. Focus on the new way that we don't know the result is. So I think we transfer knowledge and also mentality of entrepreneurship a little bit more to our employee at that time.
And it's also important that we communicate it in a way that it gives people a sense of hope too, because the pandemic is not, well, it is going to stay for a long time, but it's not, it doesn't come without any solution. I mean, there's no crisis that has no end, right? All problems must have a solution. All problems must come to an end eventually. How do you approach this part of your communicating to the Indonesian women, especially those from the less privileged backgrounds? I mean, there's a different way to talk to them, right? How do you can't see them face to face? How do you talk to them?
So we have our sales team in every village. One sales team manage 3 until 5 villages. So sales team used to do the demonstration of the product, right? But that's not the priority at that time. The priority is to teach them how to use the digital. So we can do the face-to-face through, not face-to-face, but online communication, video call. And then we use like a lot of reference, what has been happened with Indonesia. A lot of earthquake, tsunami, probably terror also. And we check that we can come back. We can rebound as Indonesian women, as a nation. We can rebound really quickly. So I studied psychology like long back, and then usually after like a big massive disaster, natural disaster, people find a PTSD. So it's like a post-traumatic syndrome disease because of the big event like tsunami. But in Aceh, they don't find it in Indonesian. So yeah, we are a strong company. We are a strong nation. We can do this. So yeah, using the reference from what happened in Indonesia. So I think it's quite relatable to them.
Totally agree with you, Vianney. If there's one nation that I can say the most resilient, that would be Indonesia. And all Indonesians have this drive, this motivation, like whatever happens, badai, hujan, banjir, like all that, you name a disaster, we just come out stronger the next day. We're like, yeah, let's do this. And we know, yeah,
smiling during.
We're still smiling. We're still very positive. So that's what I really I'm proud about, about Indonesia. So now coming back to the question of tough decisions that you had to make. Queenie, you're dealing with a business where people are at their lowest point in their lifetime, losing people that they love, losing people closest to them in the family. It is tough, it is hard, but I'd like to zoom in on you personally. What's the toughest decision that you have to make? You must be absorbing all these sadness, grievances, negative energy in this kind of industry, funeral homes and will writing and these really tough, sometimes taboo topics. What's your lowest moment? Can you share with us on that?
Thank you, Olivia. Yeah, the lowest moment. I guess the pandemic has really accelerated, right, the awareness of death and also the importance of what I'm doing. In fact, I was quite busy. I was quite busy when the pandemic struck. Simply because, like I mentioned, in 2019, I was really like focusing on will writing. And then 2020, when the pandemic struck, we saw opportunity. In fact, it was also my team, the one who suggested, me to look into the Islamic market. So definitely, I'm hearing more and more people. I would say that it's somehow a little bit more heartwarming because a lot of inquiry, a lot of people are coming to me. I think instead of feeling like a lot of like grief and sadness, they come to me saying thank you to me. Thank you for starting this company, and thank you for helping them. Like at least they were aware. Some of them because they were aware that it's good to start planning early. Yeah, a lot of my younger generation, even like in the 20s, they were like approaching me, say, hey, I want to look into this, even for myself. And then where can I start? Even though I just, a fresh graduate or I just started my career. So I feel very happy because at least the awareness is there. And second thing is some of them actually lost their parents as well. Mm-hmm. So I was there for them they were like asking me, so like Queenie calling me, in the middle of the night as well, say, Queenie, my parents passed away. What can I do? Can you connect me to the funeral directors in Brunei? And so I have to call them and give them suggestions as well. For example, in Brunei, we have 4 districts, right? So I have to know that their locations and then also know what are their preference. So whether like for the non-Muslim, would they prefer, cremation or burial? And then what's the plan post-funeral, right? For the Muslim, they also asked me about, like where to get the funeral kit, for example, and also how to handle the distributions. So I guess there's a lot of more opportunity. Apart from the funeral kit, right, we are now also, moving up the chain. So I started with will writing, which is like, pre-planning. So, but COVID makes me focus on the, post, the death, right, which is the last journey of the person. So during the pandemic, I look into Islamic inheritance law. I chance upon wasiat, hiba, and also the farad calculations. Yeah, so together with my team that taught me about what is it in the Al-Quran that says about Islamic inheritance. So that I was able to help them to navigate, to help them with the process as well. So for myself, I think because like I mentioned, right, I was quite busy with identify the opportunity, and also because of all these, like thank you messages and also all these encouragement words, and it really helps me get through the pandemic.
And it is very encouraging for us too, like knowing that such a young, bright woman from Brunei can actually come out stronger, from this pandemic, such as yourself. So I'd like to thank you also for helping people in Brunei and make their lives easier after having their loved ones depart from this earth. So thank you so much, Queenie, Queen of Death. But yeah, coming back to tough choices. We're all faced with difficult questions every day, from what to do today, what's for lunch, how do I, prepare for my will and for the families. So these questions, they're tough, right? So it ranges from the very simple one to the most complex one. But, these are the stuff that we must face on a daily basis. Vishal, I'd like to ask you that question. When people wonder like, what to eat for lunch? It brings back to the question of how you actually put food on the table and how you actually bring your business and navigate through this pandemic with all the hardships and the supply chain disruptions, the power crunch, the uncertainties facing us on a day-to-day. So how do you actually see yourself making all these tough choices in your business, and what was the lowest point that you've ever faced, especially in the last 20 months?
I think it's been, we've had to be incredibly nimble to try and navigate through all the disruptions that the last 18 months have produced. There've been, as I mentioned, there were periods of time where some of our businesses were impacted by the inability to export from certain countries due to restrictions, and in other times, the logistics, made it near impossible to ship product out of certain countries. And we've had to be as nimble as possible to look to try and figure out alternative options on if we can't find product in one country, try and go to another country. If we can't, if a certain shipping route is not available, can we do another route? Are we able to use land options? Are we able to use air options? So we've just we've had to really be as agile as we can, right? And I think one of the other panelists was also mentioning that agility is something that's been a real learning through this period.
Can you think of one example though? Yeah, sorry, Vishal.
Yeah, for example, last year we're one of the major shippers of rice around the world, and last year, when Thailand and Vietnam closed their border, restricted the export of rice for 1 to 2 months, we had to change all of our contracts and try and originate rice from India, which we weren't really doing at that point. So we had to mobilize a team on the ground to go and find good supply options, to check the quality, to ensure that everything was within spec, and to then execute accordingly. So that kind of agility is something that we pride ourselves in, and have tried as hard as possible to push. But it has been tough. Thankfully, through this period, we haven't had to scale down operations or let go of people. We've pushed as hard as possible to preserve all the jobs that we have within the company. We see our staff as key stakeholders in the organization. Today we have more than 500 people working for us across 20 countries. So we've tried as hard as possible to ensure that we've not had to scale down our employment, even though in certain countries, like for example, we have a big distribution business in Myanmar, and on the back of not just COVID, but also the political situation there, it's been very difficult to the retail sector has really dropped. But we've been able to, despite that, we've been able to maintain our at least the people we have on the ground, if in the hope that business will return soon. But these kind of we try, whenever we're faced with a tough decision, we try and make more long-term choices as opposed to the here and now. So in doing so, we tend to absorb short-term pain for long-term gain. So we try and operate on that premise, I guess. But obviously, there's that's easy to say and harder to do. I think we realize that there's only so much pain that companies can't take as well.
True, so true, Vishal.
We tried as hard as possible to to think, a bit more longer term than short term. And as I said, we've thankfully, we've COVID has also this period has allowed us to explore new business interests and new exciting areas of growth as well, such as what we're doing in the plant-based space. So I think that those kind of trajectories also keep us motivated and excited as well, even though it's been a tough period to go through. So it's always important when you have that's something that keeps you going as well. So yeah.
So true. I mean, I resonate with that totally, Vishal. I mean, speaking about it is one thing, but actually taking action, pulling the plug is another thing. And we're faced with situations where, okay, fine, so we can't do imports on certain goods anymore. Not just the restrictions, but purely because the producers are unable to keep up with the high demand. So it brings me to the question of retail again. We're seeing signs of green shoots of economy where I am right now in Singapore, and we see retail shops picking up again, foot traffic. How is it doing in Thailand? I'd like to ask this question to Mr. Todd. So in your retail space, have you had any experience of making that hard choice, that tough decision, knowing that things will recover, things will be back to normal eventually, but those really hard period when COVID spiked the most, the peak of the pandemic, did you have to make any tough decision? And if yes, can you share that with us?
Yes, well, let me share to you guys like this. In Thailand, we have the two kind of retail. The first thing is modern trade retail, and the second one is the traditional trade retail. Normally in Thailand, we have market size about 40% that make up the modern trade retail at the size in Thailand, and 60% of the number of stores that's across nationwide. So when the COVID-19 occurred 2 years ago, all the modern trades have affected badly from the Thai government regulations that the time of opening and close and all the product and service have limitations in terms of social distancing. But for the traditional trade, it's still going on because most of the traditional trade is in rural area and it's in the community. So what we did and what JNC as retail, we have a tough decision is that since we are modern trade as well and we have the limitations of the regulations, how can we survive in these 2 years? You get the point, right? So we're trying to expanding our business from modern trade to help with the traditional trade, mom and pop store in community area in Thailand. And that's why we have new alliance in which we communicate with the local people, which they are local entrepreneur, and we're trying to serve them with how JNC retail can reduce their pain point in terms of lower the cost of goods that they resell in their area. And we have the logistic process that from our retail shop to deliver to them. And we developed a new platform that link the local producer who cannot have the channel to distribute the good. We have the consignment procedures with these people. So that's why we have about 200 partnerships in this COVID-19 in 2 years. Wow. For the new producer. And we have a distribution channel into online applications that we develop and offline channel. And we have this traditional trade retail store become to our franchisee. And we have the new group of consumer in local area that become our customer to online and offline, because we have the loyalty program that I have mentioned to you earlier in networking business model, in which the local entrepreneurs that turn their house to be the retail store, they will have the system similar to cooperations model, in which every product that the local store have in their house, in each product have the point value, and when people buy things from this agents from GNC agents, they can accumulate this point value and read them into cash. And that's why in these 2 years in COVID pandemic, we have about 3 million memberships to register to our social platform, and we can reduce our fixed cost in terms of our retail, but we can have the more margins in terms of business revenue to share with the local entrepreneurs, so that we can survive in this epidemic. So the answers to your question is that what is the tough decisions into this 2 years pandemic? I think it's about people. Normally in Thailand, we have the cultures in between rural areas and urban area that is different. In rural areas, people tend to listen into like peer pressures into separate group. So the concept of how to gain trust, how to make people become to your customer, and how to make them repeat purchase is the big if, and is the big thing that we need to look down into customer journey. So this is the tough decision, is that the trusting and the word of mouth between people influence your brand about reference marketing is the key for me. And I think we have a lot of local partners that become our allies, and this from the tough decision right now is become our competitive advantage for JNC retail.
Interesting. From challenges to become your competitive advantage and fostering so many collaborations. That's really amazing. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Tad. So Christopher, the same question applies to you. What was the toughest decision that you had to make recently?
Yeah, I would say it's the same as Mr. Tad. It's about the people. So as with all mergers and acquisitions, with the merged number of people would have amounted to almost 50 people, and that would be too much to handle. And we are also not sure whether our clients, may be forced to drop us because of lack of cost, lack of marketing, and lack of sales. So we had to do a lot of assessments to understand where everybody is. And through that assessment, I found out that almost 10 plus people from my side cannot make the fit. So we had to try to train them again. But if they couldn't perform, then they would not be able to, do their best. So just imagine that, some people that was with me for 3 to 4 years, and it's one pandemic. And I made all mistakes. I didn't cut costs. I didn't manage my leadership, in terms of management. I didn't do all those things that now I learned, that I had to do. And because of this, I couldn't save them. And the worst part is that I had another partner, which is my sidekick, next to me. And he was with me for 5 years, and we built the business so well. And we did we did all the right things, but we didn't do the correct things. And he himself, before I had to talk to him to see whether we can rearrange things, he's the one that met me and said, Chris, I want to let you know that I'm gonna quit, because I know that right now with the merger acquisition, you will be catapulted to a whole different level, and I believe the company can go very well, but I am probably not the best fit to remain in my position. And that was a hard hit. That told me, I should have been tougher to both of us. I should have carried everything. I should have put a lot more responsibility on him as well, so that we grow together. And then when tough times come, like the COVID-19, that we can go through it together. But I didn't. I took it all myself. I tried to spare everybody all the nitty-gritty, painful stuff. And then the result was that they couldn't match what was needed. And so today I don't have any of them now in the team, but I have a new bunch of really amazing, crazy team members who are really working hard and building the kind of path that we want to go from good to great, right? And that's how we grow from good to great. and I believe that those people who also have left us and pursuing their own thing are also doing well wherever they are, because they've received a lot of things from us. I had to go through I had to go through seek help, professional help, and I think this is a taboo, right? Like
Yeah,
how many of us
true.
dare to say we need professional help? So I did it. I instead of bringing it to my family and causing problems, I had my first son last year as well. So everything was happening at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at home I'm stuck, and then at work I know this is all happening. So I instead of trying to go blow it all over my face, I seek for help, and that helped me a lot. It helped me a lot. So I think yeah, seeing a therapist is not wrong.
No,
It's actually good.
no, amazing. I mean, I'm glad you brought this up, because it is important for us to know that we're not alone. Probably the same problem you're facing. We're also feeling it too, but we're too shy to talk about it. So thank you so much. I just want to say that, what doesn't kill us only makes us stronger. And trust me, we will all rise from the ashes. We all go through the rise and fall, but at the end of the day, we will come out stronger and better. So last question for Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen in Myanmar. So, okay, I'm going to ask you the exact same question, but also what you learned the most from making those tough choices. What are those tough choices? How did you come out?
I think, again, I have to agree with my fellow panelists that people are the most important thing, right? And since the very, very day one, because we're a manufacturing business, right? So we do have a lot of people working across our group of companies, right? We've got 1,200 people working with us. So we try to maintain that as much as we can. And I'm very glad that with the support of our shareholder, our team members, I haven't let go of anyone yet. And that's gave us the more binding relationship between me and all the stakeholders in the company, and that's just difficult and challenging. But in order to do so, we have to sacrifice a lot of other things as well. There's always things that we have to give away, right? Yeah. But at the end of the day, like I said, we have retrenched on the work. That's the first thing. And we actually learn how to work better together among our team members. And keep committing ourselves, trying to understand our expectation for one another, setting a new KPI, communicating with them was key. But the most important thing is making the baby steps sometimes. Right? We have to make decisions in a shorter time period than before, but we'll make more decisions more frequently, so that if there's any small little changes that we deviate, we can actually go back on the track and correct ourselves. That's, I think, one biggest thing that we learned. And second thing is that we are a manufacturing company, so a lot of logistics were in difficulty. So the cost of production actually go up, but whereas the people income are actually suffering, right? So there is a gap that we have to bridge. And in order for us to continue to manufacture, we have no choice but to make ourselves competitive. So we have let go of a lot of things, profitability, margins, other things. And I think the main important thing is not to let lose of your long-term goal, right? We want to make sure that we stay on the right track, but we'll go there, we'll get there, but maybe we'll do it differently. But we'll never be prepared enough, right? But we will try to prepare, but we'll never be prepared enough. So that's the biggest insight that I will have learned, and moving forwards, I think that we will have a more stronger team.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Alan. So business continuity, imagining future of our business in this new so-called next normal. We have 5 minutes left. I'd like to basically give the opportunity for all the panelists to wrap things up in 3 words on how you personally reimagine your business in the next 5 years. The reflections that we've heard just now across ASEAN and all the business players. Can you please summarize in 3 words, just key points, how you imagine yourself in 5 years' time when the pandemic becomes part of our lives and we have to start living with not just a virus, but all the different problems and challenges that come with it. So I'd like to start by Ms. Vianney. Your summary, please.
Only 3 words, right?
Yes.
Okay, agile, nimble, and adapt.
Agile, nimble, adapt. And that's how you see your business in 5 years' time as well, yeah?
Correct.
That's great. Queenie, where do you see yourself in 5 years' time?
Expansion, re-strategize, and also continue to innovate.
Continue to innovate. Agent of change. Thank you, Queenie. Vishal, where do you see yourself in 5 years' time based on the reflections we've heard today in 3 words?
In three words. Man,
Yes.
that's tough. I think, okay, 3 words would be plant-based foods. I think we're going to be doing a lot more of that. And we see that, we see us really progressing in that area.
Plant-based foods. Number 2.
Number 2 is better nutrition. I think,
Better nutrition.
We are going to be focusing a lot on more high nutritionally dense products, so higher protein product, more fiber, because this is what a lot of our customers are looking for, who are some of the largest food manufacturers in this region.
Better nutrition. Number 3.
Sustainability. So 3 words, 2 words, and 1 word. So sustainability is where we see a lot of interest coming from the market.
Perfect.
We need to be able to better quantify, what kind of water usage and chemical usage is going on, is being used in the food production, and we're working on being able to provide a lot more of that information to our customers.
Okay, so number 1, plant-based. Number 2, better nutrition. And number 3, sustainable.
Yep.
Good luck for that, for your business in the next 5 years. That's where you see yourselves. And Mr. Todd, where do you see yourself in 5 years' time? In 3 words.
The first word would be high touch. High touch would be develop relationship with the local people. That's high touching, to have empathy with people. The second one would be high tech.
High touch, high tech, okay.
Yes, about digital disruptions, about digital transformations, about upskill and reskill internal and external with stakeholder. The third one would be the most important thing for business of mine, which is the new retail, which is about how to making from single channel to be multi-channel and to be cross-channel and seamless channel.
Omni-channel.
That's right.
So high touch, high tech, and omni-channel.
The new retail, I would say.
New retail.
The new retail, yes.
Amazing. Okay, Christopher, where do you see yourself in 5 years' time? In 3 words.
Starts with communication. I believe communication will evolve to more social, across offline and offline. We'll see growth in terms of adoption of digitalization, even to the underserved. And finally, the digital revolution, where we'll transform from what we see today, social, into what we consider as Web3, immersive marketing.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Chris. Last but not least, Mr. Allen, where do you see yourself in 5 years' time? In 3 words.
Automation, because we're the manufacturing company, we have to automate things and more cost effective. 2, because as a group of company, we look into transparency and responsibility for the shareholders. And 3, diversity and open-minded for new ideas of innovation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Innovation. I get the common denominator here, being resilient, being nimble, being innovative. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for sharing your insights, your opportunities, and we all come here together and learn from each other and get the lessons learned from what happened to us and what's going to happen in the future. Thank you so much for the opportunity. It's my great pleasure to be your moderator today. I'd like to thank Ms. Fiani Manao, Ms. Queenie Cheong, Mr. Vishal Vijay, Mr. Tad Hatchalileha, Mr. Christopher Talk, and Mr. Alan Nguyen. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I look forward to speaking to you, hopefully face-to-face in the future, in the next ASEAN event, probably in the next 12 months.
Thank you, Olivia.
Yes, we really enjoy your company. Thank you so much, and best of luck and all success to us, and I'll see you very soon.
Salam sejahtera.
See you all.
Bye.
Bye-bye. สวัสดีครับ
Back to the facilitator.
What does the future hold? Wherever you look, from whichever walk of life, we know there is great potential within, just waiting to be unlocked. For every milestone in your life, no matter how big or small, Baiduri is with you, enriching your life at every stage. For every business ambition, no dream is too big and no challenge is too great. Baiduri is with your business, empowering success every step of the way with our global outlook and deep local insights. As your financial partner, we believe in truly understanding your needs. We engage through meaningful experiences with you in mind as we build lifelong relationships. This is what co-creation means to us: enriching, empowering, and engaging the communities we serve for over 2 decades. Together, our journey continues as we evolve, turning dreams into reality, uncovering new possibilities in a changing world. This is who we are. Baiduri Bank, co-creating your future.
Thank you so much, Olivia. So that was session 1 for you guys, and we have 5 more lined up for today. Ladies and gentlemen, our second session is on reimagining leadership in the age of new normal. To present a keynote address on this topic prior to the discussion, it is my pleasure to invite once again the Honorable Dayang Siti Rozai Merianti binti Datuk Seri Laila Jasa Awang Haji Abdul Rahman, the Chair of ASEAN Business Advisory Council. YB Yanti, please.
Thank you again very much for the kind introduction. So good morning again to the leaders of businesses in ASEAN, respected speakers, and our ASEAN youth entrepreneurs and future leaders. Now, it has been a challenging year for all of us, and the pandemic indeed has impacted so much of our lives. Now, many have lost their livelihoods, jobs, and for some have lost their businesses, or currently see their fortunes hanging by a thread. Now, as much as we convince ourselves that we need to go back to our normal life, we are already living differently from what it used to be. Now, during the pandemic, we have identified mutual challenges which we are encountering together across ASEAN in the limitation of access to finance, trade barriers, resources, lack of digital skills, and affordability to internet access. However, with this brought the significant shift in transparency and more active engagements than we ever had before with our leaders this year. And we had our interface with the ASEAN Economic Ministers meeting and the ASEAN Finance Ministers and Central Bank Governors meetings, where issues and concerns were raised through representing the voices of the private sector. Now, we had a total of more than 23 high-level engagements as of July this year, and brought us to 143 engagement overall, even more so with digital. Meetings can be done frequently, which made this possible, and we broke the yearly record of engagements through virtual meetings and also webinars. And not to forget, when we talk about digital, we recently had our ASEAN Business and Investment Summit, where we had more than 4,000 participants from more than 50 countries all over the world. This shows how incredible digitalization as an enabler of greater boundless cooperation in making our chairmanship possible this year. Now, the view of leadership has shifted towards this transparency and placing more efforts on the ground that serve what our people truly need. Prime ministers today are getting younger and younger, as we see the world's youngest sitting prime minister today from Finland at the age of 34. And this sets a milestone for our youth and highlight the youth voices on their hopes and aspirations, which is a beacon of light in our future generations. I would like to take this opportunity to also congratulate Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Setia Dr. Haji Muhammad Isham bin Haji Jafar, Brunei Minister of Health, has been listed as one of the 50 leading lights across both the Asia-Pacific region and United Kingdom that demonstrate such leadership to curb the pandemic and a positive contribution to the society. I'm a firm believer in a consensus for action, listening to others, the Islamic concept of mushawarah, which brings together in creating a better synergy in developing policies and programs for and with our youth of ASEAN. It is our youth that holds the world's greatest assets and a major driving force that can speed up the vision from our leaders with concrete and innovative measures, which is why we need to ensure the voice of youth is included and involved. And of course, anyone will bound to make mistakes, but it's those mistakes that will help us grow and be resilient. It is a trial for everyone during these difficult times, but if you manage to stay afloat, that is your success story to share. And it also means that you can face any future disruptions. Now, to grow resilient and ensure future-ready businesses calls for knowledge transfer between the young and the leaders of businesses, and to share best experiences and practices as well. If we want them to learn fast, we need to mentor them. We teach them our experiences, and it is the youth that have the innovation and creativity on top of that, which we see today. Many young entrepreneurs build their businesses quicker as they push beyond the barriers. We must also not forget to lend a helping hand to those in need. As entrepreneurs, we can contribute through the public-private partnership platform under the ASEAN-backed legacy projects, such as AMEN, which is ASEAN Mentorship for Entrepreneurs Network, that is led by Philippines, Digital Trade Connect and Enhancing Trade Digitalization led by Thailand. We also have the Smart Growth Connect on logistics and supply chain led by Singapore. And this year, Brunei's legacy project, HIRED, H-I-R-E-D, means harnessing impact with resilient employability digitally on skills development, are timely with the current economic climate, and which is why ASEAN-BAC is encouraging AYEC to collaborate in building towards a sustainable future. Now, the complexity impact from the pandemic bids for leaders to be agile and proactive in creating more innovative solutions to place a solid groundwork and allow great advancements in recovering the loss of the livelihoods. Now, it has definitely been a remarkable year under the Brunei Chairmanship this year. And what really changed the shift of leadership is that the leaders are really listening now with bringing the role of the private sector more in the working level committee. And to end, I would like to quote from Albert Einstein once said, "The world as we have created is a process of thinking. It cannot be changed without changing our thinking." Now, leaders need to reimagine what needs to be done differently, and with empathy, tops the list that provides a better understanding to our youth on what they seize for our future. Now, we are ASEAN, and it is during these challenging times that we should forge our strength as one community to bind our youth as they both are current and future leaders to lead our journey towards recovery. So let us rope the strength of each ASEAN state member. Together, we can recover stronger and build a resilient and sustainable ASEAN digital future. Sama-sama. Thank you.
Thank you so much, YB Yanti. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now proceed with the second session, a 75-minute open forum discussion moderated by Mr. Andrew D., the General Manager of Regional Programs of Asia Young Forum, Brunei. I will now hand over the floor to you, Andrew.
Thank you, Aspa. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world watching this. Welcome to the session on leadership in the age of new normal. My name is Andrew, and it's my pleasure and honor to be moderating this session here at the 6th AYEC this morning. So based on research and data, I think it is safe to say that over the course of the pandemic, leadership has been put to the test. None of us knew the gravity of what was to come, and leaders had to devise immediate solutions and improvise as the pandemic unraveled. At every stage of the journey, leadership at many levels has been and continues to be a key ingredient. So at a time when we can cautiously say that the worst of the public health crisis may be behind us, this session reflecting on leadership lessons and reimagining leadership for the new normal is very timely. We have a distinguished and highly experienced panel who will share some of their personal leadership stories and thinking with us today. And I'm honored to introduce them now. Our first panelist is Emmy Dao Lan Hong, founder and executive chairwoman, Techie Holdings Vietnam. Emmy has 20 years of experience in the IT industry as the co-founder of one of the biggest technology corporations in Vietnam. She founded Techie Technology Academy in 2017, which is a pioneer in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education company in Vietnam with 16 academies nationwide and several leading edutech platforms. She is a board member of the Vietnam Investment Club, an early-stage investment fund specializing in investing in startups. Our second panelist is Gavin Vongkusolkit, Managing Director, Heritage Estates, Thailand. Gavin founded Adlib Hotels and Glowfish co-working offices, both which continue to break new ground and challenge conventions. He serves on the board of Midpong Group, the Erawan Group, and the Food School. Gavin was part of the first class of young business owners who founded the Young Entrepreneurs Chamber under the Thai Chamber of Commerce, where he continues to support in the development of its next generation leaders. Our third panelist is Muhammad Isa Liu, Head of Business Banking here at Baiduri Bank in Brunei. In this role, Isa oversees the banking needs of companies, including MSMEs, as well as their employees. He also plays an active role in programs designed to support and nurture local MSMEs and aspiring entrepreneurs. Isa has a strong background in management and advisory services and private equity. Our last, but certainly not the least panelist, is Oknya Pekbolen, co-founder, chairman, and CEO, Westline Education Group, Cambodia. His company is currently managing the Westline Schools, the Northline School, Educational Development Institute, Apple Tree International School, and Forest Hill International School. His other business interests include hotels, library, cafes, media and public relations, and trading of education supplies. Bolen is also president of the Federation of Education Services in Cambodia and one of the founders of the first ever angel group in Cambodia, the Cambodia Investor Club. So ladies and gentlemen in the audience, we invite you to engage our panel today through the chat and Q&A buttons on your hop-in interface, and we will certainly get to your questions later in the session. So I'd like to turn now to our panel and begin with a basis of our discussion and inviting them to describe to us what their own personal definition of leadership is. So I'd like to start with you, Emmy. Please tell us what you think leadership is. Give us one key trait of a good leader and one key responsibility of a leader.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this event. Yeah, and thank you, Andrew. To define the leadership, I have also made this question to many people, and they answer very differently. But leadership to me is someone who possesses the unique quality that motivate us and change our life in a positive way. And to me, the most important and the most keyword is growth mindset with thinking beyond limits is the most critical in especially during the COVID days today.
Thank you.
Can you
Thank you,
hear
Abby.
me? Okay.
Yes. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. How about you, Gavin?
For me, it's simply someone who has followers. And that could be through coercion, it could be through, virtue, or many other variables. But, it could be Xi Jinping, it could be Travis Scott. It doesn't mean that one has to necessarily be good or bad. So followers for me.
Okay. Followers. Let me turn to you now, Isa. What is one key quality and one key responsibility you think a good leader should have?
I think the answer is in the question, Andrew. The key quality is responsibility. I think leaders need to make sure that they take into account, the responsibility they hold to their stakeholders of whichever project or company, and to ensure the well-being, to the best of their ability, given the resources, to provide and nurture, those that they represent and are responsible for.
Okay. Bolend, your initial thoughts on leadership?
Yes, thank you, Andrew. To me, first of all, I believe in the idea that leadership is not all about position. So it is more about influence and inspiration to create trust. So to me, the words that define leadership is about influence. And as long as you have influence on the people, they follow you, like Gavin said, actually. And then either you can be a bad guy or a good guy, as long as you have influence and inspiration to create trust. That's why if you are a good leader, make sure you have good mission as well. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, so now that we've established a base for our discussion, let's fast forward, let's rather rewind into the pandemic, start of the pandemic in 2019. Can you describe to us how your businesses were impacted and the kind of measures that you put in place in response to the impact? Let's start again with you, Emmy.
So make me clarify the question is that about how we change our business, right, to adapt with the new situation?
This is about how your businesses were affected by the pandemic.
Yeah. So first of all, I have to say that I have never experienced such different time, and I think for other business, Vietnamese business, that is the same. Like we have never seen that how our business go through such difficulty. Every day right now in Vietnam, we have over 400 business shut down every day. Fortunately, we could continue, but a lot of activities that we had to slow it down, and it cannot run as fast as we expected. For example, in the beginning of 2020, we had a plan to expand our educational business within 16 offline centers and expand it to 40 offline centers nationwide. But this plan is forced to postpone until now, and we have to wait until the post-COVID when it's more stable, and we even don't know when we could restart it again. And for the COVID, it impact our business in many different ways, and I think the two most the two big changes to us is firstly our business model. And secondly, how we work together is more about the hybrid working model. And for the business model, so before 2020, our business is totally offline, and right now it transformed to online most offline business model. We start to transform from offline to online right away when the COVID outbreak in Vietnam in February 2020, and we developed the EdTech platform to keep maintaining our business, and also offering more subjects, not just the technology subject anymore. Now we offer the news offerings like math and English and other STEAM subject as well. And for the OMO business model, it saw a lot of advance to our business in dealing with the COVID. Our revenue, our sales in 2021 during the lockdown periods is 3 or 4 times higher than the times of lockdown in 2020, and the online business right now is already got the profitable and help us to cover the offline expense. And we could even reach more market in Vietnam as well based on that. So I think that is the opportunity, the positive impact of COVID that also help us to keep moving on, keep growing, even of that very bad impact to offline business. And secondly, for the hybrid working model, so right now we maintain the working model in like 50% of the employee working from home and 50 at the office, and we even changed our strategy in recruiting. Many of my employees right now is located in many different cities that we haven't had the offline presence yet, and within that decentralized organization, we could access to the more qualified SR resource like telesales or sales or even teachers to run the online business. So that is the most two big changes to our business recently.
Just a follow-up question. In terms of the response to your shift into the online model among your customers and the students,
yes,
what was the picture like on the other end, on the consumer side? Did they receive it well? Was it an easy transition for them as well? Or did it take some time for them to embrace the virtual model?
I think so. In Vietnam, the behavior of the customer had need more time to change, but the results of the educational market, the edtech market, is growing very fast recently. Even the result is even bigger than 20 years ago. In 20 years before. But for the parents, right now, all of our students in Vietnam haven't. Cannot go to the school yet up to now until today, and they all of them had to learn online, and the parents it's too much for the kids, but actually I think it's a new normal to everyone, to any parents and to any student. They have to handle and prepare for those changes and prepare like hybrid model of learning as well, like online and offline.
Yes, I was interested in that because part of in education, part of the challenges on the part of the student is the acquisition, for example, of computer equipment for their learning, access to the internet, especially in remote areas of ASEAN. So I was interested in your response to that. Let me shift now to Gavin on the same question about how his co-working space was impacted by the virus. And I understand, Gavin, you have made some very challenging decisions as well in terms of downsizing. And after you respond, I will turn to Isa and Bolen in terms of the reflections of how their leadership perspectives have changed as a result of the pandemic. But Gavin, over to you first.
Sure. I might want to focus a little bit more on the hospitality sector today. The co-working space was impacted, but we somehow managed to come out stronger through similar to Emmy. We went online and we implemented various kind of countermeasures to COVID. So we were able to do that because most of our clients have shifted from SMEs to large corporate, enterprises, and as the trend for hybrid working model becomes apparent, it's actually the large corporates that needs to kind of come out. Maybe less because of our effort than because of the trend. But on the hospitality side, we have a large portfolio of hotels under the Erawan Group, and that's quite interesting because we've had to the hospitality sector. No matter how hard we try, we simply have to downsize. We have to close some of them. We have to convert some of them to state quarantine hotels, and a lot of staff have to be let go. And so, we have to shift our thinking about leadership a little bit there because we have to kind of somehow make, we still look after them like families, but somehow, we have to let them go. And we can't pick and choose either. We can't pick and choose the best ones. We have to simply let the one with the shortest tenure in the companies go first because they're the one that cost the company least, So it challenges our perception of what good leadership is a little bit. We have to ask some of the staff to take pay cuts. Some still do take pay cuts because the hospitality sector is not recovered yet. So throughout all that, it's if I could say it, it's about communications. Everybody left with a smile. It's about being fair, understanding the situation clearly. And we even have some of our staff from the completely different industry, from the co-working side. They actually took pay cuts as well, so we could support more people from the hospitality side. It's actually quite. It's become quite a nice environment where people try their best to help each other out, even though some people may have not met before even. But at the end of the day, the company needs to survive, and that if the hotel has to close down, people have to let go. So you have to make sure that they have the best chance they can have to finding alternative employment or go and do something else. A lot of people now after 2 years come back to me and said, thankfully they have found something else. They found an alternate career. It actually is not as bad as it seems at first. I mean, it seems like you're throwing a lot of people away towards an unknown, but people come out on top. People find different industries to work for. They find something else that they can generate income. So I've learned something new from that experience as well.
Yes. I'm curious, if you don't mind sharing. So in terms of, you mentioned that you had to let some of your people go. How much of, in terms of your total workforce, how much did you lose in that exercise? 10%, 20%, half?
Not that badly. About 15. You were right the first time, 10, 20. So only about 15%. Well, we managed to recover quickly, and we restructured, and also now we're expanding. So we sold off some assets, and we're acquiring some new ones. So it's just a matter of refocusing our efforts. In fact, the COVID is actually a good call to action for more focus efforts into the sectors that we're good at, into the things that we're good at. Another important note is where even 5-star hotels, they used to have the manpower, the staff to guest ratio, staff to room ratio, for example, of let's say 1.7. Even around the world now, there's been talk that can you reduce that down to 1.4? Can you reduce it down to 1.1? And can you adopt technology to replace some of those functions? But of course, the functions you don't want to replace is the face-to-face interaction. That's the most beautiful part of travel, right? So we keep that, but we somehow modernize the other parts.
Okay. Let me turn now to leadership reflections, how leadership perspectives have shifted during the pandemic. And I will begin with Bolen on how his perspectives of leadership have changed as a result of his actions as a leader in the pandemic. And then I'll turn to Isa on the same question. So Bolen.
Thank you, Andrew. To me, I mean, we think more strategically. We need to be more agile. And above all, during this pandemic for 2 years, I believe that for me and maybe perhaps all other leaders, corporate, that we think about the employees' health and well-being. And that is the priority during the pandemic. So while we try to stabilize the business, but also we need to take care of our employees' health, safety, and also their economic living, standard living. Of course, like Gavin said, education, Amy, you experience the same. That very impacted, severely impacted. That we never imagined the school could close for nearly 2 years. We just resumed. So I have 1,300 teachers and staff, and imagine how hard it is. But we try to manage. We put our people first still, even though some we need to let go around 20-30% people staying at home. We gave them some allowance. We even have emergency fund, emergency food, and all the things that try to make sure that our staff and teachers, they can still survive. Have food to eat, even though they don't work anymore. And that is something that we put first thing first on that, and that is, I would say, the more leadership during the pandemic. Before the pandemic, we just try to make sure that we have good leadership in work environment at home, and also they can feed their family. But during the pandemic, we went deep down in detail into their family, make sure that, okay, because a group of family that they have brother, sister, wife, husband, they work in different places. Imagine if the husband work in education and the wife work in hotel, hospitality. They both were affected. And that's why we really even care more, than before. So this is something that I would say the leadership shift from a corporate leader to like a father of a big family, and that is to me. Yep.
Yes, I'd like to touch on qualities like that in the latter part of a discussion, and I know that we should be coming up in time for questions soon by our two facilitators. But before we get into the Q&A or possibly another question, Isa, what can you share your thoughts as well on how your leadership perspective has shifted or changed as a result of the pandemic?
Absolutely. So I actually share similar points of views to the other three panelists. The leadership previously, again, as Bolen was saying, used to be run a smooth sailing ship, generate revenue, make sure not to rock the boat too much. But I think that the pandemic rather has shown us that that's not good enough anymore. A leader needs to be really aware about his own staff, about what happens within his premises, and really fine level of detail on the resources that he has, so he can really make a change, and not just because of the pandemic, but also an active change to the well-being, the capability, or even how to strategize there. For Gavin, yourself would be in hospitality, your structure, and use that, how to use it separately. I think sort of the much more leadership really looking forward is a much more proactive role than what is traditionally viewed as more of a reporting role, making sure, as I said, not to rock the ship too much. So I think in my experience as well, we've seen similar situations where really we have this shift from someone who's looking at profitability all the time, and then during the pandemic, working with some of my own clients at the time, I start to understand and when I start to memorize the names of each and every individual staff, and their individual issues, which ones can take the hit, which ones can't, and how do we support them. In fact, it came to such a level where I actually knew the names of our customers, because some of them we were issuing out temporary laptops to, because unfortunately they were not well-to-do. So they had to, you required additional support. Some of them were not used to the online system, so we needed to provide them education, even free sessions, to get used to that. And I think that level of innovative thinking and thinking on your feet, while we experienced during the pandemic, I would really think, and I would really love for leaders of the, past this point, to be really thinking about things like that, where they really pay more attention to the finer details of their business and the finer details of each of their stakeholders.
So up to this point, there are a few underlying common threads that have been shared by our panel. One is agility, the ability to pivot when you see a challenge and develop a solution in response to the challenge. Second is empathy, paying more attention to your people and to your customers. Third is communication. Communicate how things are so that your customers, stakeholders will understand. So let's now see if we have any questions or comments. And I understand Fadli and Isa are to help with the process.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
I can hear you.
All right, hi, good morning, good afternoon. Andrew, nice to meet you again, ladies and gentlemen, panelists. So we do have a couple of questions here. My name is Fadli, and on my left is?
My name is Isa. Hello, everyone.
So I have the first three questions. I think I can shoot three questions here, yeah, Andrew?
Yep, please read them out for us.
So we did have an initial question in the first session, but I'm just going to rephrase it a bit here. So how does leadership look like, especially with layoffs and making difficult decisions? So I think there's a second question kind of coming from that. I think there was a note from YB Yanti's earlier speech about the concept of mushawara. So how does mind transformation look like for leadership? So are there changes in leadership that you are taking in this context of the pandemic? And one last question.
Sorry,
I think.
Sorry, can you repeat that next question, please? The last question.
The last question is
the one that you just read out.
Okay. The second question is on mind transformation. What kind of leadership styles that have shifted in your over the pandemic? And the last one that I just wanted to share is just leadership in the context of mental health well-being. So connecting back to the first question, we're looking at laying off different employees and whatnot. How can we ensure their well-being is also being taken care of along the way? Thank you, Andrew. That's it from me.
Okay. Thank you, Fadli. So on the question of leadership amidst layoffs and downsizing, I will turn to Gavin for this. And maybe Bolen, you also have some experience there. So I'll turn to both of you for that question. In terms of the mental health and well-being, I will direct that question both to Emmy and Isa. And there was a question about mind transformation. I think this is a shift in paradigms, but we covered that. So if I may focus on those two questions first. And then after this round of discussion, we will move into leadership in the new normal. So Gavin and Bolen on the question of leadership at the time of downsizing. Isa and Emmy on the question of mental health and well-being. So Bolen, this time, why don't you go first?
Thank you, Andrew, again. Yes, it was quite hard, the decision, I would say, not only for me, but for all of us when we're coming to layoff and downsizing. But for us, we did not go till, like layoff, but we tried to only reuse the some reduction of the employee salary 20-30%, and so that they can continue to work, and then they take turn shift. They don't need to come to work like full day. They can work half day. They can work like 2 or 3 days a week, because education school closed. So we provide online learning and blended learning, and also some staff. Sometimes they did not have a role to play anymore at school. Let's say, for example, for those who operate school, you may know they work in canteen, they work in cafe. So how can they come do online? So but we did not lay off them as well. We just put them staying at home, and then give them some allowance, and also we create with what we call emergency fund in case that they need more extra food and their family may need. So our HR department is working on that we call pandemic emergency fund, for those who to fit the whole family. Like I just mentioned, not only 1 or 2 of our teachers and staff, but also their family members were also affected from other industry. And also we try to give them some new jobs. Let's say, for example, it looked a bit weird or funny. They used to work in canteen, but then I convert. I asked them to work on field, on farming. Also take time for them to reskill themselves. They went to farm and they grow vegetables, for example. It looked funny, but at least they got some kind, like they have a chance to develop new skill. They can also came to meet their friends with a social distance, of course, and then they could earn some extra income. And that the way they do, a bit far from what they used to do, but at least they can have jobs. So that's what we're doing. And also we have a pandemic response team, so that in any case that happen to them, and then we have our own quarantine room place. We have our own, and the last time recently we also have some kind like COVID-19 treatment center, for example. So we try to offer our best help to them. Yep.
Actually, reskilling is a subject that we might be able to touch on a little bit more later. But Gavin, go ahead.
I want to leave us time to touch on that. So for me, just 3 things to echo what Bolin said. New jobs, definitely. So from hotels to foods to other things, we try to, as much as possible, to give people new jobs. And we mentioned before, we took pay cuts. Everybody took pay cuts so that we don't have to cut people. Everybody helps. And then last point is we as owners, we take some losses as well to maintain the business. We keep the business going and minimize the closure. I'll leave it at that for time being.
Okay, let's turn to the question on mental health and well-being. Certainly a very big topic as well. How do we as leaders deal with the pressures of working from home, for example, and other challenges brought on by the pandemic? Amy, I'll give it to you first.
During the COVID, everyone in my team very like a burning fire, worried a lot about their family, their loved one, and some of them was infected with COVID and went to isolation, and some people was lost their family, they lost their loved ones. So much of the damage, and very painful for this day. You know that everyone have a situation of up and down. Even the leader, like personally for myself, I also have a lot of worry. During the lockdown in 2020, the first wave of the COVID in Vietnam, our revenue is decreasing. To 10% of the normal, the usual revenue. So and we had to survive and protect the business and protect our people. So at that time, like the leader team in my team, we even lost leave as well. But thanks for the teams, and also the culture, our corporate culture, that people says a lot. We stay together closer and say more about daily life, and also like I think the spirit of adapt with change is also very important to our company. And I think one of the one for to take care more about the team, we do a lot of activity, like every day we have a section for people to connect with each other, online meeting, some culture activity like online karaoke, something like that. And for like to protect for the well-being of people in the employee. So I haven't decided to cut off the team yet. I mean, we don't decide in that way, but we stay with people, and to make sure that everyone have the jobs to do and have some have earning to for their life and for their family, because every day we read a lot of like online news about people don't have food. So in our company, well, we haven't cut off the team and focusing on improving. Firstly, scale down with the operation and save the cost, but then scale up with the online business. So it's like people have jobs and people have incomes to live for this day. Yeah.
Okay, so you had as part of the programs arranged for keeping the team connected through your various digital platforms and giving them that flexibility. Isa, your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think I'll draw on some, as before, experience from my previous role, but we did exactly similar things to what Emma was doing in Vietnam. We actually organized every day. We would have sort of before classes would start and all that, we would have catch-up sessions where the teachers could talk about whatever issues that they had, and what their concerns were during the lockdowns, and all those things and that really benefited, because my old client was able to generate a very strong relationship between the staff, and they became their own family within that business. And luckily, my client and I, through strategizing, we were able to keep everyone on board. We didn't need to let anyone go. And we were able to create alternative products that our customers were able to subscribe to. Therefore, we didn't need to even think about that sort of situation. We also, and as well, I think the leadership team really put themselves out there. Every month, we would have sort of a scrutinizing session, to put it lightly, where the staff could scrutinize the leadership, because they needed to understand that we had their backs. And I think that's sort of helped them, and through that communication, helped them through that process.
Yeah. Okay. We'll come back to more on the mental health matter next time. But for now, I'd like to turn to now leadership in the new normal. And Fadli and Isa, if there are any more questions, maybe you can just turn on your cams as a signal to me, and then I will turn to you to read out those questions. But for now, let's turn to leadership in the new normal. So the new normal, as we know, are the new processes, new strategies, even new culture that will come as a result of the changes and challenges brought about by the pandemic. So the one quick question here that I'd like to pose to our panel is how we as businesses should prepare for this new normal. And in particular, reflecting on the lessons from the pandemic and reimagining leadership in this new normal, what are some of the personal qualities that we need more of? And maybe what are the qualities that we need less of going forward at this time? So let me start with that. Again, one basic question for the four of you. And maybe we'll begin with you, Isa, and then Bolen, and then Gavin, and then Emmy, on how you think businesses should prepare, or how leaders in particular should prepare their businesses for this new normal.
Sure. My perspective on this is I think leaders need to be, and I think the term we've used, I think even the earlier session was agile. We need to be prepared that our business model will change. Business models never stay the same. They're ever evolving, and we see, and that's normal and typical rather. But we see that in a normal situation because economic changes change all the time with change of preferences, change of government. There are many other externalities, which means that your business needs to change. So I think that leaders, especially through this experience, need to be aware that whatever they're doing today may not be applicable in 2 to 3 years' time, and therefore need to be constantly proactive about how they think about their business and how they can tweak their business model slightly, or at least plan to tweak your business model slightly. The plans will never be perfect. You will never find a perfect plan for tomorrow, but to the very least, you've already set up a certain set of procedures which could be applicable should a situation arise.
Okay, Bolen? Agility for ISA.
For me, still, we need to work more on working more, the whole team, with us on innovation, creativity, and also professional development, capacity building. Because again, we all will talk about the business model, and that will really need to work on that. And for me, it will among all the business models, components. We may need to work on the channels of delivery, of the communication, how the sales channel, I would say in the marketing term. Let's say, for example, for us as education, even though the pandemic may slow down, I would say, or may end, hesitate to say end, but we can live with it. But then we will not come back to the traditional classroom anymore. It will be like blended learning. So and also that is opportunity that for us, not only me, I believe that Amy may also think about expanding our education services overseas. Before, we can also provide education services only in Cambodia, but now for me, I'm thinking of provide the Khmer culture, literature, education to Cambodian kids overseas, for example, with all the technology that we have in place now. So the model of delivery of the products or the services, and that's something that we need to work on through our creativity and innovation and capacity building for the employees and teachers. Yep.
Okay. Over to you, Gavin. So for Bolen, innovation, creativity, and capacity building.
Yep.
Gavin?
For me, the qualities of the leaders doesn't change as much as the style, right? So I want to echo what Isa said about agility and what Bolen said again about focusing on innovation, but those are the style, right? So the qualities of the leaders, the empathy and everything that we spoke about, I think they still hold. Those are the things that don't change. But the style, for one example, in my industry, people want to work from home now more, and whereas we used to pride ourselves on low turnover, for example, we're starting to think sometimes turnover is good. A higher amount of turnover is good because we need people to be reskilled, as you said before, and they might want to move around. People are a little bit more mobile now in different industries, and so there's all kinds of new elements come into play, and we're changing our mentality about our staff. Just one example, for example, my dad and I had this conversation. We're hiring a GM, and we're looking at different CVs of different GM for new hotels. And Dad likes the guy who's been at this hotel for 20 years, and because he likes the loyalty, for example, and for the rest of the team, including myself, we're like, no, he's been around for 20 years. He's got nothing new to say. He's, compared to another guy who's kind of 3 years here, 3 years there, different experience, can bring back something new. So that's the kind of conversations we're having now within our team, and I think that's not so much a change of quality, but a change of a style of leadership. We still hold resilience and empathy and teamwork and all those things close to our hearts, but we move a lot faster now, and we make more daring move. I think is the way forward.
All right. So would you say, as advice to the businesses here listening to this session, that in terms of preparing for the next normal, speed should be one of those considerations? You mentioned you need to move fast, and you need to be agile. You reflected what Isa mentioned, and you've also mentioned a certain receptiveness to different perspectives. So if, for example, the ways of old were strongly practiced many years ago, today there has been a change in terms of how experience is viewed, for example, and there's more receptiveness to different kinds of talents coming in to the organization as a way of preparing the business in the next few years ahead.
One more thing I forgot to mention, actually, with innovation, the way we do it, this is not an advice. Different companies do it differently, but the way we do it, we can't do it with an old team. Some members from the old team can move forward with more innovative ideas and innovative products. But if you really want to be truly innovating, we believe we need some new mindsets, some new people in the company, and we tend to set up different companies within the company, and then we move people around a little bit just to have the old people experience the new company, so that new people are not too kind of doing their own thing and not caring about the old, but the old also gets to experience some new mindsets and new teams and get them kind of out of their comfort zone a little bit. Otherwise, we cannot really truly innovate. That's what we believe.
Emmy, your thoughts on how businesses should prepare for the new normal?
Yeah, I totally agree with Gavin. I think that the fundamental quality of the leadership will not be changed, but maybe we think more about, like, for example, embrace the diversity, because right now everything is very uncertain, and we need more like talent to join and improve and help us to improve the business together. So I think different minds will are better than like more the same, right? So we could encourage the experience, the diversify experience or generation and different opinion, so that we could leverage on the talents as well, right? So what from whatever they are or their perspective. So this will help to create the innovation environment inside the company as well. And I think maybe we also need the less of before we talk about very big picture in the future and very blame driven, but now I think it's more about the purpose driven. So everything changed. So even we design the business plan early in the year, but now everything changed, so the plans seem not very relevant. So I think right now it's more for purpose driven when we run the business.
Okay, I have a question that relates to women leaders, and I'm sure there are many women entrepreneurs here in the audience today. And I suppose this question is very fitting to you. During the pandemic, and even as we go forward into the new normal, there has been the question of women leaders and whether there are any special qualities that women leaders have in terms of handling, for example, a crisis and taking the businesses forward. So we can just look at leadership, for example, New Zealand, Germany. The leaders of those nations basically were seen to be leaders who've basically handled their economies quite well. But taking this into a business perspective, as a woman leader here in this panel, and certainly anyone in the panel is free to comment, but I wanted to ask Emmy, in terms of women leadership, can you share for our women leaders in the audience in particular, how you feel women leaders are equipped to, or do they have any special leadership qualities to take the businesses forward?
Yeah, very interesting question. So
which I'm sure you have been receiving occasionally in the past.
Yeah. So I think so women leadership is also, firstly, is a leadership, right? But for women, especially in my industry, technology industry, I see that like even for our current education business, like 87 of my student is boy, only 30% of our student is girl, and I think that women and girls haven't prepared enough yet for the change of this world today, and also the digital world in the future as well. Beyond of the robot and AI. So I think women's as a woman leadership, I always like give advice about like prepare much more on innovations and technology when we run the business. Yeah, that is one of the most critical today for all of us to keep going.
Yes. There's one thing that I want to introduce into this discussion is a strategy, if you will, that leaders, I think, feel leaders are seriously considering moving forward, is the subject of sustainability. So as we know from the pandemic, there has been increased priority on sustainability issues. And I wanted to get your thoughts on whether this should be a key strategy to focus on for the many businesses in the audience. So let's do the reverse. Emmy first, and then Gavin. And maybe I'll pose a different question to Bolen and Isa.
Yeah, excuse me.
Your thoughts on sustainability as one of the strategies for businesses going forward.
I think today's is it's very uncertain. So we have to prepare for that and to be have the business grow sustainable. I think we have to transform our business, and to us, transform business is mean about like becoming the technology, more about becoming the technology organizations, repositioning our business, and that guide us in our daily operation. We have to focus on embracing automation as well in our business, and ready to change to everyone and prepare for that, and focusing on training. Yeah.
Yeah, so Gavin, this must be a big thing for you as well in the hospitality and tourism industry.
Absolutely. The foundations of our family business is actually in agriculture, and with that, we have always been focusing on sustainability. Zero carbon emission. We produce more oxygen, and zero waste, conversion of water. But it's not just that part of sustainability, but also people. Because my family is Chinese immigrant to Thailand, so we feel that we have to give back to society quite a lot to make sure that we don't get kicked out. So sustainability has always been part of the strategy for 70 years now. It's ingrained, and we it was part of us before we even know what CSR means. Yeah. So yeah. So now that the world becomes green. And the trend for sustainability is accelerated 10 years forward because of COVID. We're quite ready for it, and we're happy that the world has become that way. Yeah.
So for Bolen and Isa, We've discussed a number of leadership qualities here in our discussion today, but the one thing I noticed that we haven't touched on is vulnerability, of our vulnerability as leaders. So previously, I think before the pandemic, in the pandemic, we basically made things up as we went along. There was no roadmap, no playbook, making things up as we went along. Previously to the pandemic, if you were a leader, you had to be seen as somebody strong, determined. You'd know what to do. Even in uncertain, volatile situations, you'd know what to do. At the time of the pandemic, quite frankly, a number of leaders did not know what to do. And yet, many of us, for the most part, at least as leaders in organizations, the quality of vulnerability, having to realize and accept that we don't know things. Somehow, we had a hard time coming to that point. And so I just wanted to get your thoughts on the leaders being vulnerable, admitting that they don't know things. And there are some in the team who might know. And this, in effect, has basically shrunk the hierarchical structure, I think, of many organizations. But I wanted to turn to you both, Bolen and Isa, on your thoughts about vulnerability as a quality of leaders of the future. Bolen, you first.
Yes, Andrew. Of course, during these 2 years, let's say the first 1 year, because the pandemic lasted around, let's say, until now 2 years, and the last year, 1 year, it seemed like we were a bit clearer, what should be done. But in the first year of the pandemic, and then we were all confused, I would say. So instead of having like a 5-year strategy plan, 10-year strategy plan, it comes to like monthly plan, monthly plan, and that is something that one small step at a time. Why I say 1 month plan? Because every month I in the management team always look at the financial report, look at the daily revenue, look at the daily and monthly expenses. So because we did not know what's going to happen next, like let's say for example Cambodia, I think maybe also in same other country, the pandemic happened. The school closure was in March 2020, and then we all believed that it would be only 1 month, and then it could be over. After Khmer New Year, we all assumed that it was only, let's say, 1 month. But later on, we could not resume the school after the Khmer New Year holiday. So then we realized that we didn't know, when it came to an end, or it could be manageable. So that's why month by month management, I would say, a monthly basis management, and then what we need to put first thing first on a very basic, very basic of the company. First of all is the company. The employees, the employees' work, jobs, we need to secure first, because they have family to feed. And also we have what we call emergency plan. And let's say, for example, in practical, to my company, we have 20 campuses. We have a backup emergency plan. Let's say we assume until that one day we have only 1 or 2 campuses. What could be managed, to do? So it seems like an emergency contingency plan, not a plan, but like scenarios. The best plan, the medium plan, and also the worst plan. We assume that what happened if we could not maintain the 1,300 employees, and then what if we could have only 300 employees, for example? What if we can just have only 20% or 30% left of the employee, instead of having 20 buildings, and then we just could only maintain only, let's say, 2 or 3, for example? How could we still continue our education? We did not think that we would lose the business, but just only how we can scale it down. So this is what we been working on for the last 2 years.
Isa?
Yeah, so I guess, in terms of being vulnerable, I think this comes to the relationship that you have with your stakeholders. I think this is where, again, now we're going back to empathy and all those leadership values, to understand what your stakeholders want. You kind of need to ask, because sometimes as leaders, we always sit on this high pedestal, right? That we see things from above, big picture, as Em was saying before. But we lose focus about what's going on the ground. And I think in my previous example of, we are literally conversations with each staff and even to the customer level of what they want, becomes really, really to the forefront. And we could ask that because we had that relationship and we have built that rapport with our stakeholders. And I think that is something, again, you're right, it's very new. Historically, leaders are seen as this person who could make that perspective. Sorry, I think Em wants to add in here.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think in volatility, so during the COVID, so the level of uncertainty is increasing, right? And the risk make all of us make decision is harder. But as a leader, we have to make the decision, and to make the decision, I think we should involve more people into our decision and make critical small choice. That I totally agree to Golden. So I think we should clarify the decision that we want to make, and with other people, involve them into that, and identify a small number of decision maker only. So and also make people have the an option to raise their voice as well.
Correct. And I do think that's, of course, collecting data by asking is one way. The other way, we can always rely on data. I think that's something, digitization, I think, is an important move that we see during this period. And I think, that helps us inform rather the decision makings that we need to make, because we are not omnipotent. So, we need to, I think more or less, not so much vulnerability per se, but more onto the rapport and relationship. I think that really opens up the doors as a leader.
Yeah. I'd like to change gears a bit in terms of the structural changes in the businesses that you feel will be permanent going forward in this new normal. So certainly, as a result of the pandemic and the measures that you put in place, there have been some changes in the business. Emmy, for example, and Bolen, you've gone virtual. Gavin, you've put in place some measures as well. Nisa, the bank, I know, has certain measures. So going forward, what do you feel are these changes that are going to be permanent? And what priorities are you going to focus on? So Emmy first, and then Gavin.
So I think we are the business environment is now very uncertain. So to us, I think our priority that is being alive until end of this thing, and the core of the business we not change, but we will transform to adapt with the new situation. So of course, with the change of the new situation, we also have to set the business manage it and measure the business. I think it's not fully traditional measure or KPI sets. Instead of that, we will combine the old and the new measure to align with the new change of the business model. For example, before, when we run the offline business, we all talk about the revenue of exchanges, the new enrollment of the student, or the retention of the customer. But now we are talking more about how our online business going, what is the traffic of the website, how our customer engage to the platform, and how to convert and the conversion rate of the traffic of the website as well.
Interesting. Gavin, your priorities going forward, and how much of the changes you feel will be permanent?
Absolutely. Changes how much? The priorities first. Then the priorities would be building a new culture, not a new culture, but transform the culture. Let's put it that way. Towards something that is more risk taking, more agile, and that probably requires a lot of help from people who are able to has done this before. Culture and people will be the things I focus on internally, but externally, we're really accelerating towards formulating new strategies, new investments portfolio, that new ways to build our ecosystem that maybe takes advantage of this opportunity. It's the greatest opportunity that we have now with COVID to do something new, to change, and to look forward a little bit and to catch a new trend, right? Somebody was saying, when there's a huge thunderstorm like this, you don't build walls to just insulate yourself. You build a windmill, right? To really power your business forward. So what would be, where is the wind blowing? We want to really catch that trend. So we really need to be in a mindset of moving, being able to move forward to that end. And for me, I think it's for my particular company, that opportunity would come in an intersection between high tech and high touch. We have a lot of high touch people, and high touch mentality. So we need to kind of introduce high tech now, and integrate that into our whole the way we do things. That's what I think. Thank you.
Okay. How much of what aspects do you feel will be permanent going forward in your industries?
Lower head counts, absolutely. For hospitality, I have so many industries, right? Let's focus on hospitality because we're here. Definitely lower head counts, increased use of technology for sure. Things like you can use your phone now to check in and walk up to your door and just kind of open the door instantly. I mean, those things would be, the technology has been around for 20 years, so we need to just use it, right? But the things that don't change is the face-to-face, that part of travel, and the excitement of the experience. Maybe something that we need to focus more is that will become more permanent. Is creating an experience that's unique, and not just a copy and paste of everything else. So unique experience for hospitality as well.
Okay. Let me turn to Bolan for the same question. Your priorities going forward as a leader, and touching on what you feel, what aspects of your business you feel will be permanent.
I think the aspect that would be permanent is both the management, employees, teachers, and staff need to keep learning, and also I also advise them, for employees, they need to enjoy and expect the rise and falls as well as the ride, even though sometimes it's hurricane ride, but that's a life. So that's what I need to learn to accept and adapt, and do not expect all the best in life, and then learn to survive. Especially in ASEAN, in Cambodia, for example, you have a lot of backup plan in your life. Turn back to nature, for example. Do not really depend on just one line of income, for example. They say, for example, those who are in the cities, they suffer the most during this pandemic. But those who are in the countryside, they have some land so that they can still do some farming and raise chickens and fish, for example. They need to learn and believe in the nature more, and also believe in the love and friendship, strategic alliance. That's what I'm seeing, both personally and in business. Teamwork, strategic alliance that we can depend one another. Do not go on, let's say, competitions, and that will kill one another. Like this pandemic, all the business are really depending on one another, so much. Yep.
Okay. Okay. Isa?
Yeah, and I think what will be permanent now is that the extra emphasis on your stakeholders, your customers. Again, as I was saying before, who your employees are, making sure that they're all well taken care of. Because if they're happy, then they can operate at the highest level. You can expect them to operate at the highest level. And I think industry-wise, I think obviously digitalization. And I think we're doing that at the bank as well. We're trying to really move everyone to not come in so often, to the bank. We can solve your problems online, and trying to really enter that space so that you don't need to waste time in queue. You can spend more, enjoy your life a little bit more, spend time with your family, run your businesses, and we just support you from the background. I think that's something rather from online. I think that's something that's here to stay.
And your priorities as a leader?
Definitely, to make sure I understand and build more rapport with my customer base and my team, and I think even all my stakeholders, because then I can deliver the best product for them and understand the concerns and make sure I satisfy their needs.
Okay, we have I think a few more minutes, but I'd like to turn to Fadli and Isa to see if there are any more questions or comments from the floor that they'd like to share.
Hi, hello, Mr. Andrew, and everyone else. Thank you so much for inviting me. Yes, we do have another 3 questions. So one is, what does a good leadership look like? Maybe that have been mentioned by Mr. Isa just now in terms of customer service. How do you make a good decision making, dealing especially in a difficult situation? Second, Mr. Gavin mentions about reskilling. What kind of skill that we need to improve or reskill to become a good leader? And third, in the terms of business people management as an employer, how would you ensure your employees is being taken care of? Yeah, that's the 3 questions.
Okay, let me just, before you go, Isa, let me just see if I got that right. So the first question was about leadership and decision making. How would you how would you go about it? And the second question was with regards to the reskilling, the subject of reskilling. And the third question was on the subject of how would you ensure that your people are well taken care of, or employee experience. Okay, so in terms of, let's go through these questions rather quickly, because I understand we are running short of time. In terms of decision making, in as brief as you can, I'll direct this to Bolan. In terms of the reskilling, maybe Gavin, you could take that. At ensuring well-being of people, the employee experience, maybe Gavin and Emmy. So very quick responses.
Yeah, actually reskilling and upskilling is something not so new actually. We've been talking about this since a long time, many years ago already, but just in the pandemic that it shows us that people need to not only diversify the business, but also the skills. So I would say still, like people keep repeating saying it's touch-based, and especially those who are in the career with a repeating, repeated job, repeated skills, routines, and that need to be careful and it will be quite taken by the touch-based. But for those who can reskill yourself with for example, communication, creativity, imagination, that will stay competitive. and that's what I'm saying. So it's not about like a hard skill, but it's more about more on what people call it like soft skills, especially
Soft skills.
creativity, innovation. Yep.
Focus on the soft skills and more diversify your skill set. Gavin, yes, quick response.
Absolutely agree with Bolan. So I'm not going to touch on that again. But the person asking the question also asked about leadership skills going forward. So for my thing, I went to relearn things about outward mind, servant leadership, agile workforce, and role transformation. Those four I'm learning right now, just to kind of refresh for new things for the new world. Thank you.
Very good. Isa and Emmy, quick thoughts on employee experience, or in other words, taking care of your people.
Yeah, I think we focus on the people and training to help them prepare better for these difficult times and dealing with the uncertainty and volatility. And I think as a leader, we also had to be very senior to the team about the difficulty that we are facing today. We had to prepare for today's and prepare best for tomorrow. Yeah, so I will focus on training and seniority to the team.
Isa?
Yeah, my comments would be understanding their needs and, you know, if they and what they want out of their career and what they want out of, you know, under your leadership, and build a path for them to understand that and build a path so they can develop themselves and grow with you as a leader.
Okay, we are just about end of the session. And so, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, we have touched on a number of points here in this discussion today. Leadership is certainly a very broad topic. And in as much as we want to continue and dive a little bit deeper, we will probably have to hold that off for the next session. But in parting, I'd like to invite each of the four panelists for their key takeaway. And the question is that if you had one piece of advice to give to our entrepreneurs here and our audience here in the audience today, one piece of advice about how they could become a better leader. In other words, how can they reimagine themselves as leaders in the new normal? What would your advice be to that young leader? So first, maybe we'll go Emmy first, Gavin, Bolan, and Isa, you'll have the last word.
So my advice is to focus on the team. And I think the team is extremely important. No matter how we use the advanced technology, I think it cannot replace the people and cannot replace the spirit and the teams. So I think at the end, the success is come from the people. So focus on the team.
Gavin?
For me, it would be, yes, you know, to be relentless in creating the right culture.
All right, very quick. Bolan?
For me, we must, all of us, appreciate the moment we have, especially with our loved ones. And everything we do, we must live a good legacy.
Appreciate the moment. Okay, Isa?
Mine would be have a clear set of ideas of what you would like to achieve, but be adventurous and aggressive about how you want to achieve it.
A clear vision and a clear goal and a path towards it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have enjoyed this topic on leadership. We apologize if there were any questions that we were not able to address given the limitations on time. But we hope you have picked up a number of important points here at this discussion today. And I'd like to thank each of the panelists, Emmy Dao, Gavin Vong Solkit, Pek Bolan, and Isa Liu. Thank you so much for your time here today on behalf of the organizers, and we wish you all the very best in your endeavors going forward. And to all in the audience, thank you for your presence, thank you for your participation, and all the best as well to you. Thank you so much, and this has been the topic of leadership, reimagining leadership in the age of the new normal. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Link Sites for Retail enables retailers to adapt to fast-changing environments by gaining insights about their store visitors and catchment area. Information such as consumer demographics, sociographics, psychographics, competitor stores, population density, footfall, and traffic levels can help you plan your product mix, displays, discounts, promotions, and even store location in order to generate in-store traffic and maximize sales per square foot. In this new normal, you need to go beyond basic demographics to truly understand the characteristics and preferences of your customers. Find out what motivates your customers. Is it discounts, promotions, or having a safe customer experience? What type of product do they prefer? What is their preferred time for buying? What drives them into your store? With Link Sites for Retail, you can answer these questions backed with real data. Get in touch with us today for a demo of Link Sites. Links Analytics, your visionary partner for data analytics and AI solutions.
Thank you so much, Andrew, and to all speakers of session 2, Reimagining Leadership in the age of new normal. Ladies and gentlemen, our third session begins with a keynote address on thriving in the new paradigm by the Honorable Datuk Seri Setia Dr. Awang Haji Muhammad Amin Liu Abdullah, the Second Minister of Finance and Economy Brunei, delivered by Yang Mulia Datuk Seri Paduka Dr. Haji Abdul Manaf bin Haji Matusin, the Deputy Minister of Finance and Economy Brunei. It is my honor to invite Yang Mulia Datuk to deliver the keynote address.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizers for inviting and giving me the honor to speak at the 6th ASEAN Youth Entrepreneurship Carnival on behalf of Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Setia Dr. Awang Haji Muhammad Amin Liu bin Abdullah, Minister at the Prime Minister Office and Minister of Finance and Economy too. In the past 2 years, the global economy faced an unprecedented shock, which accelerated a paradigm shift, exposing weaknesses in the global supply chain and uncovering certain threats which many thought were once improbable events. We in Brunei Darussalam have also felt the impact, more so during our second wave of this pandemic. These past few months have been particularly testing time for Brunei Darussalam, especially when necessary restrictions have to be made on economic activities for businesses and the requirement for many to work from home. With the series of directives and orders issued, the government has also rolled out a series of programs and relief support aimed at elevating the negative impact of business closures and minimal operational hours. In this regard, I'm grateful for the efforts and cooperation of many involved in running our vaccination program effectively. And we are now steadily reaching our targeted 80% vaccination for our population by year end as we work towards reopening all activities and businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, in all these efforts, we also learn to accept that the fact that COVID-19 and its variants will continue to stay with us. And there may be many other pandemics in the future which may cause disruption to everyday life, including businesses. Hence, our ability to adapt and adopt is more important now more than ever. This is why I believe the theme of the 6th ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Carnival, Reimagining Businesses in the New Paradigm, is fitting, as we also look into the future and explore what is required for our businesses and entrepreneurs to thrive in this new economic and social paradigm. I believe the driver of success for our new thriving young entrepreneurs comes down to two key abilities. One, the ability to adapt to new and more probable threats, and 2, the readiness to adopt new technologies and innovate by developing the right skill set. This is precisely the new paradigm we are working with. There is no doubt that the pandemic has accelerated our shift towards digitalization, which many of us know brings significant benefits and opportunities. But as we have learned from this pandemic, digitalization also brings about new risks that come with an interconnected global economy, such as cybersecurity threats and high cost of capital investment. So we are all stepping into a future where we must accept the previously improbable risks will become increasingly probable. This is why adaptability is key to sustainability. In this new economic paradigm, our society, businesses, and economies will need to be ready to prepare for a tomorrow which is difficult to predict and filled with uncertainties. This is the new normal. Ladies and gentlemen, in preparation for these future opportunities and challenges, ASEAN is actively exploring new ways to embrace the new normal and rethink of our collective approach in responding to the challenges brought about by the pandemic. This is why much of our effort for this year is focused on recovery. As the chair of ASEAN, Brunei Darussalam has the honor to lead the region toward ASEAN economic recovery. Under the theme, we care, we prepare, we prosper, Brunei Darussalam has focused on harnessing the caring nature of our people, preparing ASEAN for the future and prospering together as a unified region. Under the ASEAN Economic Community, we have identified 13 priority economic deliverables, which cover 3 strategic thrusts, namely recovery, digitalization, and sustainability. All these deliverables are designed to prepare ASEAN in its effort towards achieving recovery measures that promote greater resilience, inclusiveness, and sustainability. Firstly, on recovery, much of our focus is on strengthening and broadening our regional cooperation by leveraging on existing ASEAN initiatives. Some initiatives include streamlining of non-tariff measures and investment facilitation, establishing a recovery plan for ASEAN tourism sector, improving and upgrading of its existing free trade agreements. In addition to that, ASEAN and its FTA partners have also worked towards ensuring the timely entry into force of the RCEP agreement, which will essentially provide a substantial boost to trade in the region, and most importantly, contribute to our post-pandemic recovery and structural transformation efforts toward an inclusive and sustainable growth. Secondly, on digitalization, I cannot stress and repeat enough on how the pandemic has accelerated the pace of digitalization in ASEAN. Therefore, our efforts are geared towards strengthening ASEAN's resilience through leveraging on new technologies and digitalization in order to provide a safe, secure, and harmonized e-commerce and digital ecosystem. Equally important is the access to the affordable and quality digital infrastructure and technology. Therefore, the completion of the Bandar Seri Begawan roadmap and ASEAN digital transformation agenda to accelerate ASEAN economic recovery and digital economic integration, and the consolidated strategy for the 4th industrial revolution will significantly support ASEAN digital transformation efforts. And thirdly, sustainability is prioritized in our effort toward achieving inclusive economic growth and recovery. With the heightened realization of the link between health, economy, and social well-being, ASEAN has shifted its focus on looking at ways to mainstream sustainability into every aspect of its work. For instance, the development of framework on circular economy, which focuses on the importance of green growth while taking into account environmental protection, promotion of clean and renewable energy, green technologies, and sustainable consumption and production, among others. All of these deliverables are envisioned to support ASEAN toward achieving post-pandemic recovery and build back better as a region in a post-pandemic world. Ladies and gentlemen, I truly believe that we are at a critical point in time where businesses are indeed pioneers of innovation and change. Faced with uncertainties, entrepreneurs need to innovate and find new ways to connect with consumers. Often, that means accelerating the digital transformation of their businesses. As entrepreneurs, we are in a position to take that fundamental role in imagining and indeed creating the society of the future. As we watch the new paradigm unfold, entrepreneurs and businesses have a valuable opportunity to play a key role as an agent for societal change here in ASEAN, powered by your imagination to envision a better future for everyone and in supporting the realization of ASEAN economic community. Asia Tech consider our time now to be the golden age of Southeast Asia. So I hope our entrepreneurs, especially those in the area of e-commerce, agri-tech, food tech, and health tech, are ready to benefit as much as possible from this. In all these strategies, the government cannot act on its own. Therefore, I would like to call upon our entrepreneurs for your support and partnership to explore the opportunities presented by this initiative and work collectively towards building a better future for us all. In closing, I wish the organizers a successful carnival. I trust we believe all be able to benefit from this event and take the opportunity to network and learn from one another. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Yang Mulia Dato Dr. Manaf, for delivering a keynote address on behalf of the Honorable Datuk Seri Setia Dr. Awang Haji Muhammad Amin Liu Abdullah, the Minister at the Prime Minister's Office and the Minister of Finance and Economy too. Ladies and gentlemen, thriving in the new paradigm, this session is a 30-minute dialogue moderated by Mr. Alan Lai, the Director of ASEAN and Corporate Affairs of UK ASEAN Business Council. Mr. Alan Lai, the floor is yours.
We can't hear you, Alan.
Sorry about that. We'll be back with Mr. Alan Lai in a bit. We're just going to sort out this technical difficulties that we're having right now.
What does the future hold? Wherever you look, from whichever walk of life, we know there is great potential within, just waiting to be unlocked. For every milestone in your life, no matter how big or small, Baiduri is with you, enriching your life at every stage. For every business ambition, no dream is too big and no challenge is too great. Baiduri is with your business, empowering success every step of the way with our global outlook and deep local insights. As your financial partner, we believe in truly understanding your needs. We engage through meaningful experiences with you in mind as we build lifelong relationships. This is what co-creation means to us. Enriching, empowering, and engaging the communities we serve for over 2 decades. Together, our journey continues as we evolve, turning dreams into reality, uncovering new possibilities in a changing world. This is who we are. Baiduri Bank, co-creating your future.
Okay, many apologies there. I think we are good. Let's re-invite Mr. Alan Lai, and this is going to be a dialogue with Yang Mulia Dato Dr. Manaf. Mr. Alan.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, good. That's a relief. Thank you very much, Aspa. Dr. Manaf, apologies for that. The tech team have responded very quickly and got us back up and running. I guess this is a way of thriving in this new paradigm where we have to respond to tech challenges and figure things out in this new paradigm, this new world in which we're living in. Dr. Manaf, let's dive straight in. Thank you very much for that wonderful keynote earlier, where you highlighted a number of the areas of responsiveness that the government and ASEAN as a whole have taken. And Brunei's done a great job and has received many words of congratulations from ASEAN member states and ASEAN dialogue partners. Could you highlight some of the key outcomes from the recent ASEAN summits that will help our region recover stronger? Perhaps touch a little bit on the ACRF, the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework. And love to hear a little bit more on the Bandar Seri Begawan digital roadmap as well, if you please, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Alan. I think I've said this earlier during my speech, but nevertheless, let me highlight again the outcomes. In 2021, Brunei Darussalam has the privilege of leading the region's post-pandemic COVID-19 recovery efforts. To that end, the 37th and 38th ASEAN Summit highlighted the importance of ASEAN centrality in our post-pandemic recovery efforts by, among others, strengthening the multilateral trading system and economic cooperations. In particular, the importance of working together, including in ensuring equitable and affordable vaccine access for all countries in the region. Under the ASEAN Economic Community pillars, Brunei Darussalam identified and achieved most of the 13 priority economic deliverables for 2021, which is divided across 3 strategic thrusts of recovery, digitalization, and sustainability. Under the recovery trust, ASEAN member countries have agreed and adopted 4 priorities, including 1, non-tariff measures toolkit; 2nd, ASEAN investment facilitation framework; 3rd, launching of the negotiation for the ASEAN-Canada Free Trade Agreement; and 4thly, post-COVID-19 recovery plan for ASEAN tourism. ASEAN is also targeting to sign this year's NADA Brunei Priority Economic Deliverables 2021, that is the 9th ASEAN Framework Agreement on Services Protocol on Financial Services. Aside from that, ASEAN leaders have also welcomed the entry into force of the RCEP agreement, signaling the region's intent to uphold the open, free and rule-based multilateral trading system, which we hope can further boost trade and investment. Ultimately, all these initiatives, which I have highlighted, are in line with the ASEAN Comprehensive Economic Recovery, which was adopted by the leaders at last year's ASEAN Summit, which outlined ASEAN recovery strategies post-COVID-19 through 5 broad strategies so that our region can recover stronger and build back better. The paradigm shift towards digitalization has no doubt been accelerated by the pandemic, and the summit emphasized the importance of ASEAN to leverage on digitalization. In this regard, ASEAN also adopted the Bandar Seri Begawan roadmap for digital transformation, which is an additional Brunei Darussalam priority economic deliverables. It is our hope that we can accelerate digital transformation and align digital policies in the region. For example, BSBR will entail the introduction of digital solution to facilitate travel in the post-COVID-19 norms. And in short, that BSBR will help to facilitate the adoption of digitalization in every aspect of ASEAN. Alan, thank you.
Thank you, Dato. President Joko Widodo of Indonesia spoke at the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit, which Brunei hosted a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And in his keynote address at the summit, he highlighted the importance of travel corridors amongst the region. What does the future of business and personal travel look like for 2022? How soon do you think we'll be able to move around as freely as we used to? And will we ever be able to do that?
Thank you, Alan. I think it is without a doubt that one of the hardest hit sector of the pandemic is the travel and tourism sector. Agreed. Yeah. And the ASEAN alone, intra-ASEAN travel account for 40% of travel in the region. And a lot of countries in the regions are very much dependent on tourism as their main economic drivers. Therefore, as countries are preparing themselves for endemic phase, the possibility of resuming travel across borders becoming more and more likely. In terms of how the travel landscape will look like, personally, I expect that travel practice and requirement will differ from one country to another. However, health measure will still be in place, such as the requirement to do a PCR swab test, as well as being fully vaccinated become the necessary travel document to, a necessary compulsory requirement for all the countries. Taking a recent example from our fellow ASEAN partners like Cambodia. Cambodia has officially announced they will no longer require for travelers to undergo quarantine, as long as travelers have completed their vaccination and have a negative COVID-19 test 72 hours prior to travel. The same goes to Malaysia, who has also lifted their international travel restriction. Against this backdrop of long-standing and strict measures being put in place since 2020, confidence in travel will have to be restored. Therefore, the introduction of the ASEAN Travel Corridor, the post-COVID-19 recovery plan for tourism, which is already adopted by the ASEAN leaders, as well as the introduction of travel facilitative measures such as vaccine travel lane at ports, will certainly help us in doing so, especially in facilitating economic recovery of the region, as well as ensuring that the revival of tourism industry is done in a safe and efficient manner. I think, in short, Alan, I'm quite confident that it will be the traveling will be more open in the next few months. Thank you.
Dato, I'm sure many of us are looking forward to take that well-deserved holiday and take the family away. And I think for personal travel, you can't replicate that. Although Facebook is certainly trying with their metaverse.
Yeah.
But with regards to business and even for government, your meetings, the ASEAN meeting calendar is hectic, and there's APEC as well. Do you see that there will be a return to the frequency of meetings that you had in person before? Or do you think there'll be some kind of a hybrid format for business and government meetings of the future? Is this a new paradigm, this new normal we'll be seeing?
I think based on our experience, a lot of, I think having a virtual meeting is more efficient, but there's some drawback to it, especially contact, personal contact, having physical meeting. There is more, personal and more intimate in terms of, in terms of getting agreement are much relatively easier. I think I was told that for the country host Cambodia next year, I think they will basically focus on personal, travel, physical meeting in Cambodia for the next ASEAN meetings next year. So I think, but nevertheless, I think for us, I think there should be a blend between both physical meeting and also virtual meeting, because this is important for us to ensure that we do not waste time traveling just for attend one single meeting. So I think it should be a blend of the two. But nevertheless, the Cambodian host has indicated that majority of the meetings for ASEAN next year will be held personally and physically.
I suppose virtual meetings do help with regards to sustainability and limit our travel footprint. But we'll come to that a little bit later.
Yes, definitely. But at the same time, it also saves money. For example, having to attend, travel for 3 hours just to attend for another 2 hours meeting, I think it makes sense for us to have it virtually instead of physical.
Absolutely. And I think it's changed the opportunity for us to meet more frequently with people from different geographies. And I think that's something that has been a fantastic opportunity, which we didn't expect before. Although technology was there. The technology for meeting has been around through Skype and other things. But the concept of meeting virtually wasn't quite as normalized as it is now. But Dato, do you think, this year, I personally thought this year was going to be much better than last year. And I actually thought when the COVID crisis first broke out that it would only be a matter of months before things returned to normal. This was just a bad case of the flu. It's almost 2 years on, we're still seeing the region and the world struggle with lockdowns. And even the vaccinated countries are having to revisit their policies and close back down. Some countries struggling with vaccination, some countries struggling with persuading their populations to get vaccinated. Will next year be better, Dato? Are we seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, or is it still very much cloudy?
I think since the onset of the pandemics here in early 2020, there is no denying that we have made significant progress in our efforts to mitigate the spread of virus to the development of COVID vaccines. I think there are various vaccines available in the market. However, as we have seen in other countries, including Brunei, the coronavirus has the ability to evolve into new and easily transmissible variants, which has forced many countries to consistently implement necessary measures and restriction orders in order to mitigate the spread. This has led to several scientists, including WHO official, indicating that COVID is here to stay. With that said, in the current situation we are in, where countries are highly interconnected with each other, the management of virus will be highly varied and dependent on each individual countries. I think, for example, some economies will decide to continue closing their borders and maintain restriction, whilst other economies may have already accepted the fact that we have to live with the pandemic and treat it as an endemic. And in fact, this is akin to what Brunei Darussalam is experiencing at the moment as we approach towards opening our borders and economy, involving 3 phases, where phase 1 involved preparation, followed by transition, and finally the endemic phase. Obviously, the rolling out of vaccination is vital in us doing so. And Alhamdulillah, I'm happy to note that as of November 18, 2021, We have so far reached 74.1% of total population who are fully vaccinated. Let's hope that we can reach the 80% target as soon as possible. However, as I mentioned just now, vaccine does not guarantee you are free from COVID. But at least you are, in terms of severity of COVID infection, you are less there is less chances of you getting a severe COVID infection. I think with with positive result from our containment measure, and as we approach to the 80% vaccination target, Brunei Darussalam is now at its transition stage where we are implementing our de-escalation plan starting on the 19th of November, when we started to ease restriction on curfew and capacity of workplace and gathering. Overall, as we move ahead, we need to closely keep in cognizance all the important key lessons learned from the pandemic and ensure that we are more than ready to not just the next variant of COVID, but also for any future crisis. So I think the same goes to other countries. So at the moment we are in the new norm. We must always be careful, be aware that anything can happen. So I think we must be ready. So whatever it is, in terms of our preparedness, we must be prepared for any eventualities. Thank you, Alan.
We'll always be ready. That's the wise words. And we did open up yesterday, and it's great to see that businesses are getting back to normal. I was not prepared enough to make an appointment with the barber. So when I did get in touch, he said I've got to wait for almost a week. So I apologize for I'm not quite there yet. But that's all. I'd like to move on to digitalization and invite our audience to put questions to you as well. If you do have questions for our Deputy Minister, please pop them in the chat function and we'll be able to pick them up and relay them on to Dr. Manaf. So we talked a little bit about digitalization earlier, and one major change that's developed, as you mentioned in the keynote, was the acceleration of digital adoption. And Southeast Asia was already being transformed due to the fourth industrial revolution, but the pandemic has really seen us come online in ways never seen before. Facebook and Bain & Co., the consultancy, did a study, and they have assessed that around 70 million people have become digital consumers since the pandemic began. I mean, that's a significant number. That's the size of the population of the United Kingdom. How should our young entrepreneurs who are tuning in take advantage of this digital wave that we are facing? Do they need to be factoring in digital tools in all of their businesses? Can they revert to how things used to be? How important is digitalization for all of their businesses? And what does government do to encourage the business community to embrace this change?
That's a good question, Alan. I thank you very much for that question. I think for young entrepreneurs, to adapt to the changing digital economy at the moment, I think young entrepreneurs need to be forward-thinking and be able to persevere to the digital transformation taking place. It is important for young entrepreneurs to proactively seek out new skill and knowledge. This is not easy, but it is an important factor, and they cannot escape from this. So they have to persevere. Prior to the COVID-19, the government of Brunei Darussalam has various occasions acknowledged the importance of the fourth industrial revolution and the economic opportunities it creates. Therefore, the Economic Digital Master Plan 2025 was launched to outline Brunei's approach towards a digital and future-ready society, vibrant and sustainable economy, as well as conducive digital ecosystem. The master plan, comprised of 5-year plan, is intended to support the objective of Brunei Darussalam Vision 2035. And one of the strategic thrusts in the master plan is industry digitalization, where it will focus on, one, the assessment of capabilities and readiness of the players to adopt IR4 technologies. Second, drive adoption of technology through training on key technology solutions and collaboration with key industry players. Third, undertake a comprehensive study awareness program across all stakeholders with particularly focus on MSMEs. And fourth, showcase IR4 technologies and application through pilot projects. In addition, some of the government initiatives and programs to encourage business to do more online are one recently for the last year, reformation of the telecommunication industry. The government-linked company UNN has been launched to manage all the Brunei's telecommunication infrastructure. This is the aim to improve the quality and the speed of mobile network, at the same time also reduce the cost of adopting it. Second is the introduction of co-matching grant. Up to 220,000 of financing is available for businesses that are looking into starting or expanding into e-commerce or logistics. Third, the establishment of various e-commerce platforms such as eKedai and Community Brunei that will encourage companies, especially the micro MSMEs, to adopt and facilitate their adoption to the online payment or an online platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato. Dato, you mentioned earlier about the importance of lifelong learning. For young entrepreneurs, starting out, do they still need to be learning new things? I mean, I guess it's about learning the new technologies and using the tools like what Facebook are doing and launching their metaverse, and how we can use all of the digital tools that are available out there to reach their customers. How important is the role of education? And we ensure that the young people have the right skills to match the changing needs of industry.
I think my background is I used to be a lecturer at the University Brunei Darussalam, so I believe in lifelong learning. So I think as part of the adoption of the digital economy, education and lifelong learning plays an important role, especially for the entrepreneurs. Now, business must not only knowledgeable on the ground and also of the market, but also be able to be technologically savvy. This will help them craft competitive business models and allow them to learn from the business community and also landscape quickly. So at the moment, sometimes the business cycle is very short, so they need to respond to it very quickly. So it's important that they adopt technology to shorten their cycle. Excuse me. We encourage young entrepreneurs to take advantage of available programs and initiatives provided by the government and the private sector. I think if you are aware, there is a young entrepreneurship ecosystem under there, provides a diverse range of opportunities and assistance for aspiring and existing business to grow and penetrate global markets. The ecosystem includes capacity building training programs, the provision of physical and digital infrastructure, as well as financial support and market access. Some of the development programs under this young entrepreneurship ecosystem includes franchise matching facilitation offered by DARE, which offers opportunities for young Bruneian entrepreneurs to venture into franchise business. Usahawan by Minister of Energy that offer training for interested young entrepreneurs to start and run their own business, and will later be invited to a competitive tender exercise for selected contract. Those successful will be awarded a 3-year contract with potential extension. And there is also Industry Business Academy Online with partnership with Coursera, an online learning platform that provide business capacity building classes by accredited experts around the globe. With ASEAN, so we do have Go Digital ASEAN initiative under ASEAN Coordinating Committee on MSMEs. This is designed to equip 40,000 people, which is 60% women and 40% youth, and MSMEs across ASEAN. They are supposed to be training young and business owners to gain skill to open up markets for their products. And also there is also an initiative under APEC, Digital Business Transformation and Adoption Initiative under APEC SME Working Group. It is a series of e-commerce adoption program with the objective is to increase awareness on emerging technologies, Industrial Revolution 4.0, and to promote e-commerce development and to encourage business and to utilize digital solutions to increase efficiency and productivity and market outreach. We have also ideation together with LiveWire. This is an exercise to validate or refine business ideas at any stage of the business. And finally, we have Accelerate Pitch Day, where we are holding Accelerate Pitch Day, where startups are able to pitch to investors and network with potential partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dato. So there is a huge amount of support that governments provide to young entrepreneurs, and would certainly encourage our young entrepreneurs who are listening to make full advantage of that. Dato, we've got about 3 minutes left. Just a very quick question on sustainability. COP26 has just finished. Sustainability was one of Brunei's 3 strategic thrusts as chair of ASEAN. And much of the debate at COP centered around balancing economic growth and sustainability. And for SMEs and young entrepreneurs who have limited resources, how can smaller companies balance that kind of growth with the need to be sustainable at the same time?
I think Brunei is committed to achieve a right balance between economic development and environmental growth. I think advocating environmental friendly and sustainable practice in business while investing in green technology will ensure such a balance whereby economic growth can be achieved without compromise on environment. I think, in fact, visionary business leaders are taking a proactive stand in incorporating environmental sustainability into their business model. I think now, as you know, 70% of the world top 500 companies are engaging external auditors to assess the environmental impact of the operation. Business can balance their own growth and environmental priorities to adopting innovative, environmental friendly and more resource efficient technologies. Some of the technologies can be expensive, however, in the long run, it can increase the competitiveness of the company. In a world where consumers are becoming more environmentally conscious and unwilling to buy from those who treat the environment as a dumping ground and have no concern for tomorrow. I think as evidence from the recent COP26, the majority of government worldwide has pledged to reduce greenhouse emission. Some countries has put in place drastic measures such as introducing environmental tax and reducing the usage of fossil fuel by introducing alternative renewable energy. Thus, company will have to comply sooner or later. I think for Brunei, the government will continue to promote a culture that encourages preservation of environment and ecosystem in the country, in the economic activities. Part of this includes encouraging companies and inviting them to participate in environmental awareness and preservation activities such as company CSR, tree planting activities and beach cleaning campaign. The government is also encouraging companies to adopt clean, energy-efficient technologies, such as usage of like LED lighting, solar panel. Furthermore, the government will continue to promote investment in environmental and green-friendly industries and limit land and environmental degradation in any economic development activities. Prior to any project being undertaken, either in the public and private sector, an environmental impact assessment will need to be done as part of the requirement. And if necessary, mitigation measures to protect environment must be prepared. I think this is important for all of us now, for not only the government, but also the private sector and society to be involved in our preservation of the environment. Not only now, the current, the focus is now to have both profitability and sustainability as the key agenda for business development and economic development. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you very much, Dato. Dato, before I let you go, one final question. You know, one thing that we do enjoy in watching in live is football. And that, I think, is very hard to change from the virtual world. I'm not quite sure what virtual football will ever look like. I certainly enjoy it on the TV, but the feeling of being there live in the flesh will never, in my view, change. And I think this is part of the challenge for digitalization in some aspects. As you mentioned, the face-to-face meetings will never never be able to be replaced by technology. But Dato, you're a big football fan. Your prediction for the Premier League winner for this year, please.
It's very difficult. It's between Manchester City and probably Liverpool. Although I'm a Manchester United fan, but admittedly at the moment Manchester United is not able to. I don't think they are that level yet. So I think it will be Manchester City, or probably Liverpool will be the one who is going to be winning the Premiership trophy this year.
Thank you very much, Dato. And on that note, we've had a wonderful conversation on thriving in the new paradigm. We hope that Manchester United will thrive in this new paradigm that we find ourselves. And of course, all of our young entrepreneurs out there as well. As our Honourable Deputy Minister has said, always be prepared, always try your best. And with that, I'll hand you back to Aspa. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Alan.
Thank you, Dato.
What does the future hold? Wherever you look, from whichever walk of life, we know there is great potential within, just waiting to be unlocked. For every milestone in your life, no matter how big or small, Baiduri is with you, enriching your life at every stage. For every business ambition, no dream is too big and no challenge is too great. Baiduri is with your business, empowering success every step of the way with our global outlook and deep local insights. As your financial partner, we believe in truly understanding your needs. We engage through meaningful experiences with you in mind as we build lifelong relationships. This is what co-creation means to us: enriching, empowering, and engaging the communities we serve for over 2 decades. Together, our journey continues as we evolve, turning dreams into reality, uncovering new possibilities in a changing world. This is who we are. Baiduri Bank, co-creating your future.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alan Lai and Yang Mulia Dr. Manaf, the Deputy Minister of Finance and Economy, Brunei. Before we move on to our 4th session of the day, this event would not have been possible without the close partnership with ASEAN Business Advisory Council, our telecommunications partner, Imagine Sendirian Berhad, and our official bank partner, Baiduri Bank. And we have our supporting partners, ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Association, ASEAN Young Women Entrepreneurs Club, and the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports, Brunei Darussalam. Then also our biggest thanks also to our strategic partner, Nexploit Advertising and Media, our online news partner, The Bruneian, and our event marketing partner, Brunei.events. And we have our event broadcasting partner, Mint Sendirian Berhad, and then digital advertising partner, Mixel, and our media partner, Biz Brunei, and our sponsors, Battle Pro Event, Brunei Timber Company Sendirian Berhad, and Blue Raincoat Collective. Ladies and gentlemen, our 4th session will openly discuss women as co-creators, rising above turbulence and uncertainties. Leading this 75-minute session are 5 phenomenal women across ASEAN, moderated by Ms. Sylvia Nguyen, the CEO of Alphanam Group and the co-chair of ASEAN Young Women Entrepreneurs Club, Vietnam. I pass the floor to you, Sylvia.
Thank you, Asfa. Hello, everyone. My name is Sylvia from Vietnam, and it is such a pleasure to be your host today, joined by a wonderful panel of amazing speakers. We have Ms. Lian, co-founder of She Loves Tech Singapore, Ms. Maddie, founder of Plus Vibes Malaysia, Ms. Tida from Thong Enterprise, and Dr. May from Myanmar. The context of our session today is to collectively discuss how women are increasingly playing a significant role in national and regional development. However, these accomplishments have not been without challenges and boldly breaking the glass ceiling. The Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, GEM, reports that there are 61.3 million women across ASEAN countries who own and operate businesses, nearly 10% of the ASEAN population. However, a majority of our women in the region operate businesses in most disadvantaged sectors, predominantly in agriculture, and even those specializing in industry or services tend to concentrate on a limited number of activities. So the reality is that women-owned businesses often face more challenges and have less opportunities for expansion compared to male-led enterprise. They're also less resilient to the impact of adverse economic shocks, including COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, we would like to have a discussion that reflects both the progress of women in the region and also discuss what remains to be addressed proactively for women to be able to truly become co-creators and partners to development. Firstly, I would like to introduce to you our speakers and get to know them. Ms. Tida from Cambodia. Ms. Tida is passionate about creating the new model of business. Her aim is to deliver the treasure of Cambodia to the world, enhance the life of farmers in her Kampot hometown, and to be the model of sustainable farming and successful SME for Cambodia. Succeeding to the 30-year flourishing family salt farm, in 2017, she started the new B2C salt brand for the first time in the salt farm history in Cambodia, challenging business model for more sustainable, especially to contribute back to farmers and community as her roots. Thank you, Tida, for joining us today. First of all, in your own words, could you please give us quick insights into your leadership role and how this topic, women as co-creator, is so relevant to you?
Well, thank you so much, Sylvia, for having me today as well. And thank you for being the first person to share something a little bit more about insightfully information, what we are doing as a woman, especially as a decision maker or leaders in our business itself. So as Sylvia is mentioned earlier, I'm running a business, but it's more like it's not a family business anymore. We're stemming from a family business that we trying to integrate a new business model that is more sustainability. So it is more into cooperating with the new generation and the other generation together and create a new opportunity. So this a new different model of business itself. So being a woman, being a young entrepreneur in Cambodia as well, we're trying to see how it works and we're trying to see how it works and trying to put our leadership style into our new structure because we're converting our model into new structures of business. It's not like a business family business anymore. So trying to be creative, putting innovation, putting a lot of creativity into that. So, and especially leadership styles, and then empowerment for the other women as well, and also open the door for the other opportunities to the other women, especially the other people as well around the Asian country or around the country in Cambodia. So this is how we are trying to do for our insightful business over here. Yeah.
Thank you, Theda. I'm sure that creativity and innovation open the doors to many industries, not just in the salt farm business. And with that, I would like to introduce our second speaker, Lian. Lian is the co-founder of She Loves Tech, the world's largest startup competition and accelerator program for women-led and women impact tech startup. Now operating in over 50 countries, She Loves Tech is committed to building an ecosystem for technology, entrepreneurship, and innovation that creates opportunity for women and closes the gender gap in startup funding. Since its founding in 2015, now more than 8,000 startups have joined and have gone on to raise more than 250 million US dollar. Leanne, thank you for joining us today. I know it's been a very busy few weeks. Could you share a little bit about your work and how it's relevant to the topic today?
Thank you so much, Sylvia. What a pleasure to be here with everyone. I think that you've done a wonderful introduction and covered many things. But She Loves Tech really, our whole entire mission is to help to close the gap for women in technology, especially in the entrepreneurship space. And so we did that by 4 different ways and 4 different verticals. And 2 Sylvia has mentioned, which is we run the world's largest startup competition for women in technology. And what we found when we were doing that, this is our 7th year, and next year will be our 8th year running it, was that, the women that were coming through our doors, that they wanted more than just a global stage to pitch. They wanted, really a community support, but also education to help to overcome some of the unique challenges that women entrepreneurs face. And so we created then our accelerator program to be able to help these women to overcome some of these challenges and to be able to be successful in building a career in technology and also a career in, building great successful businesses. So the third thing that we found as well was that the funding gap was a huge one. Globally, 2.2% of total venture capital funding goes to women entrepreneurs. And when we look at Southeast Asia, actually, that number is even worse. Only 0.9% of total VC funding goes to only women-led businesses. And so we knew that women were building amazing businesses, amazing technologies. We saw that through the thousands of people that are coming through our doors. And so we said, you know what, we really want to be able to close that gap for funding for women. So the third thing that we started was our She Loves Tech Fund, which we have just announced together with Microsoft that we are going to be unlocking $1 billion for women entrepreneurs in funding across Asia. And we're so excited. We just announced it last week. So I'm so excited. You guys are one of the first to be able to hear this news. And, it really is about a partnership, because we know that She Loves Tech, that we can't do this alone. We need great partners like Microsoft to be able to accelerate many of the things that we want to do. And then the fourth thing really comes, we run the flagship conference in Asia for women in technology. And we are actually gearing up to our global summit that's happening on 3rd and 4th of December. And I would love to give everybody a free ticket to this event. And I'll work together with the organizers to make sure that everybody has a free ticket. But this is where you're going to hear from some of our renowned speakers, right? Reid Hoffman, who's the founder of LinkedIn, Maria Ressa, she is the Nobel Peace Prize winner of 2021. You're going to hear from people like Esther Wojcicki, who is the mother of Susan Wojcicki, the CEO of YouTube, and Anne Wojcicki, the founder of 23andMe. You're going to hear from people like Kane and Kelly Mee, who were the stars of Bling Empire. And you're going to hear from the Chief Diversity Officer of Microsoft globally. And so it's going to be really exciting. And what we really want to do is to provide content, raw conversations to talk about those challenges, to talk about, how they themselves were faced certain challenges and how they overcame it. So we're just so excited to build this ecosystem that She Loves Tech is doing together with many partners around the world. So really happy to be here. Thank you so much, Sylvia.
Thank you, Leanne. What an amazing platform. We're very excited to introduce also perhaps the conference and everything you're doing with AYWEC as well. And on the topic of education, I want to introduce our next speaker, Dr. May from Matrix Institute, Myanmar. Dr. May is very passionate about work and study and continuing education, especially for students, entrepreneurs, and startup as well. Could you share a little bit about Matrix Institute and your work, Dr. May?
Hi, good morning, Sylvia, and all the speakers, and especially Leon. I'm so excited to hear about your works, initiative, and activities. So excited. And I also would like to share my thoughts and insights in the context of women entrepreneurs and also working professionals. So this is Dr. May from Myanmar, but I'm a medical doctor, but who is not practicing anymore, and currently working for my parents' company, which is Agriculture Expo Import Company, and also I founded Matrix Institute of Professional, which is a professional education center and a financial consulting firm for the students, working professional, and startups and SME owners. So as a second generation of family business and also a startup woman entrepreneur in Myanmar, I have been experiencing many challenges, such as like access to finance, access to technology, access to network and market information and operating challenges, etc., etc. Among all these limitations, throughout the period, working with my family business and also working for Myanmar Young Entrepreneur Association and other development projects, I found that the key crucial factor is the literacy, especially financial literacy is very important for our country development. So the financial literacy and financial inclusiveness for women, young, like the youths and also SME is very important and very left behind compared to other ASEAN countries. So I started focus on that kind of area in my country, and I founded the Professional Education Center, which is a focus on the continuing education of especially on the finance. So like we provide not only the postgrad degrees, but also the professional designation programs who can learn and work at the same time. So we have the flexible hour programs, short programs, long programs. It depends on the program you choose. In addition to that, like we also work together with some of the private organizations such as like banking and also some of the ministries. So as Leanne mentioned, the partnership is very important and crucial for us as well to reach and grow together. So like we also work together and reach out to every regional cities to deliver the financial literacy class and also awareness. And also we provide the financial consultation service as well at an affordable price. So that's what I'm currently focusing. And in the future, we also would like to cover not only in country, but also ASEAN regional as well. So I'm so excited to meet you guys here and also excited to see our future collaborative opportunities as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. May. Through your sharing, I could already see a common thread. You know, I can hear that everyone here, you know, are wonderful women with a lot on their shoulders, you know, and a lot of roles and responsibilities for you between your family business and also, you know, running the Matrix Institute. And this is something that comes out of your passion. And I can see that everyone is very passionate about giving back to the society and elevating and, you know, using your talent to elevate everyone around you. And you know, this is also a common thread with our fourth speaker as well, you know, which was very interesting because everything that we do, right, especially when we want to achieve so much and give so much back to the community, the first thing we have to have is mental health for ourselves. We have to take care of ourselves first. And in the quick call that I had with Leanne before this, we were also just talking about the topic of potential burnout. If you're not careful when you are working so much and trying to do so much for other people. Maddie, we have not met in real life, but I'm very excited to meet you here. And I want to learn all about Plus Vibes and how you have been using Plus Vibe as a mental health solution provider to help women and entrepreneurs in general, especially throughout the last 2 years.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. It's an honor to be part of this program. Just a little bit about myself. Yes, I did go through a big share of pain and struggles. I've been an entrepreneur since I was 24 years old, actually. So about 8 years now. And on top of taking all that, my first business was actually a food truck. Remember when there was the whole food truck craze? Yes, I was one of them. So I ventured into that. But then again, I was also doing my MBA. So I was also taking on that study workload. And then from that, I was thinking, wait a minute, I wanted to pitch my idea for a PhD. So tried out a PhD, and I got 100% scholarship on that. But I was still working during that time because I still wanted to run my own business. But then I really struggled. And I think that's the thing that a lot of people face when you're taking on more than you can chew. But then who is there to support you, right? It actually resulted in a nerve damage for me where I had to stop everything. And that's when I realized that, yes, you can actually work, you can do your own business, but you really have to take care of yourself, your own mental health, your own physical health. All of that actually determines whether you can be successful, whether you can be happy. So that's where we developed Plus Vibes. Plus Vibes really focuses on mental health in general and how we want to support youth, especially who are going to be the next future generation. They're going to be the workforce. And what we see right now is really high suicide cases. And the main reason is because there's this whole culture, not just in ASEAN, not just in Asia, but globally, where people don't open up, where people don't share their problems. So they just keep on holding it in. They keep on holding it in until you reach that stage where you commit suicide, you have domestic abuse, you have all these kind of things. So in Plus Vibes, what we've seen through our mobile application, we collect data from that in order to create workshops so that we can help people. A lot of them are women. And the women who have left really bad abusive relationships, they've lost their jobs, they want to support themselves, so they want to start up their own company, they want to be entrepreneurs, but then they don't have that confidence, that mental resilience, and that's where we try to motivate them. That's where we try to do these talks, we provide that 24/7 chat support so that, they don't feel like they're alone. And that's a little bit about myself, why I chose mental health, why Plus Vibes.
Thank you, Maddie. Can you imagine, if after this session we can start collaborating, in between mental health help with financial help and also technology help, we can really, help to put a full package of solutions together for women across ASEAN. Back to Tida, I was very inspired by your story in a sense that it also deeply relates to me as a second generation in the family business, stepping into a considerably traditional business like salt farming. How do you switch between your traditional family business and also then opening on to B2C and then adding on the sustainable approach to your business? How has your leadership journey changed throughout all of this, and has anything shifted for you as a leader and an entrepreneur?
Well, thank you so much, Sylvia, for the questions again. So just to reconfirm again, I am the third generation, not second generation. So this is the third generation for me for stamping from this kind of business. Well, it's always have the challenges when you are stemming something, when you are restructure something, that what we can see just like from a traditional family business to another new structures as a social enterprise, because they be more into social enterprise to support more into our community. So it's the thing just like you had to apply more, to implement more on your leadership style, more than the business mindset itself, like to think more about benefits. So this is what I can share over here. And the idea just like you have to adapt into a new way of doing business. because people are talking about Industry 4.0, about tech, about innovations, about AI. So we had to deploy every technology. We had to integrate those kind of innovation technology to adapt into our new business model, and also to compromise. What I can say is to compromise between generation into the generation, because you have to understand that one generation, like my parent generation, is a generation X, and then my generation is a generation Y. So we had to compromise all the mindset, which is totally different. Somehow we had to try to understand each other more on how we can cooperate together. We don't want to lose someone. We don't want to put everyone behind, but we had to have the cooperation because we are the co-creators. We just want to make something new. We just want to make something better for our world to live together, and then have each other backs and that. So this is how we can apply into our leadership. We also have our design our culture that we want to live, we want to work together as well. Like maybe in our Asian, we want to create our new culture, not really a new, but a culture that we want to work together across the country between Cambodia, maybe Singapore, maybe Malaysia, maybe Vietnam or Myanmar. This is how we want to create. But in our company itself, in our enterprise itself, we also create a new culture that everyone between generation to generation, between people to people, and the teams can work together, along together as well. So this is how, as a leaders, as the founder, as a role model itself, that we want to create into that. So yeah, this is our side that I can share.
That's amazing. In your answer, I hear a lot of inclusivity, and you show us that inclusivity is important, not just as a whole in organizations, but even as a family business, in companies, and also in society, right? We always try to make sure that everyone's voices are heard, and there has to be awareness of everyone's struggles as well when we create opportunities for the future. Following this, I wanted to also touch base with Dr. May, because I know that you're calling in from Myanmar. Myanmar has really been, in the spotlight, not just because of the pandemic, but also the political turmoil that's happening there. And when we look forward to the future, we cannot neglect, all the challenges that comes with the present moment. Could you share with us some light about what's happening in Myanmar, and how you see the progress, for women in ASEAN, or Myanmar in particular, has been shifted from your perspective, and what are the challenges that we continue to face?
So if I have to discuss on this topic, I would discuss in two different parts, like before the COVID and the current situation, and during and after. So like before the situations starting in last year, before COVID situation, I would say I would admit that the progress has been there. Since I have joined the business, and I have joined my family business like back in 2015, so there were very few women entrepreneurs. I wouldn't say women business owners, but I would say women entrepreneurs. Very few women entrepreneurs out there. And I started joining also Myanmar Young Entrepreneurs Association as well, where I learned a lot about the entrepreneurs ecosystem and those kind of things. And I was inspiring for my seniors as well. So comparing to that period and before COVID period, there are a lot of improving situation of inclusiveness of the women business initiative activities. So like, for example, we also consider the woman percentage in our voting seat of the association as well. And also some of the success stories and some of the role models of women entrepreneurs have been occurring a lot. So there are young women out there who also being motivated about that success story and role model. So I see a lot of improving happening. But when we have been facing the COVID situation, and current political situation, there are many distraction occurs out there. So you might be facing the same like us as well, because like COVID pandemic has been impacting the whole world. So I wouldn't focus on the destructive situation, but I would like to focus on the women destructive situation, that some distant challenges. You know, like being a working woman and being a women entrepreneurs, you have to be really careful, not only for work, but also for life balance. So work-life balance is very important. And also, you know, we have been facing many challenges while you are working at the same time, while you have to taking care of your family health as well. So you have to taking care for elderly, children, health. At the same time, you have to taking care for your own health and safety and work life. So this one is very challenging for us. And you can also aware that like in Myanmar, because of the COVID wave, like we have been facing first, second, and third wave, and the healthcare system has been breaking down. And you know, like there are a lot of women-related issues and women-related health issue has been neglected. Even some of the pregnant women are facing difficulties to get births at the hospital. So there are a lot of challenges out there, and I would say those kind of difficulties and challenges we are facing, and we are overcoming that kind of things with the perseverance and resilience, and also working together with not only with the the government hospital, but also we each other taking care as a private association, as a private company, as a private person as well. So in this meantime, there are many challenges, but those challenges and kind of like difficulties we have overcome with perseverance and resilience. So that's what I'm currently facing right now.
Thank you, Dr. May. I think that, you know, it is so important to hear all of this because, you know, I'm a deep believer that in order to change anything, you have to be aware of all the issues first. You know, that and also having a community to understand how you can learn from each other and understand exactly what are the things that you can co-create and co-change as well. Maddie, I was wondering if you could also, in your work, you must meet so many entrepreneurs, men and women. What do you think are the perceived perceptions about women, by women or society in general, that needs to change in order for us to truly progress?
Well, yeah, I mean, it is undeniably a man's world. I would say that, and I think a lot of people agree. When you go into, whether it's a corporate company, whether you go into the entrepreneur field, you will see more males. Not to say there aren't any females, there are nowadays, but you would see more males. And in order for you to secure contracts or jobs or partner or network, again, you would have to do it with also males. I think for me, one of the main struggles that I had, especially because of COVID, was that everyone was in lockdown. What happens when you're in lockdown? The opportunity for you to network becomes very, very limited. So when you're starting a new industry, that time I needed to look for marketing agencies, I needed to look for developers, app, everything was starting from scratch when I started Plus Fives. How was I supposed to look for these kind of partners or people who could help me? And again, I had to reach out to some of my male friends. Reason why is because they were more experienced. They built that network. They built that circle. Generally for women, I mean, in Malaysia, there isn't really an entrepreneur circle. I mean, you would have a lot. There's a specific industry like cosmetics. There's a lot. In terms of beauty, that kind of line, there is a lot. But in terms of tech, I mean, I think Leanne would also know, in terms of tech, very limited in terms of women. So what was I supposed to do? How was I supposed to reach out to people and partner with them and start up a tech company, a mobile app, right? Especially in mental health. So it's like a bridge. Mental health and then tech. Are there actually male in that industry? So I was thinking, like, who do I partner with? And then it was during COVID. So I really, my main source, I went to LinkedIn. I looked for those people. Honestly, I partnered with a lot of males. That was a limitation there. So I wish moving forward that there would be more females who are willing to go into tech, more females who are willing to become entrepreneurs in different industries, not just in the, I don't want to say like typical, but more female-oriented businesses focusing for women, you know? So focus on different industries that can target both men and women, right? So again, mental health, although you would think that it's actually a women-focused industries, it's not. A lot of males suffer from mental health too, but they just don't open up. The thing about mental health is that people always keep it inside. So you don't really know how big that industry or market is, you know? So in terms of like what I struggled, that was it. It was networking, how to tap into an industry that there's not many women entrepreneurs. And I think for me, what I had to try to do was try to be creative and try to make that kind of connections. I couldn't really be picky on who I wanted to partner with. I had to partner with people who were already there. And generally they were male. To say that it was easy, it wasn't. I really had to prove myself. I had to plan. I had to really show that I was credible. I knew what I was doing. I wasn't going to waste their time. You know, the benchmark was just so high for me to be able to reach. And I had to prove that. And then they'll be like, okay, actually, like, yeah, let's try to partner with you. Let's try to see how we can work things out. Because generally, when you think about a female entrepreneur in tech, they'll be like, does she even know what she's doing? You know, that kind of perception. So I wanted to really spur away from that. And I really had to raise the benchmark and really prove myself. And that was the most difficult part for me.
Thank you, Maddie. Earlier, I remember I was chatting with Dr. May about how actually as women there are all sorts of difficulties that you face. You know, first of all, in your case, is networking. I mean, this is obviously not a blame party, but you know, at the same time, I feel like also there are a lot of barriers where women you know, hinder themselves from actual growth. You know, they don't try to take continued education because they cannot balance between continued education and home life and work. You know, so that's the reason why there are many organizations, like for example Maestri Institute out there to help support all of this. And I'm sure in Leanne's position as well, I mean, you must see so many startup founders from all ages and all walks of life that face the same challenges, right? I mean, it's not just networking, but how do you spend your time wisely, and how do you you know, how do you network? How do you continue your professional life without sacrificing your personal life, right? So not all of us have very supportive community and companies. I wanted to ask the next question to Leanne. You know, in terms of support, I mean, you're helping 8,000 startup. So, you know, in short sentences that you can share to our audience today, how can we support women to rise above whatever we're doing now to achieve even more success, you think?
Oh, so many great points here. You know, as I'm listening, I'm also taking down notes, but there's so many things that I agree with what my panelists have said. You know, firstly, let's call it out. I know that Maddie didn't really call it. I'm gonna tell you my personal story. When we started She Loves Tech, you know, back in the day, and I was always, I had started my career in a, you know, big German engineering conglomerate. I had built multiple tech businesses, and I was advising a lot of companies at the early stages of She Loves Tech. I was advising a lot of companies, whether it was female-led or male-led, and, you know, in the realms of blockchain, you know, fintech, you know, AI, big data. And whenever I would go to a networking event, like what Maddie had said, it was predominantly male. And I used to get comments from very notable male investors, and, you know, being like, oh, look, Leanne, you know, you're the only female. And they would add, it's because women don't like technology and they don't build good tech businesses, and the extent of technology that they like is beauty and fashion, and they would build e-commerce solutions. And I said, no. At She Loves Tech, we're seeing so much more than that. We're really seeing women building all kinds of verticals. If you look at She Loves Tech startups, we don't actually do that much consumer technology. We're doing really technology, and we have 9 different verticals that we really focus on. And it is core technologies, deep tech, right? It's med tech, it's agri tech, and the first thing I want to say is that no, women are not limited, right, to a specific vertical that is so-called more women, right? And have, for example, women consumers, they are actually building technologies that span throughout, and they're building really good groundbreaking technologies. Why are they building good breaking technologies? It is because of what many of my panelists, and Sylvia, you said as well, which is that women, they want to give back to society. They want to make the world a better place. And we're seeing that constantly with our startups, that the kind of companies that these women are building are beyond themselves, right? And so, this causes them to really look at what is that problem, that big problem in their economy, what is that big problem in their society, and saying, okay, let's be able to solve that problem. So the first thing, that I want to say, how to, Sylvia, addressing your question, how do we support? Firstly, let's take away a lot of our biases of what we think women can and cannot do, right? And, to be able to say, hey, let's really support a system that it is inclusive, right? And let's not put, our own personal biases on these women and think that they are not able to build, these groundbreaking or technologies that can scale. And then the second thing is, how do we provide them that support, right, for the women who are in technology? And it is, through firstly, of course, through organizations via She Loves Tech and there's so many other great organizations that's really focused on helping women succeed, right? And who have a great mission. And also, one of the great things I see changing as well is that the pre-pandemic, investors they didn't really look at technologies that was so-called deemed socially good. They thought that, okay, this is a nice to have, but it's not must have. But then what we realized is that during the pandemic, it really brought to life a lot of the gaps that our societies were facing. And so now some of these things that were socially good are now essential and urgent, right? And so, really be able to look at if you are an investor, look at it in more long term, because actually women build more long term businesses. They don't look at the short term vision of just numbers. They look at how we can make this place and this world a better place. And so really when you are starting to invest, look at it in more long term, and that will really help to provide that level of support to women. And the last one is, what Maddie was talking about. I love that, one of the things that has talking about essential and urgent is mental health, right? And one of the things that I really would urge, because many people are facing this alone, men and women, and women tend to juggle, as my panelists have said, many different things in their life. The one piece of advice that I would give to women entrepreneurs or women in general who are watching this is, I heard this great analogy from my friend, and she talks about the glass balls and the rubber balls. As we're juggling so many things, identify what are the rubber balls in your life that when you drop will bounce back. But also identify what are the glass balls in your life that when you do drop, that they will break and you can't reverse that break. So for example, for me, and I shared with Sylvia earlier, it was my health, right? Whether it's my mental health or my physical health. And once I dropped that, it was really, really, really hard to retrieve that. So yes, we are juggling many things. We will drop things, but some things we can drop and some things, we can't drop as much. So I hope that answered your question, Sylvia, a lot. I was very excited about a lot of the things that the panelists were saying.
Same here, Leanne. I think I think that analogy leaves us with a lot of things to think about. I definitely will pull out my legal notepad and start noting down rubber balls from after this session. I think I'm sure that we have a lot of questions from our audience. May I bring our facilitator to help us to address some of them? Isa, Fali?
Hello. Hello, Ms. Sylvia and everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me in. We do have 2 questions so far from the floor. So one is, I think is open for everyone to answer it. So how did it feel to be like for being a woman leader in terms of breaking the ceiling to empower the woman leadership, especially working in all male dominated industry? Second, perhaps this can, Ms. Leanne can answer this in terms of digitalization. How has this pandemic changed the digitalization? Is it a catalyst or the opposite effect? Thank you. That's all for me.
Okay. Thank you, Isa. So the second question is clear. Back to the first question, where I think all of us should answer, because every one of us has very different motives and inspiration to why we do what we do, right? And I think it would be very interesting to share with our audience why is it important for us to be that change agent, in our community, in our country, to help other women rise as well. First, may I start with Maddie?
Well, definitely. It is important, and I wish there is going to be so many other women who will see women inspiring, women empowering other women to start up their own business, and they'll feel like, hey, wait a minute, if that person can do it, considering their whole background. I mean, I love talking about my experience, because my experience was completely, I graduated in journalism, mass comm, so something completely different to entrepreneurship. And then I did my food truck. So for me, when I share that, I'm saying that anyone can start a business. It doesn't matter. What you have to find is just your passion, something that, it doesn't mean you have to have that background. You really have to have that kind of initiative to learn, wanting to know about mental health, wanting to partner with people, understanding that you can't do it alone. It has to be a teamwork thing. You have to always be motivated to partner with people, talk about it, make new friends, network. For me, that's the most important thing. I get a lot of messages from young ladies who are like, I want to be like you. And for me, I have a good night's sleep no matter what I went through the day, the struggles, the challenges, trying to grow the company. At the end, when you have people look up to you and be like, hey, one day, I really want to be like you. I want to start my own company. And then I would go on and send a whole long message about, okay, you can do this, this. Why? Because that form of just empowering one person, who knows, they will then pass it on. They will pass it on to another person and another person. And that's how we actually grow that community of women entrepreneurs. It's by inspiring just one people, just the people around you, and then really making them inspire other people, making them believe. Because I think that's something that's really lost in the world today. It's that belief, that hope, that kind of perception that if you're in this kind of business or industry, that's the only place that you can be, or that if you don't have the educational background, you're stuck there. In this day and age, in this era, no one is ever stuck. You always can learn everything from the internet. It's a matter of if you want to, it's a matter of if you want to partner with people. That's the thing that I really want to share, that actually you can do anything. It's like a blank piece of paper, just write down whatever you want to achieve and then plan your way. How am I going to achieve this? Who do I need to partner with? What kind of knowledge or background do I need to have? And that's the best part about it. So start by inspiring one person that's the closest to you, or a random stranger, and then they will start building that. It's like building a whole like domino effect. You inspire one person and they'll keep on inspiring other people. And that's the best part about it.
Thank you. I think one of the things you talk about is the desire to learn, right? To grow ourselves through the progress. Dr. May, how does it feel to be the person providing solutions for so many people that want to succeed and learn?
Yeah, I've been learning throughout the discussion as well. So like as a woman entrepreneur, like I also would like to share my stories and experience. Like there are many challenges and drawbacks throughout my working life as well. And also as a woman entrepreneur, you sometimes have to kind of like give up some of your priorities, give up some of your work life for some of your priorities. As Leanne mentioned, like they are rubber balls and glass balls. So we have to balance those two balls to be juggling all of them above. So what I want to focus is like, as long as you don't give up, as long as like you are perseverance, like you will reach your goal one day. So sometimes you might face some downtime and some kind of drawbacks, and who knows? So no one can be very successful in every part of your working life. So you must have that kind of perseverance, and also the like kind of like learning, keep learning, don't stop learning. That is also very important. That's why I focus on that continuing education, and that is very important and the crucial part for Myanmar people and also women entrepreneur as well. So the really what really matter is the leading style and also your personality and your personal attitude. So the pitfall is sometimes you really focus on managerial activities as I myself sometimes really focus on operational activities, and sometimes we miss out the strategic level. So that one also I would like to focus, like you must have the balance between the strategic level and also the managerial operational level as well. In that sense, you should have a good like business partner, you should have a good and great team as well. That's what I learned throughout my working life. You cannot reach your goal with you alone. You will you will only reach your goal with your great team, working team, and also with your great partners. So those kind of partnership and building the great team is also very, very, very important for the working life. That's what I miss at the very early stage of my business life. So I learned those kind of work-life balance and also building the great teams and also having a good partnerships is very crucial throughout my working life and throughout my COVID period as well. And additionally, the digitalization that we cannot forget. The digitalization also not only brought us a lot of good things, but also it minimized the gap between the inequality between males and female as well. So like, although there are very few women out there in the tech business, but I believe that the technology and digitalization can bring us the equality between male and female business owners and male and female entrepreneurs.
Thank you, Dr. May, for your sharing. Something I wanted to share with all entrepreneurs out there, men and women, is that if you listen to our speakers, you can hear that, obviously they have to juggle so much, right, with between the glass ball and the rubber ball and all of that. I mean, it may sound like a lot, but you're not doing it alone. And that is a very important thing to remember. By sitting in the hot chair and doing all these difficult things, you get to meet amazing people and you get to have so much purpose in your life. And sometimes we have to remember that if we're on a path to do extraordinary things, we will encounter extraordinary problems. It just comes with the things that we sign up for, right? And don't worry, because we will find solutions along the way. And we have to be comfortable with dealing with the fact that the next step I mean, especially after COVID, it's not very clear. There isn't any pathways, and as people breaking glass ceilings and people who are, championing the cause that has not, been done before, we have to learn to be comfortable with that, and especially in, building a community of supporters for ourselves as well. I wanted to also ask for Tida's comments. How does it feel to be a woman in charge, a woman in change, and a woman inspiring the next generation of entrepreneurs in Cambodia?
Well, thank you so much. I think being entrepreneur itself, I mean, I think maybe we are the lady, we are women, we face the same barriers. I mean, to think about our dreams and our daily barriers as a woman, maybe work-life balance, families, and then business. So we had to balance all the time. But being one, you come into one of the creators. I mean, you want to change the world, a better world that you want to live in. So you had to switch your mind. You had to switch your perception, how you want to go, how you want to build together for that. So I would like to add a little bit on what Len mentioned earlier about how women normally they don't want to go as a farming, let's say agriculture part, because it's not really easy job. They're not more into cosmetics, fashion. It's more easier that most of the women is more focusing on that. And as Matt also mentions about how we can be entrepreneur, that we don't care about how we background look like, how we are coming from. Like mine, I coming from, my background is about law. It's not about food safety. It's about supply chain ecosystem. But now I become a farmer. I'm more into agriculture part, building supply chain ecosystem in Cambodia, building a new sustainable business model into the other people to see, hey, we can make it happen. I mean, maybe we can do better than that, and then maybe we can create a new opportunity for each other. And like I mentioned to the other people, like if you are in a position of your own power or a privilege, keep the door open for the other people to follow as well. So this is how we want to see for a woman as a creators, and not just a woman, but maybe the other people is the same. Open the door for each other, just don't block each other. So this is how being a change, being a woman and being entrepreneurs, and then we want to share a lot for the other women thinking the same, especially changing perception, thinking about their new ways of doing business, and then also supporting each other. Yeah. And also one again that I just want to add up is about like supporting each other. It's very important. Like Matt said, physically and emotional is very important. So we have a lot of stress, we have a lot of barriers the same, and emotionally it's very important for us to take care. Otherwise, we cannot do anything at all. And this is how we can do. We can sharing. We can ask people to take care of your health, emotional health more. This is
Thank you, Thida. I hear in your story also, changing minds and perceptions, and it's very important to keep a certain level of flexibility in our work. I mean, especially after COVID, and especially when it comes to digitalization as well, right? Coming to our last speaker, Leanne, you can address both questions at the same time. The first question would be, first of all, how does it feel to be a woman who is spending all of her waking hours, helping thousands of other women, achieving their dreams? And second of all, how has this digitalization changed post-COVID? Was it, an agent for change, or was it, it has to be changed because of COVID?
Thank you so much. Well, addressing the first one, how does it feel to be waking up, helping thousands of women? Actually, it feels amazing. But it took a long while to get here, right? For years, I mean, it was a very, very tough and arduous journey. And there have been so many years that honestly, I'm going to say it, which is we felt like giving up because, the journey for us was such a tough one. And as Sylvia had mentioned earlier, when you're doing extraordinary things, sometimes you also encounter extraordinary challenges as well. But, we kept pushing on. And the reason why we kept pushing on was because we knew that the world needed this. We knew that we needed to make a difference, because if we weren't doing it, who was? And so despite all of the challenges, we did. And for many years, even though that we really built and Sheila said was growing, many people didn't understand what we were doing. They really felt that women were seen as charity, and investing in women was charity versus something that was economically good, right? And it took a really long time to educate, whether it was organizations or governments, a society, that this was not a nice to have, it was a must have. And it's only in the last 2 years or so that people have really understood this a little bit more. And Sylvia and I were part of the Obama Leader Program, and because of that, we got to spend this amazing time together with Mrs. Michelle Obama and President Barack Obama. And because we pushed on, we managed to be connected to other amazing change makers like Sylvia, right? And to be able to meet trailblazers like the Obamas, and we would not have been able to do that if we had given up, if we were not resilient. A lot of my panelists have talked about that resiliency, and if we were not self-compassionate. I think a lot of women are very hard on themselves, and I know I've been extremely hard on myself, and we need not be so hard on ourselves. We really need to be kinder to ourselves. We're kind to so many people. Please be kind to yourself, because just like the analogy, on an airplane, you need to put that oxygen mask on yourself before you can put that oxygen mask on a child or somebody else in need. Because if you pass out, there's not going to be that help for the other person. So self-compassion is really key to success. And then onto the topic of digitalization, I think Dr. May had mentioned this. Yes, it has been a catalyst, but it also has been a catalyst to kind of show us as well, or accelerate some of the inequalities that was also happening. And if we are not careful, right, it's going to continue to be able to drive us and divide us further. And the key thing is about inclusivity. And inclusivity is not, again, it's not charity, right? It's so important, because think about it. Think about an AI, right? If your input is biased. So for example, if you are building a product, right, a machine learning algorithm that is all coded and programmed by men, you know what's going to happen? Your output is also going to be biased. Your output is also going to be for men, right? And if you then build an algorithm that is more inclusive, right, that has input, right, from different voices, then your output as well is going to be able to cater to those differences. So we really need to have that inclusivity. But we also need to recognize that, yes, we have been able to progress. I mean, a lot of studies have shown that I think it's more than 10 years of digital transformation has happened in the last, 1.5 years during this pandemic. And that has been phenomenal. But it is, if you can have that digital centric mindset, that agility that some of my panelists talked about, that resiliency, right? We're going to be able to reap those benefits of that digitalization. But if you are basically taking the old ways of doing things, right, and then saying, oh, let's just put it online. Let's say if I have a mom and pop shop, right, and I say, oh, I'm just going to create a website for it. But if you don't know how to drive people to that website, right, how to drive customer, how to engage with people, and how to create that digital centric mindset, then your website's not going to go anywhere. So yes, it is a change of mindset, but more importantly, it is about how can we create that agility, right? And in people in general. So I think there's a lot that we can talk about as a panel, but I'm going to stop there because I think that there is more questions coming.
Yeah, thank you, Leanne. I think some of your points really resonated with me as well. A lot of times when when I go through difficult times, I also and when people ask, well, why do you do so much? How do you keep going? Sometimes I just have to answer, well, first of all, because the world needs it. Second of all, well, if not me, then who? I mean, not to sound self-promotional, but I think that each one of us, if you ever find a purpose or something that makes you feel like it makes the world a better place, and you are in the right position, or if you have the right will, to do something, then you should do something about it. Our next question from the facilitator is, how do you keep going when things get really super tough? Where do you find your strength? How do you keep the marathon going? I want to address this question to Theda and maybe one other speaker. If any of you guys want to pick this up, then just give me a comment in the chat. Theda, how do you keep going?
Well, I think we are the same human beings. Things get really tough sometimes that you feel like maybe, I mean, in entrepreneurial life, it's just like maybe I want to give up one day. So, but you still keep going all the time. But the question is, why you still keep going? Because it's really tough. Sometimes you think about like, I don't want to do it anymore. I just want to do anything else that's more comfortable. I just want to go back to comfort zone that is better than that. But the thing is, the question yourself, what you want to do, what is your purpose of life? So this is a question that keeps you going all the time for those kind of tough situations itself. And the other thing is about your persistence. Persistent is very important for you as an entrepreneur, as a human being, as a people, because you have to keep everything consistently, and then persistence, and then also self motivation is very important for that. Remember, everything have, sometimes you have the outside powers or energies that will knock you down sometimes, but self motivation is very important for you to keep you up all the time, to tell you why I have to wake up in the mornings and then doing those kind of jobs. So this is kind of the purpose and the kind of motivation yourself. And discipline is very important. Discipline on your outcome, discipline on your action, discipline on how you do your own work. This is very important. So keep it up all the time. So this is how I handle all those kind of super tough, and then believe yourself that every situation has their own solutions. Everything has own solutions. So remember that not every tough situation exists every time. So you probably find out one solution and respond to that is how it works. And then also this is how I keep the marathon all the time. It's about my purpose of life. It's about my self-motivation, disciplines, and of course, you have to take care of your mentally health as well. Like Matt said, we're women, not just a woman, but we are human beings. We have a lot of tough, we have a lot of pressure, responsibility to think about your life, your business, your works, and then your family. Sometimes you have a lot of kids, so you have to think about a lot of pressures on your side at the same time on your plate. So take care of your mental health first. This is very important for you to take care about that. Otherwise, you cannot do anything at all. Once you lose, once you have been knocked down, it's lost everything. So first take care of your mental health, and then have your own persistencies, self-motivation, and discipline. Yeah, this is how I keep doing all the time for my life and entrepreneurial life as well.
That's amazing. First of all, we always start and always go back to our why, right? Second of all, have discipline, in understanding that success doesn't happen after even, I would say 1-2 days, but even 1 or 2 years. You have to just keep going. Third of all, always understand that there will be solutions. And it reminds me of a quote: we suffer more in our imagination than in reality. And this is something that reminds me of that. Well, on the topic of mental health, we go back to our mental health expert. Maddie, would you like to chime in?
Yeah, sure. I definitely agree with that quote. It's definitely, we tend to overthink certain situations, and we always tend to think, our subconscious mind will think about all the negative possibilities that could happen, when actually, in reality, it hasn't even happened yet. But for you guys, when you're thinking about how do you find motivation to move on, think of your life as a book. Right? They're filled with blank pages. And in each chapter, it'll go up and down, up and down. But when you're at that lowest point, it's actually up to you, whether you want to change or whether you want to improve. The change can actually go both ways. It can be positive. You can change and become a cold, heartless person because of what happened to you, because of all the negative things that has happened. It could. it could change you into that negative person. Or you could try to improve from that point of view. At that lowest point, you could try to think, okay, what am I actually supposed to learn here? What am I supposed to grow? Because in every single challenges that we have, we learn something. Whether it was a bad relationship, a bad business, a bad anything, you learn something. There was something that we perhaps weren't actually quite aware of, and we let it go, or we didn't pay too much attention to, and then it built up and it exploded. So again, in anything that you go through, remember that after that bad chapter, it's up to you to improve, and then you will slowly climb up, and that chapter will go up. You know, if we always have high chapters and we keep having high chapters, it will become a norm, you know, and you won't know what is happiness. You won't really know, like thinking like, oh, wait a minute, this is just another normal day for me. Everything's going well. So once you know suffering, once you know challenges, then only you would learn to appreciate when things do go your way. So think your life as a chapter.
Awesome. Thank you. We have about a few minutes left. Dr. May, would you like to say something?
Yeah, only a few points, like additional to the first like 4 or 5 points. Like I would like to add a bit of like, I think in my experience, I think it is okay to have a little break when you burn out in your business or in your personal life or everything. So I think it is okay to have a little break, so that you could have some reflection time. You could do some kind of works on reprioritize your priorities in life and also in working professional as well. So I think like appreciation on what you have is also very important, and optimism is also crucial, because in my experience, I really was so enthusiastic and very like a very goal-oriented person. Sometimes I really feel like I was burnt out, and I cannot accept the failures. Although I face so many failures, like I don't want it at all. But like at this age, I realized that sometimes you need the failures to reach your current situation and to reach your goal. So to face that failure, it is okay to let go of some of your goals and to let go some of your priority as well. So it is okay to have a break, and it is okay to like just let go of things to reach your real life goal.
Yeah.
So it's really matter that the health, the like psychological health, mental health, and also as Lian mentioned, your glass ball would be your health. So at this age, like you would need some kind of like reflection time, and some kind of, not only in a year, but also I would suggest like in a week, you must give some time for yourself.
Yeah.
To have a break, to have some reflection time. So that is also very crucial. And even though that would slow down your business, I think it is okay.
Thank you. Last few words. Leanne, let's end this on a high note. Where do you see women's role changing in the next 5 years?
Oh, I'm very optimistic about this. You know, I think that there's so many great things to come. I think that one of the great things about the pandemic, we've always known that with our past type of work structures, it also prevented a lot of women from being able to rise up to the top, right? Because they were juggling so many things. And unfortunately, Asia, we still are very much focused on FaceTime in the office. So people think that when women are not in the office, that they're not working, which is untrue, because they're working after they put their kids to bed. They're working after, they settle the household. And so what has come for the pandemic is that, it has given us a bit of a clean slate, right? We've also restructured these kind of work structures so that it's more flexible, so that we're able to work from home more and it's more accepted, right? And so, I'm very optimistic, but we all need to be on the same page, right? Because otherwise, we can slip back to the old ways and our old habits. But if we are focused on including women in society, including women in investment, including women, in your workforce, right? Then we are going to be able to see those roles for women really stepping up and being able to level that playing field a lot more. So yes, extremely excited, and it's been an honor to be on this panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. It has been such an inspiring and at the same time very comforting panel. I hope that we all learn a lot from each other, and I hope that you ladies will continue to support AYWEC and also come back for many future chats with our members as well. Over to you, MC.
The ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Council was established during the 26th ASEAN Summit in Malaysia in 2015, endorsed by ASEAN leaders during the Kuala Lumpur Declaration. The ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Council, AYEC for short, is a network of national young entrepreneurs associations from 10 ASEAN countries. Its founding was advocated by the ASEAN Business Advisory Council and ASEAN Secretariat as a landmark initiative as a platform for regional cooperation amongst ASEAN young entrepreneurs aimed at providing young entrepreneurs a voice at the table of private sector's representatives in ASEAN. Following the landmark initiative to include youth under the economic pillar by ASEAN leaders in the Bandar Seri Begawan Declaration 2013. The AYEC has also launched the ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Association and the ASEAN Young Women's Entrepreneurs Club. A key annual agenda and highlight of the AYEC is the ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Carnival, inaugurated in Kuala Lumpur in 2016 to celebrate ASEAN youth in their entrepreneurial spirit and nurture companionship. Since its founding, the AYE Carnival has brought together over 3,000 young entrepreneurs in Kuala Lumpur in 2016, Manila in 2017, Singapore in 2018, Bangkok in 2019, and Hanoi in 2020 hybrid. In 2021, the AYE Carnival is hosted entirely virtually in Bandar Seri Begawan. The 6th ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Carnival, themed Reimagining Business in the New Paradigm, calls for businesses and young entrepreneurs to overcome the disruptions brought by COVID-19 through digitalization, leadership, collaboration, and inclusive involvement of women in addressing the grand challenges of our times as we adapt to this new normal. The 6th AYE Carnival aims to inspire and challenge young entrepreneurs in ASEAN to take on lessons from the pandemic to re-emerge stronger, wiser, and bolder together to build resilient, nimble, and innovative businesses and contribute to taking ASEAN to greater heights.
Thank you so much, Sylvia, and to all of our inspiring women speakers of the 4th session. Ladies and gentlemen, to further shed more light on this topic, it is my pleasure to invite the Honorable Hafimi Abdul Hadi, the Director of LVK Group of Companies and a member of Asia Pacific Business Advisory Council. YB Hafimi, please. Hi. Hi, YB Hafimi, you are muted. If you could please unmute. Yes.
Right. I have done the cardinal sin. let me start again. Thank you very much, Aspa. And ladies and gentlemen, and all joining via this virtual hosting of the AYEC. Indeed, just now the previous session was a very inspiring one by the esteemed panelists. Leanne on the importance of partnerships and supporting ecosystems, Maddie on understanding life priorities and preserving your self-health in a very digitally delivered manner. Tida on being creative and empowered, but most importantly, being inclusive. Dr. May on community-based principles and giving back to society. So technically, I'm not really sure why the organizers needed me for this segment, as I reckon the panelists did a great job on giving the conference the main event points, and all guided very well by Sylvia. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and salam sejahtera. ASEAN back chair, YB Yanti, esteemed members of AYEC, our dynamic chair lady, and someone who I can claim as a very good friend and sister, Fatin Arifin, entrepreneurs from ASEAN and beyond, and on guests. It is indeed my humblest thanks to have been invited to share some of the thoughts, musings, perhaps misconstrued guidance and experiences this afternoon around the discussion of women as co-creators, rising above turbulence and uncertainties. So our dear chair lady and the organizers wanted me to speak a little bit about my story. And I guess in my own way, I have eternal gratitude to being involved as a member of the YEAB for coming on to basically 2 decades now. And I can literally say that the YEAB was probably one of the building blocks that got me interested in contributing to our community, in driving what Bruneians as entrepreneurs aim to strive in their own journey, and a citizen who can contribute to nation building. As a female practicing in a very male-oriented industry, I was never treated with kid gloves regardless of gender. However, I also pulled my own weight and had different strategies towards the same problems. I also learned very early on to always ask for advice, to be willing to learn, but also to bite the bullet and accept the reprimand if stuff doesn't go according to plan. I work in the construction industry that is still very largely male-dominated, and my life experiences have always, as they say, been very blokey. But such is the nature of the construction business, even till today, which in hindsight, I feel being involved with young entrepreneur groups, both locally and regionally, have been a balance to my life experiences. I guess I draw a lot of the good-naturedness of being in this industry, but also the fact that they are also, they can give you not just the one chance, but the second and sometimes in many ways, a third chance to go. So perhaps I wanted to just look at 3 items that may or may not be of interest to the participants. And I wanted to emphasize on 3 principles that have been mentioned throughout the day by others. Number 1, obviously, is to be adaptable. And that was drawn out very, very early on in your carnival today by Dr. Timothy, that being adaptable is part and parcel of what we're encountering today. That in being adaptable, we should pursue the avenues that are provided to enable collective development. However, understanding also that in our collective efforts, the magic happens in the timing of where we come from. And I use this phrase a lot, that sometimes it takes a lot of this collective effort to bring things together, but the timing for everything is always, as they say, magic. To be human. When we walk a mile in someone else's shoes, you not only get to feel their challenges, but you also experience their joys. If anything that we have learned from enduring this pandemic is that we need to be more inclusive, not just of ourselves, but in the quest for economic development, societal attainment, and progressing as a nation towards our shared vision for Brunei, that we need to retain that human element. And I think that's something that Brunei, as the chair this year for 2021, has emphasized that very, very clearly. And in APEC as well, in 2021, as a member of ABAC, it was emphasized that people are one of the driving forces of what it means as we recover back from COVID-19. And in a third point that I would like to share is to be vigilant. I spoke a few weeks ago at a women's innovation event, and I'm not ashamed to say that as a community, we did let our guard down. and we were not as vigilant, which led to the second wave that we are still enduring. However, as is always said to many a budding entrepreneur, that we should always be prepared to fail because you learn from failure. But as my advice to esteemed friends, eternal vigilance will ensure any failure already has the solution and recourse at hand. So as I come to the end of what is more sharing as opposed to a keynote, maybe it's a little bit cliche for me to end this with the eternal words of a rather ancient Roman poet Horace, of carpe diem. Amidst the turbulence and uncertainties, we should not let COVID drive the narrative. We are co-creators because we balance. We are co-creators because we want to drive innovation and attain improvement. We are co-creators because moving forward ensures our species retains survivability, and ultimately it is through our actions that we seize the day. With that, I end the sharing and I return you to the organizers. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Over back to you, Aspa.
Link Sites for Retail enables retailers to adapt to fast-changing environments by gaining insights about their store visitors and catchment area. Information such as consumer demographics, sociographics, psychographics, competitor stores, population density, footfall, and traffic levels can help you plan your product mix, displays, discounts, promotions, and even store location in order to generate in-store traffic and maximize sales per square foot. In this new normal, you need to go beyond basic demographics to truly understand the characteristics and preferences of your customers. Find out what motivates your customers. Is it discounts, promotions, or having a safe customer experience? What type of product do they prefer? What is their preferred time for buying? What drives them into your store? With Link Sites for Retail, you can answer these questions backed with real data. Get in touch with us today for a demo of Link Sites. Links Analytics, your visionary partner for data analytics and AI solutions.
Thank you so much, YB Hafimi. Ladies and gentlemen, prior to talking about our next topic on the imperative for digitalization, building smart businesses, describing the scene, let us invite Mr. Haji Jailani bin Haji Buntar, the Acting Chief Executive of Authority for Info Communications Technology Industry of Brunei Darussalam, to deliver his keynote address. The floor is yours, Tuan. Tuan, I think you might want to unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, I'd like to check how to share the slide first.
Okay, Tuan, you just need to click share screen. Should be somewhere at the bottom.
Yep, already.
Okay. I believe we are still waiting for your screen to appear.
Sorry about that. I can't share the screen.
Hold on, yeah, Tuan. Let me speak to our technician. Yes, Tuan Haji, I believe we have your screen ready. I'd like to re-invite Mr. Haji Jailani bin Haji Buntar to deliver his keynote address.
Very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and salam sejahtera. Yang Mulia Dayang Dorliana Fatin Arifin, President Young Entrepreneur Association of Brunei, Standing Chair 2021, ASEAN Young Entrepreneur Council, AYEC Convener, 6th ASEAN Young Entrepreneur Carnival, Brunei Darussalam. Esteemed panel of speakers and moderators, industry leaders, forum participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege and great honor to join you all today at the 6th ASEAN Young Entrepreneur Carnival, bringing together business and industry leaders, as well as our friends and partners in the innovation and technology ecosystem to share their thoughts on reimagining business in the new paradigm. I would like to congratulate the Young Entrepreneurs Association of Brunei, ASEAN Young Entrepreneur Council, and partners on organizing this exciting and momentous occasion. Next slide, please. The global COVID-19 pandemic has brought about disruption in life, works, and all sectors of economies. Many countries around the world have implemented lockdowns in different degrees, and these have necessitated changes with the way businesses used to operate. Companies and workers had to quickly adapt to remote working. Online presence and digitalization have become critical for businesses as they can no longer continue business as usual. While pandemic has presented us with challenges that require us to depart from our routines, it is also presented new opportunities in the form of adapting to a new norms through digitalization. The pandemic has made it urgent for us to accelerate the digital agenda in ASEAN. Next slide, please. Over the past decade, digital connectivity in this region has significantly improved with mobile penetration reaching over 100%. This establishes a firm foundation for ASEAN to go digital with a wide array of new economic activities. Analysts estimated that the ASEAN digital economy currently generates approximately 150 billion US dollars in revenue per year and has potential to become one of the world's top 5 digital economies. Coupled with the fact that ASEAN is a region powered by 600 million people, most of whom are aged 55 and below, means that the region is optimally placed to take full advantage of the shift towards a digital economy. Next. Early this year, Google, Temasek, and Bain reported that during COVID-19 imposed lockdown, Southeast Asians spend on average more than an hour a day on the internet accessing to essential goods, healthcare, education, and entertainment. It further reported that the region added 40 million new internet users in 2020, of which 94% of new digital service consumers intend to continue with the service post-endemic. E-commerce, online media, and food delivery adoption has surged, while healthcare and education services have equally shown an impressive adoption rate. Next slide, please. Meanwhile, the ASEAN Digital Generation Report 2021 by the World Economic Forum and the Sea Limited that examined the impact of COVID-19 pandemic and the role of digitalization in the region's economic recovery has confirmed e-commerce role as the driver of growth in the ASEAN region. The report survey conducted close to 90,000 participants from 6 ASEAN countries has also reported that 87% of MSME owners recognize digitalization as being either very important or important for economic recovery. Respondents who reported greater level of digitalization of their work and business reported lower level of income decline. Similarly, business owners with an online presence were less likely to report declines in savings and income compared to those without one. Next slide. Therefore, maximizing the enormous potential of digitalization is vital to the ASEAN overall economic recovery efforts. MSME are the core of this effort to drive and rebuild a dynamic and resilient economy of this region. MSME make up at least 95% of all business establishment and more than half of the total employment in ASEAN member states. Hence, digitalization of MSME are imperative to contribute more significantly to the digital economy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in Brunei Darussalam, MSME remain an important pillar of the country's economy, contributing to about 36% of its GDP. As we look continue growth, a key element will be to see how MSME become more efficient and grow faster as the engine of economic growth for the nation. Next, please. This is further affirmed with the launch of the Digital Economy Master Plan 2025 in June last year. With a vision of smart nation through digital transformation, the plan has identified industry digitalization as one of the strategic thrusts, which focus on supporting the MSME in adopting digital technologies and IR 4.0, particularly in the areas of Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, data analytics, automation, and blockchain. Next slide. Alhamdulillah, the wide adoption of Internet in this country, which currently stand at 75% fixed broadband penetration and 136% mobile penetration, offer greater opportunities to our local businesses to establish their online presence with high participation in the e-commerce activities. The second wave of pandemic recently hit the nation, saw a spike in food orders with triple in volume from the normal pre-COVID periods. In tandem to this, logistic and delivery services are at rise to fulfill the unprecedented demands of e-commerce and online purchasing. Next slide, please. Though many MSME in this country have established their presence online, a survey conducted early this year by the Authority for Info Communication Technology Industry of Brunei Darussalam and Center of Strategic Policy Study, CSPS, recorded that only 25% to 50% of the MSME have adopted key digital applications such as in e-commerce, e-payment, and Salesforce, and have plans to expand the use of digital technology in other areas. Among those MSME who are not yet using digital application have indicated that some degree of interest to try some digital solution. However, these MSME are faced with several challenges to embrace digitalization, with reason includes lack of funding to acquire solution, limited manpower capabilities, and knowledge on the digital technologies. Next slide. In addressing these challenges, ATI, as the agency responsible for ICT development in this country, has recently embarked on several initiatives to promote digital technologies adoption amongst the local businesses. For instance, our Cashless Society pilot program targeting 3 groups of entrepreneurs, namely selected parking operators, laundromat services, and retailers, to deploy cashless transaction system that could bring convenience to their customer. Our pilot projects on bus passenger information system and smart Aqua Farm will deploy IoT and locally made data analytics application that will enable the bus operators and aqua farmers respectively to gain business insight, better decision making, and potential business opportunity. On manpower capacity building, in March this year, we have launched Coding.bm as a platform to train and equip 60 ICT job seekers with programming skills that are in demand by the industry. Ever since we completed this program in the end of September, I'm happy to share that about 50% of these participants were already hired by the local MSME who offer them jobs in programming related fields. An ICT upskilling and reskilling program was also introduced early this year with objective to train and upgrade our MSME workforce with future digital skill through industry professional certification. As we seek to enhance and deepen our capabilities, A Brunei ICT Industry Competency Framework is currently being devised to provide competencies needed for our workforce to perform various ICT jobs role and guide them in their career development, trainings, and certification. In addition to this, a tech clinic for MSME, which is currently being set up at our premise, will offer a platform for MSME to gain access to digital expert and technical advice in adopting the digital technologies while assessing the level of their readiness toward digital transformation. Next slide, please. Brunei Darussalam is also preparing for 5G rollouts, not only infrastructure ready, but efforts have been made to ensure the ecosystem is also ready. Initiatives such as establishment of 5G lab with University Technology Brunei, 5G upskilling program, which are due to commence by first quarter next year, and a few pilot projects which is intended to stimulate use cases that may potentially use 5G technology. Next slide. The onset of digitalization and advance in technology have brought with them an increasing need to protect personal data. This is especially the case given the increasing commodification of data and the growing public concern on consumer personal data. In order to enhance consumer trust and in recognizing the businesses require personal data to develop new and innovative digital solutions and products, ATI has recently embarked on a project to develop the legal and regulatory framework for personal data protection by the private sectors in Brunei Darussalam. This will strengthen Brunei's economic competitiveness, promote the growth of Bruneian businesses, especially in the area of data management and data processing, and establish an environment of trust among individuals, businesses, and the society at large. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 has brought about immense challenges to our businesses and livelihoods. Therefore, let us together take these challenges and turn them into opportunities to build a more digitalized and resilient ASEAN. We all play a part to ensure that digital transformation make a positive impact to our region to be globally competitive and enriching the life of our citizens. Thank you, and I wish the forum every success and all participants a fruitful sharing. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Forum discussion on the imperative for digitalization, building smart businesses is a 75-minute session moderated by Mr. Sean Hun, the founder of Curious Mind Brunei. I will now pass the floor to you, Sean.
Hi, Aspa. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hi, good afternoon. Good. How are you?
Good, good. I want to start off by congratulating Fatin, the chairwoman of ASEAN Young Entrepreneur Carnival, and all of you. That the team has been doing a splendid job. And you know, I was here the last few hours, just gluing on to watching everyone. You know, I personally have learned a lot and was inspired. And I can't wait to speak to my fellow panelists. Hey guys, we have you know, panelists from Brunei, obviously, and then we have Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, and Laos. You know, if everyone bring a pot of food today, you know, it would be extremely colorful. Now, I will lay out, you know, the outline of the structure in which I'm going to head this meeting. I would first read out, you know, a short profile of each of you, and then I would allow 3 minutes for each of you to have an opening remark. In the opening remark, you may talk about who you are. You know, you may correct the fact that I was reading out. You may also, you know, dive right into how digitization has impacted your own business in a good way or a bad way. So before I read on everyone's wonderful bio, I want to stipulate this upright. I don't know why, as a non-tech person, that Fatin has put me on the chair to ask all of you questions. So as you would expect someone who is not well versed with technology, I'm gonna go back to basic and ask a lot of common sense questions that may or may not annoy you, but please bear with me. All right. So with that out of the way, let me start with our first panel speaker, Mr. Wong Punton Sichan Tala. Correct me if I've pronounced your name wrong. And I will call you John. Yeah, which would be a lot easier.
Yes.
So John, has more than 20 years of experience in the IT field. He's the founder and the CEO of JLS IT Seoul Co. Limited, providing IT solutions services to public sectors. And at the same time, he is the CEO of Wellness Trading Online, an authorized crypto exchange and mining platform sandbox project in the country. John, when I was reading this, to tell you the truth,
yes,
I was lost. And then we had a nice conversation, and you told me I help make people get rich through cryptocurrency. So that's essentially what I know about you. Please teach each of us how to be like John in the next 75 minutes.
Yes.
Next,
thank you.
Next, we have my fellow compatriot from Brunei, Susanna. Before I say hello and read out, I have a mission, and the mission is to tell you how proud she is of you, from Suvi.
Good afternoon, Sean, and thank you. Shout out to my sister then, in case everyone's wondering who Sylvie is. Yeah. It is such a small country, everyone, that apparently Sean knows my sister.
I went to school with the sister, and we are all extremely proud of you, Susanna.
Thank you.
Susanna, off the script a little bit, Susanna is, if I'm not wrong, the youngest woman CEO in Brunei, in a major corporation. I don't know how she does it, but apparently, according to her source, Susanna works 7 days a week, 14 hours a day. So here we go.
Well, not sure I'm the youngest, but I am certainly one of the few female in Brunei. Really, really blessed to have had the opportunity to be in this role and contribute however I can, not just to the organization, but also to the Brunei nation. Thank you.
Can't wait to hear from you. Let me read about you, all right, Susanna? So Susanna Suharju is the CEO of Imagine Sdn Bhd. She's one of the few women in leadership Brunei. Susanna was appointed as a CEO at a crucial time in Brunei's telco industry that underwent a significant transformation in 2019. She's led the organization and navigated it towards a more competitive environment. In tandem with demands of the competitive market, Susanna promotes a vibrant working culture where she emphasizes on creativity and openness throughout the organization. Susanna has had years of working in multinational companies, both in Brunei as well as in Europe. She's a qualified barrister from the Honorable Society of Lincoln's Inn and is a chartered procurement professional. Outside of work, Susanna enjoys being a mummy to 2 young girls, who she hopes will be confident and fearless. I love the fearless bit.
Thank you.
Right. Next, we have Mr. Ledak Lam from Vietnam. So I'll call you Lam, right?
Yes, call me Lam. Hi, everyone.
Lam and I had a really fun conversation as he was driving around the road. So, and I was intimidated because the more he speaks, the more I feel so tiny about myself. Let me read out what Lam do. All right. Lam is the former VP at Indochina Land. He's the vice president of Doi Nam University. Lam, are you required to teach as a VP?
No, I'm not. Fortunately not.
So you're bossing the teachers, which is a lot more fun.
No, I'm just trying to create the best environment for them.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, let me continue. I'm not finished yet with your title, man. Lam is the chairman of vntrip.vn. It's like the TripAdvisor. No, not TripAdvisor, but the what do you call that? The travel app, you know, the booking app, booking.com kind of thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like C-Trip.
Okay, yes. And VTV Cap Sports and Technology and Digital Transformation Club under Vietnam Young Entrepreneurs Association. So I went to your other website, the VTV Cap Sports. It's a bit like Netflix on steroid.
No, we're just sports. We're only doing sports.
Yeah, Netflix on steroids for sports. I mean, there's so many icons, so many things to look at. Thank you, Lam, for spending your precious time with us. I know I'm not.
Thank you for having me.
Not just you. I know every single one is extremely busy. You know, shall I go on to your resume? I think those few introduction will say it all, right? I'll go next to it, and I can't wait to go right in. Rifki is possibly one of the most fascinating stories that I've come across. Rifki has a superpower to get someone in a well-paid job and turn that person into an Uber driver. Rifki, you have to tell that story afterward, all right?
Sure.
Okay, Rifki has the shortest title, but I tell you, I would put my money on, you know, the 10th, you know, the top 10 unicorn in Jakarta, you know, coming out real soon. All right. So I'm betting on you. Let me read about you, Rifki. So Rifki's full name is Rifki Pratomo from Jakarta. He's the CEO of Endalin. He started his career in 2011 as a corporate banker in Maybank, and he took the role of Indonesia finance manager for Shell Indonesia in 2014, and a short stint in SEA Group in 2015, and started Andalin in 2016. Andalin is a digital freight forwarder that simplifies the complexity of import and export shipments for companies in Indonesia. Andalin provides a seamless digital freight forwarding experience in every aspect of your logistical need. I'll stop there, and you know, in short, you know, Andalin is made for people like me who hate to fill out forms.
Yes,
am I accurate?
That sums it up.
Okay. And lastly, I have my brother from another mother. Vijay, you have to explain to us the Africa connotation afterward, but let me read about Vijay Africa. Vijay wears many hats in the technology and entrepreneurship scene, with a personal mantra of tech for good, tech for all. He's an organization and change driver, a serial entrepreneur, a startup enabler, and an advocate of good governance. Vijay is the managing director of the Singapore, Malaysia, and operations of IT Group Inc., regional technology solutions company headquartered in the Philippines. Vijay graduated from Ateneo de Manila. That's like the top university in the Philippines, and carries an MBA from Thunderbird School of Global Management. He's a fellow of the Institute of Corporate Directors, ICD, and a member of the Malaysian Alliance of Corporate Directors. Vijay, I went to your website, and you know, the first line, you know, just captured my attention. Is your business empowered for the next normal? You know, love the question. I think that would be, you know, the main question of the day as we unfold. You know, let me start with, you know, having introduced all of you, I'll let you follow up in correcting whatever fact that I have left out with Lam. John, yeah, sorry. John, you have 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Sean. Thank you. Being a good friend. I mean, we just met each other. I mean, not met, like we just talked like yesterday, and
Yes.
we are like up right now. Yes. Hi,
Yes,
everybody.
you promised to make me rich.
Okay, I will. But I can tell you, but you are the one who choose your future. Okay.
Okay.
Let me introduce myself. My name is John Wongputhon Sijantalat. I'm CEO of Wellness, and also I have been graduate from USA, master degree in computer science. That's why I found the company, IT company. You know, I run my business since 2000 when I was in college. So I have been like you know, I have seen like many transformation. I mean, digitalized transformation, like from, you know, like Windows like 98, Windows 2000, something like that. You know, I have been working in IT business so long time. So that's why you know, I have facing too many problems, and so your question, what do I have to introduce first? I mean, beside like
the floor is yours. Basically, you know, according to the host, they have this question assigned, you know, 3 minutes opening about how your business have been impacted positively or negatively by the pandemic, and the key lessons you've gained from and the strategic move you deploy, particularly on digitization. Now that would be a 3-hour conversation in 3 minutes. So take your pick, all right?
Okay, I will. Yes. So right now I'm running a business called Wellness. Wellness is a crypto exchange based in Laos, and like crypto. I mean, like blockchain. Because, you know, like if you are in this kind of business, I mean, in this field, and about blockchain, actually blockchain it's like we can develop to 19 industry in this kind of things like blockchain. So people, if people think about blockchain, people think like crypto. It's not. So we try to do like a business here, and then we try to improve Laos to be like Estonia. You know, Estonia is a blockchain country. So as like COVID-19 pandemic, our business like running very fast. I mean, we don't get effect from pandemic, because, you know, right, IT business, when people got stuck in I mean at home, they have nothing to do, right? So they have to use IT. Yeah, that's why most of IT company, they don't get effect from pandemic. I mean COVID-19 pandemic. Yes. As you guys
No
know,
wonder
right?
you're growing, John. No wonder you're growing. I mean,
yes,
you
we are
are growing, and so is
Yeah.
everyone here who are in IT industry. I'm probably in the wrong trade,
Yes.
and after this, I would migrate to yours.
Yes. You know, like we grow like at least 200% last year. So from like start like from
200% last year.
COVID-19. Yes.
Oh
So
wow.
and we and hopefully we will be in unicorn. I mean, next couple years from wellness. Yeah, that's our plan is. Yeah, and then we try to improve. As you know, right? Laos is it's like sandbox country. I mean, like legalized by government to do crypto, especially like crypto trading, crypto mining, and blockchain. Yes, so they trial like 6 companies in Laos to do crypto. There are few country in the world that got like license to do crypto. Yes.
Fascinating. I love
yes.
the optimism and the confidence in and the aspiration in you know, projecting yourself to be a unicorn in a couple of years. I wish you all the best. And you know, I speak for the other 5 of us. We have shared a moment together today.
Okay.
Susanna, 200% growth from wellness Lao. Imagine how many percent growth last year.
well, then I guess this is the time for me to just dive in then and tell you how we're impacted at Imagine then because of this pandemic, Sean. So I mean, I think similar to what my colleagues have also indicated, unlike some of the other industries, you know, I mean, I suppose you can talk about travel, F&B, and whatnot. We weren't necessarily impacted negatively. Yeah, you know, being a premier telecommunications provider in Brunei, we were very fortunate. You know, we didn't feel necessarily that financial constraints that some other industries would. But I guess the constraint that we experienced, you know, especially over the last couple of months for us since Brunei, you know, encountered our second wave, is really how we needed to change out our operational point of view, if I can call it that. Yeah. I think key word here, and it's a word that's been used quite a lot already in the AYEC session thread today, is to adapt. Yeah. You know, we've had to adapt, not just in terms of how we manage or provide our services to our customers, but also for Imagineers. Well, as I shared with you, we call ourselves Imagineers. Yeah, even in the approach that we do work. Yeah. One of the things that we wanted to make sure as well is, first and foremost, everybody stays safe. Yeah, and that, you know, the team has the necessary tools for them to perform their task. Yeah. I have to admit, because we've had to reevaluate the way we approach our business, again, as I said, not just to meet the demands of our customers, which I think it goes without saying, it's been an exponential increase in demand over the last couple of months, over the last year, but also yeah, I'm not complaining. But also, of course, you know, we've had to bear in mind what exactly does our shareholders expect of us to adapt to all of this. You know, we've had to make sure that, you know, our BCP maintain a certain level of quality in our you know, products and our services to our customers, because, you know, I have to be very mindful of the fact, we have to be very mindful of the fact that you know, my team is essentially doing their work from home, you know, from their home office, if they're lucky enough to have one, from their living rooms, and all of this while playing different hats. I can speak for myself, you know, over the lockdown period. I'm not just a CEO, I'm also a teacher. You know, I'm also a cook sometimes. Yeah, so it's not easy. Yeah, so certainly not easy. We've had to consciously delay some of the product launches that we had. We've also had to delay some of the our new Imagine Go app launch because we knew that at the start of the lockdown, we knew that people really needed our service more so than anything, and we didn't want to disrupt our customers because it was not the time. Yeah, it was not the time to be introducing something new when people, I guess you can say, people were feeling anxious about the whole thing. Yeah. Those conscious decisions that we made did have a cost implication. I won't lie to you. I think my colleagues would appreciate that. Yeah. But I guess, just to try and move on to more positive things, I think the time also really tested us truly living our core values. We were nimble, we were flexible, and we really needed to try to make things simpler, not just for ourselves, but also how we provide our services. And this is where, we further adapted the use of digitalization in our approach. Yeah. As I said, the very heart of what we do is our customer. Yeah. So, we encourage our customers to go on to this digital journey with us. Yeah. Even simple things like, we've improved our website, we've improved our apps for the convenience of others. However, we do realize, and you would also be appreciative of this, Sean, not everybody is used to just yet going on to the apps and the websites, as much as we'd like to. There has been a significant increase in Brunei, but so even within then, we've had to use different means, like we introduced an online queuing system, for example, for those who prefer to go onto our branches. Yeah. So it's all about adaptation for us.
Roses, yeah?
Sorry, no, it's certainly not all roses and whatnot. Certainly not. But I think and I think as we speak through a little bit more later and hearing learnings from our colleagues in this forum as well, it's all about adapting. It's all about adjusting. As leaders of organizations, you also have to be very appreciative of not just how we continue to run our operations, but how our respective team members also themselves have had to adapt. Yeah. So we've introduced a number of different things in Imagine, like say, for example, because everybody uses Team. We've all had to interact online. We had to change things about a little bit because, of course, people's anxiety levels are high. Yeah.
We will dive deep into the operation.
Yes, of course.
Shortly.
Of course.
I'll just give everyone a very quick introduction for themselves, and then we'll go right in.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, then. Yes. Adaptation is key.
Lam, you have the most colorful resume. The question is, which one do you pick to introduce about yourself?
Hi, everyone. Again, I think I'm representing the Technology and Digital Transformation Association today. Obviously, I've been introduced to this event through the Vietnam Young Entrepreneurs organization. But in terms of the conversation that we're having about COVID and digital transformation, I'd like to speak about the three businesses that we're running. One of them is VNtrip, which is a travel company. The second one is our university, and the third one will be VTV Cap, which is the national cable TV. And I think with regards to travel, obviously we were hit first during the pandemic, and we're recovering last. It was very difficult time the past 2 years, and actually in Vietnam, the first and the second wave, the government did very well in containing the virus, and so we were for some time under the false impression that somehow magically Vietnam won't be affected by this whole COVID wave. And we thought, we were laughing for a time.
Same in Brunei.
Yeah. I mean, before the Delta variant, we did really well. I thought that that Vietnam would be an exception. but then the Delta variant came, and it hit really, really hard, because we were not prepared for the vaccinations, and we had no plans in place. So, travel was hit first, and we had to adapt very quickly. I think we were lucky that before the COVID broke out, we were already focusing on B2B, a lot of corporate travel. So we actually pivoted to focusing on organizations. And we built a travel management system which helps to digitize all the tasks related to travel. So basically, instead of having paper approvals, we simplified it with apps and the website. So everything that you had to do on paper, you had to submit apps to your boss. Everything else, we digitized that, and so that helped us, during the pandemic, to grow the customer base, and slowly just focus on quarantine tasks and helping corporations basically with their smaller travel tasks. We're doing okay, but I think travel will be challenging
right now. Sorry, is there a sense of recovery right now for your travel business?
We see some recovery. So B2C is basically dead right now, right? Any B2C, people are scared. Even though most of the population got the first jab, people are still very, very, very scared to travel. B2B, we are seeing recovery, but no international travel. So it's difficult. But because of the pandemic, I think most of you have seen that people are more open to digital transformation, to digitalization. And so we are actually able to sign up more customers because the CEOs are all of a sudden more aware of cost control. So this has really helped VNtrip in acquiring new customers.
So you're turning an adversity into opportunity. The classic
exactly.
Chinese Weiji.
Yeah, I think this is the bright side. And so, I think the biggest case to make for digital transformation is with the university. University is where we have, most of the old professors who are, really, really against, changing, right? Against change. And, it would be very difficult for us in the past to force them to do online lectures and to basically use computers and online grading. And the greatest thing about this pandemic was that they had no choice. I mean, they had to adapt. And this has been phenomenal for us. Perfect storm. I think it was great for us. And because of the pandemic, a lot of students couldn't go abroad to study. So we've actually seen, more students sign up to our university this year. And with more students coming in, with the teachers more willing to change, we're doing everything we can now to invest in digitization of everything in the school, because this is the great chance that we can force all these old professors to make the change. So I think for university is actually very, very good.
Fascinating.
In terms of our cable
another
TV,
winner, your Netflix.
Yeah, for cable TV, it has been a pretty good year because obviously there is nothing much to do when you're home. So you are obviously gonna sign up for as many pay-per-view or cable TV, whatever you can. So Netflix, TV Cab, and all those things has helped us tremendously. This year to grow our subscribers. So it's been good. I think we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Travel is very, very challenging. I think this is the most challenging sector, and I hope that the pandemic will be soon over, so that we can go back to the new norm.
So Lam, 2 out of 3, you're still doing very well, laughing to the bank.
Well, the greatest thing was, during the whole lockdown, I had more time to go play golf, and didn't have to go to the office.
Fantastic. Vijay, you had an enlightening moment, through the pandemic, for your own personal newfound perspective. I'll let you dive into it, however you want to open your floor.
Yeah, well, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks to the organizers for putting this together. And had I known that I would be around really distinguished lady and gentlemen, I would have worn a tie.
You're not alone. No one's wearing a tie. Don't worry.
But that being said, yeah, when Sean actually asked me what was my discovery of myself from the pandemic, I was trying to think of something really funky, creative, something really off the wall. And what I realized is, I'm not sure if anyone in the panel has experienced this, but I think I've done around 7 weeks of quarantine this year because of travel. So I've had a lot of time to reflect and have a lot of time for myself. Of course, there's always work, and having all of these tools allows you to still be productive while being under quarantine. But what it's also allowed me is to do a lot of reflection, introspection, and this whole pandemic has forced us to rethink priorities, to understand what the heck am I doing? Essentially, is this worthwhile? All of a sudden, time is, and I do apologize to John because he's in cryptocurrency. I think time is still the most valuable commodity. We just can't buy it, and so it's really forced us to think things through. And I've had a lot of time to think. Again, having spent 6 or 7 weeks of quarantine, I'd like to insert that reflection in terms of entrepreneurship because, again, I'm surrounded by successful and really inspiring entrepreneurs, and I'm hoping the folks, attending this talk are also, entrepreneurs themselves. What the pandemic has forced us to do is it's forced risk in our face. So a lot of entrepreneurs look at opportunities, and we're forever optimistic and excited about opportunities, right? But sometimes what we don't see are the risks. With the pandemic, it's normally the risk you first see before you pursue an opportunity. So I think to a certain extent, opportunities have somehow naturally upgraded themselves because now we're thinking of the risk first, of what the risk is in front of us, understanding how that can be an opportunity. So as you can see with the different panelists, we've actually discovered ways and means to take advantage of the challenges of the pandemic. Of course, it hasn't been easy. I'm sure all of us have lost, whether friends or family, and it's been tough. But we've also seen the opportunity, again, that risk actually provides. So I think to a certain extent that was part of my reflection and worth the 6 or 7 weeks of quarantine, Sean.
Well put. I must echo what you say. This is possibly the most optimistic forum that I've been in a long, long time. Everyone's depressed, and they haven't discovered the IT industry yet, apparently. Now wait till you hear Rifki's story. Rifki, take it away. How do you tell us about your superpower in getting a high-paying finance executive from Shell to join you and put him as an Uber driver?
All right, thank you, Sean. Good afternoon, everyone. Maybe just the long story short. So before starting Andalin, I was working, as mentioned by Sean, I was working in Maybank for quite some time, and then later on joined Shell, and that's where I realized basically, during my time in Shell, is that even a large company such as Shell, a lot of the process inside of it is still done manually, right? So it comes to a point when I was asking my team, what do I have to approve 100 to 150 emails every morning? It doesn't make sense. Can't we just automate this approval, right? Because basically the technology was not there. So that got me thinking into developing a technology that can eventually simplify international trade. starting with logistics. That's why we go to digital freight forwarding first. And then after working in Shell, I decided to resign from Shell because I wanted to focus on Andalin. And guess what? So I was working as a cyber cafe operator at the time. From a country finance manager now becoming a cyber cafe operator. I was also selling PCs on the side as well, door to door. So comes my previous partner in Shell, who was much more senior than I was. So he was asking me, why do you decide to become a cyber cafe operator? This does not make sense. Is this your future, or are you somewhat depressed already? so I told him, no, that's not the end game. I told him in the future, back in 2014, 2015, a lot of the disruption was done on the B2C front, but eventually it will catch up to B2B. To sectors in industrial manufacturing as well as logistics. So the thesis was, 5 years from then, which is 2020, 2021, a lot of the logistics as well as international trade will be done basically through online technology. So I outlined, I shared with him basically the potential progress of B2B digital adoption, and this, basically got his interest, and he was asking, can I join the team full time? I told him, you have to keep your job, and he did. So he did. He quit his job. On the side, he was being an Uber driver for about a year or two before we start generating revenue.
Has it been worth it, Rifki? I have to ask him, or ask him?
I think you have to ask him.
No, you signing the check, to his account.
Yeah.
Is it manifold right now?
It should be worth it by now, right? It should be worth it by now. And this is something, echoing to what Vijay mentioned regarding risk management during the pandemic. This is something that I think all of the companies are witnessing as well. Back in 2019, no one predicted COVID will happen. So when we did our forecasting, when we did our program, setting program for 2020, no COVID was in the picture, basically, right? So for a lot of companies, when it hits Q1, Q2, some companies, basically throw the white flag out. But I see a lot of companies that in terms of technology has adopted the new technology, not only technology, but as well the way they process their business, somewhat can survive the storms. This is including Andalin. So I won't say that the Q1, Q2 that we're immune to COVID, but at least in Q3, Q4, when the economy starts to rebound, we did catch up to our business, and we can rebound much faster than conventional freight forwarders or conventional logistics. And at the end of the day, in 2020, we grew our volume 500% compared to 2019. So in fact, we grew during COVID. 500%. Yes, correct.
500%. Wow.
Yes. In the first semester
200% from John. And you're 500%. I'm going to go back to Susanna and press on the question. How many percent afterward? But this is, you are one-upping each other. I'm enjoying the conversation. Keep going, Rifki. Preach.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, after our basically survival and success story in post 2020, early 2021, a lot of the logistics company as well as the conventional freight forwarding company are now starting to open up to technology, what they call solutions, and this is a good thing as well, because eventually to create a much efficient international trade, it cannot be only Andalin as a sole player. It has to be an implementation of a strong ecosystem, a digital ecosystem that everyone has to participate in. So yeah, so that's maybe my 1 or 2 cents regarding how we cope with the pandemic, but in 2020 and reaping the rewards in 2021.
You know what is really interesting amongst all of your answer is that my first question was to be, how has your business helped solve problem through digitalization? In one way or another, you guys are providing a real solutions to a problem that's existing. As a result, all of you are thriving. Well, with really one exception of the travel industry, which is inevitable. I want to shift the momentum of the conversation to leadership and culture in the tech industry. I know that you guys go 100 miles an hour. I don't think any one of you sleep. right? Let me know. Susanna was talking about having understanding, having compassion for your staff, making sure that they're well coached. She called herself a teacher, amidst COVID-19. So let me come back to you, Susanna, in continuing your story on how important it is to ensure that there is positive momentum amidst the fast changes in your company in keeping up with the demand.
Thanks. Thank you, Sean. I think it's extremely important. Since I think if simply because in order for an organization to be successful, one cannot do it on their own. Yeah, I think all my colleagues here as well can attest to that. It is essentially teamwork. Yeah. If you talk about what people have gone through during this pandemic, yes, no one foresee it in 2019. Putting the unforeseen impact on the business and the economics is one, but also on the people another. At the very onset, as I shared with you earlier on, safety is of utmost priority for us at Imagine, and for me as well personally. Yeah. I know as we moved on and transitioned on to activating our BCP, we then had to also start thinking about how people are coping at home. Different people adapt differently. Some people find going to the office away from their home as an escape, right? Yeah. Because they get to focus on one thing. Yeah. Whereas you don't always have that luxury when you are at home. Presumably you may have children, a spouse, or I don't know, maybe even having elderlies or your parents staying with you. So there's so many factors that one needs to take into account. So some of the things that we adapted in Imagine is that we opted to have virtual engagements, virtual town halls as we call them, every Friday morning. I log in, and most of the organization as well log in. In the beginning, it was more of information sharing. Of course, we pray first, seeking help from God, making sure that everyone stays safe. Share with everyone all the news that's since been introduced by the ministry the day prior, and then we realize, every week as it goes on, the same number of people logs in, and then we think let's change it up a little bit. And one of the things that we also do is that our human capital team tends to check the pulse, as I would say, the organization. And we found that different people are experiencing different things, and there's a lot of stress levels, not just because of the work, but stress levels because of the environment. So we then started introducing speakers, essentially helping people on how to manage their time. These are things that you would think that people would know, but you know what? In times like this, it helps to share some knowledge. Yeah. So that's what we do on a weekly basis. And then it then transform again to having what do you call it, online workout sessions, and things like that. And I think that, I think it helped with the morale of the team. So these were the things that we took into play. And I'd like to believe that it's successful. Yeah. Thank you.
Having a young CEO and it's a young and dynamic CEO has its perk, hasn't it?
I think key here for us is listen. I cannot profess to know everything, but what I can do is always to reach out to others and to hear what it is that they're going through. And we adapt as we go along, as I said, and some things may work out, some things may don't, but you won't know unless you try.
Well said. Does any of the panelists have any interesting leadership styles that you apply in your culture that has been effective that you can share with us?
I'll take a crack at this. I think. Yeah. I think it was particularly challenging for us at VN Trip during the pandemic, because a lot of people thought the company wouldn't survive, and not just the company, the industry. We saw a lot of companies going out of business, and one of the biggest challenges was actually to keep our staff from not just switching to another company, but switching to another industry. So it's kind of like, I think it's kind of like being a captain on a team that just got relegated. So you want to keep your best players on the team, and you have to be able to sell them the idea that we're gonna get promoted again, that we'll do well, and you just gotta stick for this one season instead of transferring to another club. And I think that
you're
takes.
referring to your travel industry, are you?
Yeah, I'm referring to travel.
Okay.
I'm referring to travel. So it was particularly challenging during that time, and I think you really have to be close with your employees, with your staff. You really have to show them that you understand their challenges that they're going through, and you have to be able to sell them this idea that what you're doing is going to work out in the long term, and they have to buy into that vision, because those that don't buy into that, they'll leave the company, because they either staying only for the money and not because of the belief in the vision of the company. You don't want people like that anyway, right? So you have to really see that they buy into that. We spent a lot of time. We hired a guy that did weekly meetings online for culture training. So we copied the what there's a company called Vanto, and they do corporate culture, and they charge about $15,000 per employee for a course like that. And so we hired a US dollars. So we hired a guy that went to that course and took really good notes, and then he brought all that back.
Very smart.
And helped us do that with our staff. But it's I think it's incredible. I mean, it's incredible how much brainwashing it can do. It's really, if you do it over and over again every week, you tell your employees about these are the values of the company, this is where we headed, this is the vision. And if you do it over and over again, and they have very, very smart strategies to brainwash people within the company. And after a while, they really believe in that, and they live by that culture. And then when you run the company as a leader that has sort of brainwashed your employees into believing this whole culture thing, it's so much easier. And a lot of them will come to stay with the company, especially through those difficult periods. So I think investing in those culture training sessions was one of the best investments that we've made. And obviously now we are left with the staff that I don't think will ever leave the company, at least until we're very successful and they find better jobs. But definitely through the difficult times, it was we did well, I think. And so I think that's the experience I wanted to share with travel. It's very, very challenging.
Amazing. I see that you and Susanna share very common threads. When in doubt, invest in your people, capacity building. Now, I've got 2 follow-up questions for you. Number 1, can we have the contact of not Vanto, but the cheaper guy? And number 2, you mentioned something about, so-called brainwash, right? You as a leader, do you allow yourself to be brainwashed that way as well? Because if you don't buy in, fat chances that your employees will.
I think you have to, as a leader, you really have to believe it in the first place, because otherwise it's bullshit, right? I'm sorry for the language, but you really have to believe in that, right? You have to truly believe in what you sell, and then you have to build those activities so that your employees understand what you're trying to tell them. You gotta have a vision and a mission that's not just some cliche, sayings. It has to be something very, very practical and achievable. And I think that's how you build the core for for that culture system in the long term.
Can we go, just 2 minutes, right? Very quickly, go deeper into that conversation. What is that vision and mission that you got people to believe in?
So during the pandemic, we basically said that VNTrip just wants to be the company that will help all the other companies digitize their travel needs and save costs. That's it. Very simple. So we're focusing on B2B. We're going to help other corporations, and we want to be a partner of every large corporation in Vietnam. Our mission is to save them costs. So it's very, very simple. We make sure that our employees see what we're trying to do, what our mission is, and we have a very simple target, right? So we're saying 30% of the top corporations in Vietnam in 5 years. So that's very visual goal. It's not too ambitious, but that's big enough to bring this company to about $500 million valuation, and they can see the roadmap in 5 years. That's about 50 to 60 corporations per year, and here's your ESOP. This is how much it's worth, and if you hit this target in 5 years, this is how much you're going to be worth, and that's it. You
make it sound so simple. Big, hairy, audacious goal with a visionary leader.
It's very simple. Very simple.
I know just a friend that you should meet. That's Rifki from Indonesia. There's so much parallel in what the two of you are doing. Now, I want to move on to another topic of conversation. And, any one of you, if you think that this is something that is relevant to your business or your industry, please feel free to chip in. I want to talk about trends, right? I know this is like John's forte. Things that I don't understand, right? NFT, Bitcoins, and okay, the third thing, right? The metaverse, the 10 minutes video that Zuckerberg just introduced 2 weeks ago. Where are we going? And, shall I be more worried about technology, more than what I am already now? Guys, bring me to the future, but explain to me succinctly and simply.
Sean?
Anyone? Yes,
Sean?
VJ.
Sorry, before we pass the mic to John, because maybe this is more of his area of expertise. What I do want to promote and advocate, as hopefully as a trend that's growing in the region, is data, is the value of data, data governance, data ethics. I think what's also very important is having data-driven organizations. And back in the day, when maybe technology penetration was still rather low, we all had an excuse for not having enough data. We didn't have the right systems. We didn't have the right platforms to capture all of this information. We don't have that much of an excuse anymore. We've got all of these systems in place. And if you don't have those systems in place, you know how to contact me, as a side note.
Okay.
But that being said, we've got all of this data around us. And I think we are maybe a bit past, we're way past understanding this. We should now be embracing it. We should now be benefiting from all of this data. But then again, a lot of things need to be at the forefront of all of this effort and all of this excitement. And again, it's data governance, understanding how data can help organizations. What does the data tell us? What stories do they tell us? It won't be as sexy as crypto and all that stuff, but data is powerful. And we've heard a lot of people say that it's the new oil. I've also heard people say it's the new water. It's as important as water, right? So that's one thing that I think it's a trend. It should be more than a trend. It should be a way of life. It should be a normal way of business, in my view. So maybe I'll pass it on to John for stuff that I don't understand.
Yeah, Sean, if I can Yeah, if I can just, Vijay, I completely agree with you. Data shouldn't be a trend. It should be the way we do business. Yeah. It is particularly relevant to my line of business. Being in Brunei, being in a highly competitive market, you need to use data to, and for me, if I can expand from that, data is there, yeah, but it's more of what you do with it, yeah, is also what I think you're saying, yeah, how you analyze it, yeah, and how we can use that to make well-informed decisions. No point in innovation if you don't know how things are performing, how your customers are like, what they don't like, yeah. So yeah, I mean, not to want to drag on it, but I completely agree with you. Thank you.
So I have this favorite phrase. I don't think it's applicable in this forum. It says, never let the facts get into the way of a good story. All of you are highly intelligent and facts and number only. Believe in the scientist. John, what do you have to teach us about so John and I had a very interesting conversation about people living in another world. It's almost an imaginary story of, playing game all day while making money. Take us away with your story.
Okay, thank you, all speakers. I mean, Vijay and Susanna and Lam. You guys so amazing.
Amazing, aren't they?
But right now we are moving to the next world. I mean, metaverse, right? So, as you guys know, blockchain can develop to many business. I mean, industry. As I found, is 19 industry, insurance. Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. You guys know, right? China, they have their CBDC built on blockchain. So most of so many countries that are developing their CBDC. So as you guys know that NFT, non-fungible token, cryptocurrency right now, as I check, is 14,000 or more in cryptocurrency. So as you guys know, right? Facebook just announced a metaverse. Yeah, that's a new world. Yeah, and you guys know that they use cryptocurrency to buy things in there, right? To buy a token, I mean NFT, and they build land, and they have sandbox. They have decentral lands that more. I mean, the land is more expensive than the real world. So amazing that how people buy using the crypto to buy that things in the real world. I mean in digital world. So as I talk with Mr. Sean, and he's so impressed, what's going on in this world. I mean so as you guys know, right? We Sushana and Vijay and Lam and everybody here. So we use technology to our life, right? So right now we just put VR, and then we in another world. I mean, so that's why and our pandemic, COVID, make our life change, as we don't know how we go to that new world. So impressed on this one. So as Mr. Lam, he doing a business VN trip. Next, in the future, 5 or 10 years, we don't use cash anymore. We're gonna use crypto to buy a trip, to use Mr. Lam service, right? So I'm impressed, so amazing in this world. Yes, Sean. Yeah.
Amazing, amazing.
Yeah.
I've been told that we need to wrap up real soon. 4 o'clock
Yes.
is our next session, and it goes to say how fascinating all of you are. I would like to before asking my next question, ask our facilitator if there's any question from the floor. I think that a lot of people would have a lot of curiosity for all of you. So, Aspa, would you like to jump in if there's any question? Well, okay. No? Okay, let me continue. Yeah. Let's move the conversation. Our final wrap up questions, and I want to start with Rifki, and then all of you will give your 2 minutes deliberation on this topic, and then we will conclude. The topic is inclusion. Yeah. How do we make sure that people are not left behind amidst all the progress, amidst all of you earning your millions and millions? How do we make sure that people understand the language and you are invited to the party? Rifki, what solution do you have on the table?
Well, I mean, the backbone of our philosophy in Andalin itself is to basically democratize international trade. So by simplifying international trade, import and export in Indonesia, we allow for companies that has never been doing international trade in the past. Now we can include them into this global market. So opening new doors and opportunities. So even in 2021 alone, we have basically we have helped about 50 to 60 medium to large enterprises to start doing their first exports. And I think this kind of inclusion is also important in terms of commercial sense, that there are some companies that are still left behind, that is not getting access to global market yet, and this is something that we're really working on. But on top of that, something that I would like maybe to add as a wrap up as well, Sean, I like to echo what Vijay mentioned earlier on regarding risk and opportunity. And technology itself, as we discussed regarding metaverse and so on, it presents opportunity, but there are risks that we need to also prepare for, and so we as the pioneers in terms of the frontiers of technology, we are also responsible for making sure that the technology that we develop is safe in terms of its data security, as well as the usage of those data, as Susanna mentioned as well. So that's from my end, Sean.
Wonderful. Lam, over to you, please. Inclusion. How is the digital divide in Vietnam? And are there efforts? You're in the education industry. What has been done to make sure that there's no one left behind?
I think in Vietnam it starts from the government. For the last 2 years, the government has done a lot of events and a lot of let's say propaganda towards digital transformation, and even within the government itself, there's been a lot of money that's being spent on the efforts for digital transformation. So I think it starts from the leadership in the country, but I think in the long term, even if you don't include all these people, inevitably they will have to transform themselves. I think otherwise they'll be left behind, and there's a lot of money left on the table. So I think you don't have to do much anyway. In the long term, people will adapt and will transform. Business will cause them to have to adapt.
Lam, you have it easy. I'm not gonna press you on the difficult question on personal leadership, but the next person holding the mic will have to be answerable. If not the government, then it has to be you. So who would like to talk about personal leadership in bridging the digital divide?
Susanna can.
Thanks, Lam.
You're welcome.
Okay. So in my attempts to answer that, let me talk about inclusion as well. Then, for me, inclusion is it's all about trying to mitigate this digital gap that we're speaking about. Yeah, I think everybody plays a part. Yeah, be it the government, regulators, corporates, the education, so on and so forth. I think everybody plays a part. The reason why I say that is I'm gonna bring it down to something that's near and dear to my heart. Is of course this digital literacy. What I mean by that really here is. Last year in 2019, when the pandemic hit our country, and in fact everywhere around the world, in Brunei in particular, it forced everyone, or rather a majority of our population, to learn how to use simple things like a smartphone. Yeah, we were always on that path anyway towards moving to a smart nation in Brunei, yeah. But that the pandemic accelerated that. Yeah, I'm sure it's the same for everybody else here, and we do that via the need to want to have simple usage of a mobile phone, yeah, which you can carry an Imagine line on, by the way. A shameless plug there. Yeah. And now we've seen that rather quickly. Yeah, you've seen a lot of people use mobile phones, use smartphones. Yeah, I mean, even our elderlies in the 70s, who are in their 70s and 80s, are now carrying it. Because why? Because everyone has to download in Brunei what we have, the Bru Health app, where you need to make sure that you show that you're fully vaccinated. You need to, if you want to know what the latest information is, you log on to that particular app. So it can be done. However, having said that though, because we need to still, yes, we've moved on to the transition phase in Brunei, alhamdulillah. We're not yet quite in the endemic phase, yeah? So schooling, for example, yeah, I'm gonna bring it back to you then, Lam, yeah, to the education piece, yeah. That still needs to be done online. So what Imagine is doing, together with the ministries, Ministry of Education, for example, is that because we are conscious that not everybody has access to the devices, to the connectivity. So, we are embarking on certain projects to support the nation, making sure that there is parity in people having access to telecommunication services, using digital platforms, and hopefully closing in on this digital gap. So if you ask me, everybody plays a part in it. Government, regulators, people in this industry players, yeah, everyone here. Yeah, so that's my thoughts on it. Yeah, thank you.
So infrastructure, Susanna will say. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Philippines, and then Laos, and then so long. Vijay, the divide is prevalent in the rich and the poor in your country. So what has been the solution in making sure that people have access to data and Wi-Fi?
Well, it's very interesting because certain kinds of technology, they don't discriminate between rich and poor. Social media, for example, widely used regardless of your economic class. Even those that probably cannot afford to buy something of substance, they still have a mobile phone. They still have a smart device because, hey, how will they get their Netflix? How will they get, how will they jump into Facebook or Instagram or whatever? So
do we have a screw up priority in your opinion?
Well, I don't want to question people's priorities, but I think that the access to technology is there. But I want to emphasize though is the right use of technology. And in many instances, that comes with, I think my colleagues Lam and Susanna spoke about it. Firstly is education, having that awareness. And I think to date, there is no, for example, there is no social media etiquette guidebook or rule book out there, right? That's one thing. While I also believe that inclusion should be across the board, I think I also agree with Lam that the tone needs to be set at the top. That we will be an inclusive nation, we will be an inclusive culture, and it becomes easier to do that. But that being said, I do agree, everyone has to play a part, and that probably ties into what you mentioned earlier, Sean. It's all about leadership. If you instill and build a culture of inclusion where everybody has an opportunity, sorry for the cliche, but to be the best version of themselves, you're in a good place. Right, you're in a good place, and it's about having access to technology, having access to the right technologies, having access to education, and there's just been a massive pickup in terms of upskilling and all that stuff. And I think a lot of organizations are making this more accessible, again, to rich or poor, men, women. It doesn't matter anymore, right?
So the corporations need to come together, individuals need to come together. The government need to come together. John, you have 1 minute. Thank you, Vijay. Well said.
Thank you.
Okay, I gotta wrap up in 1 minute.
So you are wrapping up for every one of us. You can talk about the digital divide, or you can do a concluding remark for us.
Yes. Thank you for all speakers. So like Susanna and so many people are said, we change our life to digital world. So we have to use smartphone. So right now, as a pandemic, COVID pandemic, so some people they left their job, right, and then they play games to earn something like that. So we have to adapt ourselves to the new digital world. So many ways that we can make money. So many ways that we can use our digital to change our life. So as we are here in Laos, government changed a lot. I mean, like to mobile apps to check on like pandemic news, so many things, and I mean, like use mobile phone. Without mobile phone, we can live, I think, right now. So so exciting. Yes. So that's it for me. So if our life change to digital world, so here it's time to change our life too. So to metaverse. Yes, that's what I want to say.
Perfect ending. It's time to change, everyone. It's been a pleasure to Vietnam, to Philippines, Indonesia, Laos, and back to Brunei. So back to you, Aspa. It has been a fun highlight of my Saturday afternoon. I wouldn't exchange it for anything. I hope it has been the same for all of you. From all of us in Brunei, thank you for your nice and kind company. Over to you, Aspa. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
For over 3 decades, Stratec has been pivotal in impacting people from all walks of life. Our innovations and passion have led us to supporting many different industries, like oil and gas, security, business continuity, data center management, healthcare, and more. We've been with you in all different stages of your life. From the first thing in the morning when you fill up your petrol, to the moment your child takes their first breath in the hospital, to the launch of your business, to grocery and personal shopping, to the start of your first bank account, and to the moment when you turn off the lights at night. We've grown and evolved alongside you
and that hasn't changed despite the unexpected pandemic. While we've seen a global change in the way we live, celebrate, eat, shop, study, work, socialize, and so much more, we've developed many innovations to meet these challenges head on. In fact, we take pride in our ability to deploy relevant and impactful solutions, from technology that help businesses digitize during the pandemic, to hospitals and frontliners fighting the good fight, and to increasing security and safety during the battle against COVID-19. Through the ups and downs of everyday life and the challenges the world faces today, we've been passionate about helping others. While things have been tough and unpredictable, we're here to help you when the going gets tough. Because like what they say, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. Keep moving forward. Stratic is with you every step of the way.
The ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Council was established during the 26th ASEAN Summit in Malaysia in 2015, endorsed by ASEAN leaders during the Kuala Lumpur Declaration. The ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Council, AYEC for short, is a network of national young entrepreneurs associations from 10 ASEAN countries. Its founding was advocated by the ASEAN Business Advisory Council and ASEAN Secretariat as a landmark initiative as a platform for regional cooperation amongst ASEAN young entrepreneurs aimed at providing young entrepreneurs a voice at the table of private sector's representatives in ASEAN. Following the landmark initiative to include youth under the economic pillar by ASEAN leaders in the Bandar Seri Begawan Declaration 2013. The AYEC has also launched the ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Association and the ASEAN Young Women's Entrepreneurs Club. A key annual agenda and highlight of the AYEC is the ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Carnival, inaugurated in Kuala Lumpur in 2016 to celebrate ASEAN youth in their entrepreneurial spirit and nurture companionship. Since its founding, the AYE Carnival has brought together over 3,000 young entrepreneurs in Kuala Lumpur in 2016, Manila in 2017, Singapore in 2018, Bangkok in 2019, and Hanoi in 2020 hybrid. In 2021, the AYE Carnival is hosted entirely virtually in Bandar Seri Begawan. The 6th ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Carnival, themed Reimagining Business in the New Paradigm, calls for businesses and young entrepreneurs to overcome the disruptions brought by COVID-19 through digitalization, leadership, collaboration, and inclusive involvement of women in addressing the grand challenges of our times as we adapt to this new normal. The 6th AYE Carnival aims to inspire and challenge young entrepreneurs in ASEAN to take on lessons from the pandemic to re-emerge stronger, wiser, and bolder together to build resilient, nimble, and innovative businesses and contribute to taking ASEAN to greater heights.
Thank you so much, Sean, and to all of the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, our sixth and final open forum discussion today will discuss Sama-Sama Collaboration for Recovery. Moderating this 80-minute session is Ms. Deborah Melissa Botro, the Managing and Creative Director of Siena DMB Sendirian Berhad, the Secretary General of ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Council, and the President of Malaysia Young Entrepreneurs ASEAN Association. I pass the floor to you, Deborah.
Hi, thank you so much, Aspa. Good afternoon, everybody. I really hope that you've been enjoying the carnival so far. I found it super interesting with such great panel of speakers so far. So to welcome you this afternoon to our panel now, we are going to be talking about Sama-Sama Collaboration for Recovery. And let me introduce you so you can see here our panel. Say hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, guys.
All right, let's get started. So, as we get started on the last session for the day, this is the session for the 6th ASEAN Young Entrepreneur Carnival. Thank you to YEAB and, of course, AYEC. It's a yearly event that it's held and hosted by the ASEAN Chairmanship country. Brunei has done an excellent job so far organizing this virtual edition of our carnival. And thanks to our chairman Fatin and our honorary Yanti, the ASEAN Back chairman for 2021. This afternoon, we'll be talking about the topic of collaboration. As people's skills get increasingly specialized, collaboration as a practice becomes more important than ever before. But what does that mean exactly? And what is collaboration? Although collaboration has become a bit of a corporate buzzword, but that doesn't mean that it's an empty cliche. It's on the contrary, collaboration in the workplace is really what makes teamwork successful. It's really that simple. Let's dive into this session and dig deeper with our amazing panel. Firstly, let me introduce you today to our panel. We have 4 people here with us. And let's introduce first Mr. Delwyn Keysbury. He's originally from Brunei, but he's in Australia now. He is a speaker coach from Ideas and Action. I'm going to read his profile quickly for you. He is a 3-time TEDx speaker. That's super cool. He's got a background in business development and professional development. He has worked with the likes of British High Commission, Microsoft, and Trade Victoria. He has spoken at international conferences and delivered workshops in Australia, Brunei, and the Middle East. He is currently developing a communications coaching program called How to Speak Like a Pro. So, Darwin, after all this, you're going to have to tell us if we did a good job speaking here, especially
You got it,
me.
Deborah. You got it.
So he helps professionals and entrepreneurs speak confidently and leave a lasting impression. Darwin grew up in Kuala Belait in Brunei and currently resides in Melbourne, Australia. Next up, we have Dr. Raul Mirchandani. Did I pronounce your surname?
It's perfectly fine.
All right. So Dr. Raul, he is a promoter and chairman and managing director of Aries Agro Limited, an Indian multinational company in the business of manufacturing specialty plant nutrient solutions since 1969. Raul is ranked amongst the 50 most influential rural professionals, and 30 most innovative CEOs in India. And he was also featured in Forbes India in 2019. He pioneered several unique innovations in the specialty plant nutrition industry in India and several shock and awe brand building programs, which included launching India's first loyalty program in the agri-business. India's first agribusiness flash sale, which also earned a Limca Book of Records. He holds a doctorate in management studies and is also a chartered financial analyst, and holds an MBA from the University of Canberra, Australia, and has delivered sessions on innovation and entrepreneurship at the Oxford University, UK. He has also lectured at over 50 B schools in India, and he is the recipient of the Bharat Ratna Rajiv Gandhi Yuva Sakti Award 2010 in recognition of outstanding achievements towards youth empowerment and exclusive growth. Post-national chairman of the Confederation of Indian Industry Young Indians, and the architect of Yeast Farm Net Program, Next Practices, and International Relations Verticals. So this is Dr. Raul. You want to say hi first? So they
Hi guys,
know.
how are you? Salam, namaste to everyone from India.
And next up, our third speaker for today, we have Dr. Noor Rahman, who is from Brunei. Dr. Noor has a broad experience base, including FMCG, retail, and manufacturing in the areas of executive management, quality management, people management, operations management, business development, amongst others. Dr. Noor is extremely passionate about positioning Brunei in the global food industry and contributing to the Brunei food industry development. Upon joining Ganim, he undertook an exercise to turn the company around towards profitability and growth, including embarking on renewing the vision and mission and strategy. He initiated repositioning Brunei Halal Foods as an iconic halal brand and establishing partnerships with MSMEs for the processing of products under the Brunei Halal Foods brand for export markets, and supplied products manufactured by MSMEs to several international markets. Ghanem also implemented a Brunei government initiative of entrepreneurship development program by engaging local Bruneians into retail business through The Junction. It's a franchise of retail outlets. That's a very interesting profile we have. We have a good lineup. And lastly, our women lady in the panel, Miss Noreen Marianne Bautista from the Philippines. Noreen has been co-founding social enterprises and startups since 2010 and is a certified innovation professional by the Global Innovation Management Institute. She was recognized by the World Economic Forum as a global shaper and also one of the 40 pioneer women social entrepreneurs of Ashoka Philippines and S&P Global's Women Together for a Better Normal program. She is co-founder and CEO of Panublix, a textile sourcing platform and marketplace that aims to build a thriving, sustainable, tropical textile industry in Southeast Asia, starting with the Philippines. She is also founder of chief igniter of /Ignite, a social innovation studio based in Iloilo City, and entrepreneur in residence for marketing and programs at Kawadra TBI, the technology business incubator of Iloilo Science and Technology University. So welcome to all the panels today. How are you doing?
Great.
Doing very well.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a really interesting panel here of very diverse sectors and industry, I'd say. So let's start quickly with a quick introduction from all of you for 3 minutes so everybody can have a better idea. If you can share with us a little about your business, how your business has been impacted by the pandemic, whether positively or even negatively, and we'll take it from there. So let's go with Noreen first.
Hi, thanks, Deborah. Mabuhay from the Philippines. Maayong hapon, good afternoon. That's how we say it in my language, Hiligaynon, which is one of the many languages here in the Philippines. So I was born and raised here. Iloilo City is located in the center part of the Philippines, an hour away from Manila. And we have a very rich heritage, especially in terms of textile and back in the colonial period, my city, Iloilo, was considered the textile capital of the Philippines and an economic center of the country. And personally, it has always been my passion to promote culture and heritage. That is why we developed Panublix. It actually comes from the word panublion, which means heritage. And it really is, as was mentioned in the intro, a platform connecting designers and brands with tropical textiles and artisan craft. And this has also been a serendipitous alignment of our Philippine government's investment in the textile industry, because we are reviving the production of fibers, for example, like cotton, abaca, and pineapple, for the tropical textile industry. Prior to this, as Deborah mentioned, my other engagements, I'm really a serial social entrepreneur. Panublix is probably my fifth enterprise already that I have been hands-on building. Entrepreneurship is something that I have been drawn to back in my university days. And in the tech startup scene, also in the Philippines, I was very much involved. It's interesting because the theme right now, sama-sama, I know it means different things in the Southeast Asian region, but in the Philippines, sama-sama is together for us. So it's very fitting that we're talking about collaboration, because every single enterprise that I've started has always been built with the foundation of collaboration. In the Philippines, we have this value of kapwa, which is really about humanity and your relationship with the community. And especially here where I'm based, that value is very strong. So we value a lot of public-private collaborations in my city. So this whole thing about building enterprises is on the backbone of working hand in hand with government and other private and public sectors so that we develop our economy. And yes, COVID has definitely affected us, but in a interesting way, because it actually accelerated our thrust for digitization. Right now, Panuvlik is also involved in the digital economy of onboarding our artisans who are mostly located in the rural areas of our country and really getting them on the digital economy. So we're integrating actually a lot of these tech platforms and the e-commerce and fintech also. But the goal is really, to include the rural entrepreneurs in this whole innovation and digital economy. Because if we don't, we would risk further exclusion brought about by the pandemic and all these innovations. So yeah, that's a quick intro. I hope that's quick enough. So thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Noreen, for the insightful introduction. Let's call Dr. Noor Rahman to introduce his company and the Brunei Halal Foods.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respected moderator, keynote speakers, and the other speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on this occasion. It has been exciting news for us to share Brunei Halal Foods experience over the last couple of years and so forth. So Ghanim International is a government-owned company established in 2009. Our objective is to promote local food products and also collaborate with the local SMEs and other government agencies and organizations, basically to promote Brunei-made products and also to create employment opportunity, diversifying our economy. So with that objective, what we have done over the last 10, 11 years or so, basically we have developed a collaborative relationship with our local manufacturers, local SMEs, MSMEs. And they are working together with the SMEs. They are manufacturing products for us, and we are supplying to the local market and to the international market. And then there has been another opportunity that came up from the government that we need to promote and then develop our local young people for retail businesses. So we have taken that challenge, and then it has become a huge opportunity for us and for the local entrepreneurs. So we are actually developing, we are setting up the junction retail outlet, and they are coming up and they are operating. At the moment, with our help, with our collaboration, training, mentoring, and so forth, we have opened 3, and then over the next 10 years, we are planning to open 120 in Brunei. That's our plan. So that's another business unit. Also, we have taken the opportunity to help our local fruits and vegetable growers. So that also came up during the pandemic. This is an opportunity that has actually been created because of the COVID-19. So government advised us to help the local growers and farmers. So we took the opportunity. They are growing their fruits and vegetables, but because of the markets were closed, so someone needs to go and buy. So what we tried to do, very small farmers and growers, they used to take their produce to the bazaar market twice a week. We used to buy from them, and then we used to try and sell. So it was a challenge, but it created opportunity for us for long term. So that's significantly helping us as well, and the local businesses. Also, we have opened other opportunities to collaborate with the local government agencies like Darussalam Enterprise. They have got the same goal as we do, to help the local SMEs. So with that note, we are collaborating with the Darussalam Enterprise in Brunei and setting up a manufacturing plant, world-class manufacturing plant to help the local SMEs, as they don't have the high standard manufacturing facility. They will be coming and utilizing our facility to develop product, to process product, pack product, and supply to the local and international market. So obviously, it has been challenging, but we took this challenge as an opportunity, and we are collaborating with different partners, which we'll talk later, and then it's helping everyone. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Nur Rahman. Next up, let's call Dr. Rahul Mirchandani.
Hi, salam, namaste from India. Thank you so much, Deborah, for that introduction. And as far as my company is concerned, I'd like to give you a brief introduction on the various collaborative tools that we have used. As a matter of record, we are a Indian-born multinational. We have 120 brands that sell across 26 states and 6 countries in India. And last year, we had about 9 million farmers who bought specialty farm inputs from us. So 9 million customers across the country and around the Asian region have benefited from the kind of technologies that we had put into place in the market. Now, when COVID hit, of course, we all were, like everyone perhaps on this panel and everyone listening in, we were in no man's land. We had no clue what was going on. And fortunately, certain things worked well for us, which I would like to talk about. But I think to underline the fact that this have been perhaps the best 2 years for agribusiness and its resilience and its agility. In fact, we have managed, despite all circumstances, to create a much more agile, efficient organization, thanks to the pandemic and everything shutting down and the kind of circumstances we all had to deal with. There was a lot of outsourcing that actually emerged as a result of the pandemic. So one of the first collaborative tools was outsourcing a lot of our packaging. So what we did is we were all functioning at limited capacities in our factories. And what we did is we used all the suppliers and all the micro enterprises that we had in the rural areas, which were not affected too much by COVID and did not shut down, to actually do a lot of our packaging and completing the product for sale at the various rural areas. Because cities were shutting down, we found an immediate pivot to go out and approach our suppliers and our partners and micro enterprises in the remotest parts of the country to complete the product based on our specification and supply to the market. So that actually completely changed our supply chain. It also gave them a lot to do and kept those businesses running, and also gave us a tremendous amount of buffer in order to reach those products at the right time in those markets. The fact that our company always recruited locally, we never took boys from the cities, boys and girls from the cities, and put them into the rural areas. We always recruited locally, which means they were not actually affected by the district-wise lockdowns that we had. So they could still service the farmers in the region, they could still approach communities in the area, and we were perhaps the only ones in the field where everyone else was really shut out. So this was really a second major collaborative platform. The third, I think the biggest, was digitization. We collaborated with tremendous amount of small and micro enterprises and startups to create digital tools that enabled our entire business to actually move online. Today, our entire booking process is online, our entire payments is online, voice and video is used to train farmers digitally. And all of these were enabled by small and micro enterprises that we actually very quickly went out and approached and got into our fold. The fact that we did almost 5 billion rupees worth of bookings online with farmers across the country, seamlessly converting, farmers actually surprised us with the speed and agility with which they have adopted digital technologies. And had they not, perhaps we would not have been sitting here discussing a successful business today. It's the fact that farmers were so well penetrated, and we were able to put in the micro enterprises with the IT backing to actually get this digitization in place. We also enabled a lot of R&D on time and labor and water-saving technologies. We put drones in the market for agricultural sprays because labor was not available. Drones actually did agricultural sprays, and we do drones. We are the first company in India to get drones for agricultural sprays in the country, which enabled sprays despite labor not being around. We also used a lot of time for introducing 12 new products in terms of R&D. A lot of collaboration happened in R&D. A lot of time was available for R&D and research, which perhaps we didn't have when we were all running helter-skelter in the market. That was another collaborative tool. And I think the other major thing was to actually do a lot of social projects. So for instance, you would have heard millions of Indians were displaced and walked thousands of kilometers home when cities shut down. Our farmers supplied food to these individuals on the streets, on highways, produced on farms where they were growing in order to do social projects as that entire massive displacement was going on. Oxygen concentrators were supplied, vaccination was conducted, all of these through collaborative platforms that were done within the country. And for the last thing also internationally, Fatin and I have been involved in the G20 Young Entrepreneur Alliance as well as the Commonwealth Alliance of Young Entrepreneurs. These alliances actually came out and actually talked to Indian businesses and Indian SMEs on how each country is dealing with COVID, how mental health was affected and how countries are dealing with mental challenges as a result of COVID. So not only within the organization, but also as far as the entrepreneur alliances globally, a lot was done really by working together. And frankly, if we've come out of these 2 years still smiling and still talking, it's because of these massive collaborative tools that we put in place very quickly and in a very agile fashion. And today, I think we're much more efficient. And I must thank COVID for teaching us a lesson, and hopefully we'll not snap back to the old ways of doing things. Thank you.
That's really good. Thank you, Dr. Raul. It's really interesting how you use a lot of the technology also to connect with all these farmers digitally, which I'm going to ask you a bit more about that later because I'm quite fascinated by that. Next up, we have Darwin Keysbury from Ideas in Action. How are you, Darwin?
I am great, Deborah. So let me say g'day from Australia. So it's so great to be here with everyone. As Deborah mentioned, I grew up in Brunei. For those of you who are there right now watching, specifically, I grew up in Kuala Blight, which is a small town in Brunei. But I'm now based here in Melbourne, Australia. And I'm so glad to be here to share learnings, but also share mistakes that I've made along the way. There's a great quote about learnings, right? They say that the good learn from their mistakes, but the great learn from the mistakes of other people. So I'm sure my colleagues here might share some of their own mistakes and successes throughout the rest of this session as well. I want to say right now that this is a huge topic. Full on respect to all the participants who are hanging on. This is session number 6. This is a secret that they told us beforehand that they saved the best session for the last one. So all of you who are watching live, hang on, stick to us. We're going to share lots of good insights into this amazing and important area of collaboration. Across my journey, I have worked for companies small and big. I've worked for private companies. I've worked within government as well. I pivoted between industries. So throughout the rest of this 60 minutes that we have, I'll be sharing through the perspective of someone who's kind of been there and done that. For example, one of the things I'll get into afterwards is I've been in rooms where VVIPs have been in those discussions where they're trying to reach a win-win solution. And sometimes, I've been there kind of quietly observing how each party is trying to meet in that middle. So again, I'll be sharing a little bit of insight into that as well. I've been there as well as a person who has organized my own events. So again, I'll share from that perspective of what it's like being the person pitching to a company, a government company, a private company, about how do we work together. So yeah, I think I'll leave it there for now, Deborah, because I want to make a lot of time for us to discuss. So back to you, Deborah.
Thank you so much, Darwin, for that great introduction. All right, so let's dive into some questions. So the first section that I'm going to really talk about mainly is literally what is collaboration and how you guys have benefited from collaborating, especially since the pandemic. Let's go with Dr. Noor. How you were talking about earlier that you were collaborating with local MSMEs. I'm really interested in this part because I personally am passionate about MSMEs because they are literally the enterprises that got affected mostly during this pandemic. So how did you work with these SMEs in collaboration and in helping them during the pandemic?
Thank you. That's a fantastic question. So collaboration, as I understand, it's just leveraging the potential and the learnings and experience between parties. So with the connectivity, with the discussion, showing the trust, confidence. So what we have done as a government-linked company, one of our objective was to help our local SMEs to grow. So that started basically, although the company was established in 2009, physically we started actively collaborating with our SMEs in 2016. And then what we did, we have created our strong team within our Ghanim International Brunei Halal Foods brand. And we worked with the individual SMEs, looked at their potential, what they can do. And then we developed the product, done all the packaging and so forth. What we have asked them to do is just to produce, because they have a manufacturing plant. So that's how they gradually grew into a little bit bigger business. So we have also taken the opportunity to take the SMEs product into local retail market, which did not happen in the past. And also, more importantly, we take SME products into international market, which for a small SME is very difficult task. So with that note, so as we were growing the SMEs, we have now connected more than 25 SMEs. They are producing different products. We are becoming an export aggregator for the SMEs. We will be collecting the products from them and we will be supplying. We have supplied products to Singapore, we have supplied products to Dubai, and we are supplied to China, which would have been impossible for a small SME to go on their own. So this is the opportunity that we created. Obviously, the COVID significantly affected, as we all know, that one of the major interruption is the travel restriction. We cannot go and see face-to-face our customers internationally. We have got high price for the freight cost increase, and then our limitation in the employees to come to workplace and so forth, all the challenges. But having that, we are maneuvering, we did not give up. One of the things that we did was continue to still work with our team and the SMEs. And during the COVID, still we continued to export our SME products to international markets. So we are not there yet, but our aim to increase the collaboration. What we identified that SMEs require a facility to process their products. So that's what another collaboration opportunity that we took with the different government agencies. Darussalam Enterprise is an agency, BEDB is an agency, Ministry of Primary Resources, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Home Affairs, all these together, everyone is contributing, collaborating into this project so that we can work together. Obviously, we under Ministry of Finance and Economy, all the agencies under Finance and Economy, we are working together to set this up. This is going to come up in the next month or so. And once it comes up, it will show up that how actually we can slowly grow our SME into a bigger player in Brunei. That's why we call our project as the Brunei Food Industry Development Multi-Purpose Processing Center. So hopefully we will be able to help the SMEs a bit more in terms of growing the industry and grow their businesses.
Yeah, that's really good. So you're actually merging the public and the private sector into one to achieve an ultimate goal, and you are essentially helping these SMEs and MSMEs bring their raw product into a product that is export ready into the field. Yeah. Do you also offer these SMEs any guidance and trainings, and how do you manage the quality and control with this collaboration?
Yeah. So one of the things that I want to highlight, and for other small or bigger business, whatever, we need to create confidence with the collaboration partners. So one of the things when we started, I'm talking about 5 years ago, then the confidence was not there. Gradually, we came in, we tried to help them, and they understood, everyone in the supply chain business, they understood that we are not a hindrance, we are helping them. So that trust needed to be built, and then the confidence that we need to build. So once we have done that, it made it easier.
Yeah, correct.
with this confidence and trust, then we actually have built our team internally within Canim. So we do all our product development. We have a strong product development team. We have a marketing team, sales team, and all the different business units that is required. More importantly, what we did, we are working with the other government agencies. They are responsible for helping SMEs as well. So Dar es Salaam Enterprise is one, and they actually also have the facility to train MSMEs and develop MSMEs. So together with Dar es Salaam Enterprise, us, Ministry of Primary Resources, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Finance Economy, different agencies, we are actually collaborating. We are not going alone. This collaborating both internal and external. So that way, we are actually helping the SMEs by training, motivating, inspiring, and coaching as well.
That's great. So my next question would be to Dr. Raul, because it's sort of, it links well. So you mentioned earlier that you were training farmers digitally. Now, I'm very curious to ask, how did you do this digitally? Because generally farmers, they're not digitally, focused at all. They're more, hands-on work. So how did that work out?
Well, Indian farmers actually are tremendously digitally connected because of the mobile penetration that we have in the country. So the fact that data is today available and the penetration is almost 1.3:1 Indian, which means you have more phones and data connections than people in the country. And which means that you have tremendous amount of data penetration at tremendously cheap costs in the rural areas. Farmers are therefore connected on time all the time. We just used their YouTube channels that they would use for entertainment in order to deliver information. So what we decided to do was to use voice and video as a method of communication, which got literacy out of the equation and was through a medium that farmers were already aware of. More importantly, we gamified this, which means that during the session, at the end of every session, they had a missed call that they had to do. They had to give a missed call. In India, the missed call system is a tremendously great marketing tool. You actually provide a number. They give a missed call at the end of the video, and they get and that costs them nothing. And they get a set of questions that if they answer A, B, or whatever two, they actually get a coupon to buy the product at a cheaper price. So what we did is we ensured that not only are they looking at the video, but they're also internalizing the material and giving us feedback in terms of how much they've understood. So when we did a session on watermelon, for instance, which was a big crop, and we had about 32,000 farmers that connected online for the session. And we not only had the figure of how many people connected, but through this gamification, we also knew how many went out and understood what they've understood and how many actually went and made the purchase. So this process of using voice and video, using YouTube channels, which is something that they were very familiar with for entertainment, helped us directly plug in. And actually, we have an entire YouTube channel now dedicated to farmer training. And today I have apple growers in the north which say, please don't come here physically. We don't need it. Just put it on YouTube. We'll watch it at our own time. I never dreamt of this 2 years ago because they say, we're very happy to connect with you online. It's important for us to get the information, and we can do this much more efficiently this way. So I think farmers have surprised us. Data penetration is there. The platform is available. We're just using something which they're very, very familiar with in order to plug in with a different kind of content.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Who would have thought that, YouTube would have been your tool of training for all these farmers? Wonderful idea. Okay, next, I'm curious to see. So for Noreen, so your business, Panublix, is sort of like a textile sourcing platform. So since this pandemic, how has collaboration shifted in the sense of working with, the textile vendors that you are working with?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So the backdrop, as I mentioned in my previous answer, is we already have an existing ecosystem of public-private partners. So maybe I could type it in the chat later, but in my city of Iloilo, we have what we call the Innovate Iloilo movement, which is a public-private collaboration to promote innovation in our city and province. And one of the key points for that is the textile and creative economy sector, because it is really our heritage that we were a textile capital of the country, and there is really a economic policy to develop the industry. So with that knowledge, actually, that really gave us the insight to innovate in this specific sphere. And also because it is my personal passion as well for culture and textiles. So that's also one of the insights, especially for young entrepreneurs, like especially in our developing economy setup, where it's also good to align with what are the policy efforts in your locality, because there's also a lot of opportunity there for young entrepreneurs to start new businesses. So from the very start, from day zero, we have already been closely collaborating with our government sectors. We have the Philippine Textile Research Institute, for example, that's under our Department of Science and Technology. And it's a national agency in charge of everything innovation, and they do a lot of research and development for textiles. There's actually a manufacturing facility here in our city that they inaugurated before the pandemic, 2019. So it was really just serendipitous that with all these knowledge of the ecosystem players, we launched a startup. And when COVID hit, actually, true, there was a massive decrease with the sales, especially for our weavers, because most of them their traditional means of selling would be trade fairs and tourism, but obviously those have been canceled during the pandemic. So the decrease has been like at 90% with sales drop.
Yeah.
But because of the digitalization, as Dr. Raul mentioned, it's a very similar problem actually with the agricultural supply chain, because these weavers are also in the rural areas. So it's actually, we're kind of also adopting some of the initiatives of our colleagues in the agri-tech space are doing in terms of how to onboard rural artisan enterprises on the digital economy. And true enough, we've actually managed to increase the sales through e-commerce. But right now, there's also a lot of work with the actual material development. So it's interesting because at the glance, it seems like it's just textiles, it's fashion, but there's actually a lot of science, technology, innovation around it as well. And this is why collaboration is really core to our approach, because we definitely couldn't do this alone. But the good news is we are very closely connected in the ecosystem, and that has allowed us to move forward as a startup and to where we are.
That's brilliant. And I also see that you have a Master of Science and you ended up in textile. I'd like to talk about that a bit later.
Sure.
So Delwyn, tell us about you. How is your collaboration working working with small and big companies and cultural differences? Do you still collaborate with, fellow colleagues or companies in Brunei whilst you're based in Australia? Would you like to share a little bit with us?
Yeah, thanks, Deborah. As I was preparing for today's presentation, I thought about 2020 and 2021, and my claim to fame is that Melbourne globally has been the most locked down city in the world. So as of the first week of October 2021, like Melbourne passed every other country, every other city in the world. So I think I can speak from that unique perspective, because we were literally in lockdown, meaning for long periods and long stretches of time, we had a curfew, we had a 5K radius of only leaving 5 kms around your home. You could only leave home to get your essentials and for healthcare and for certain kind of essential work. And 2020 was really interesting because a lot of my work was done face to face, meaning I'd be on site at a client's meeting room or a boardroom or in their office somewhere. And then when lockdown happened, that all changed because that was no longer the norm. And then, I think all of us, we knew, right? We knew that, if we rewind back to 2020, say 2019, 2018, we knew that virtual meetings and tech was going to be implemented more and more. But, who knew that, as some of my colleagues here have already touched on, that it would be just fast forwarded because of lockdown and this pandemic that we're all going through. So I was going through some stats before, and just to kind of underline the point, in 2019, the annual usage of Zoom meetings was around about the 10 million meetings per year mark. Whereas in 2020, so not even this year, but last year, 2020, it was up to 300 million meetings of Zoom meetings in the whole year. So all of us have had to pivot and adjust and adapt. And likewise for myself as well, I had to do a quick study on how to use Zoom, how to use Zoom effectively, how to connect with people virtually, But at the same time, the opportunity there was everyone else was figuring it out as well at the same time. So
yeah, everybody was on the same boat.
Yeah, and I guess in that period of being in lockdown and feeling sorry for myself for a while, and I realized actually there's an opportunity here, right? Like everyone else is trying to use virtual more and more, and so how can I pivot and kind of serve that need? But I guess to answer your question, Deborah, when I think of collaboration and when I think of myself working for companies here in Australia and even some of my connections back in Brunei, it's even through the lens of culture, I can't help but think about how, as we discuss this topic of collaboration, aside from talking big numbers and big figures and crunchy data and stats, for me, I think how I view this is really how do I get along with another person. So, for example, one of my businesses in Brunei, I still supply some cafe materials in Brunei, and while I'm in Melbourne, Australia, I had to find a way to just make sure the logistics worked and make sure all of the different one hand was shaking the other hand, making sure the supply chain was going from A to B. So that all had to happen virtually as well. So it was no longer a case of me flying back because I couldn't fly back. So it's me just sending texts and making sure everyone was on the same page. But also through back to my earlier point on culture, I want to make room for everyone else to chip in on this as well, because I think this is a great topic on culture. Because culture is a unique perspective, right? Because when we think about what does a win-win look like to me, it may be very different from what a win-win looks like to you. And likewise, how does a government agency view a win-win? Because all of us have different definitions of win-win. Some of us think very numerically. Some of us think very, relationally. Some of us think very quantitatively. So again, we can go down that track further on if we want. But I just want to say that it's been a great time of learning for myself, but also pivoting and having to adapt. My last point on culture, which I'll just throw in now. For example, in the world of communication that I'm a coach in, and when I deal with clients, I'm quick to remind them, when the modern day workplace is so different from, say, 30 years ago, where it was very much your colleagues would kind of look and think like you, meaning you might be from the same area, the same industry. Whereas now in a bank, in Australia, for example, you've got not just pure finance graduates, right? You've got other graduates from across industries. You've got different nationalities, different ethnicities. And so in the world of culture, there's a concept known as power distance, and another concept known as high context and low context cultures. But the long story cut short is that it's important when you're discussing with another person on, say, negotiation or collaboration, just be aware that how you view that win-win is possibly different from how they view the win-win. Yeah, I think that's all I'll say for now, Deborah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially in cultural differences, it's also a way of thinking is so different. Some people even measure that progressively. So my next question would be is that, when we're working into collaborations and also now everybody being digital, what considerations should be taken into account when collaborating? Dr. Rao, would you like to answer that? Your mic is on mute.
Yeah, I think collaboration, like we had mentioned earlier, was really the reason many of us managed to get out of this and also to help us pivot. So I think the skills that everyone got onto the table, the due diligence on what does every skill set that we don't have, or the gaps and skill sets that we don't have that can be filled by somebody else. And collaboration, frankly, we've even collaborated with competitors in this last 2 years, something we would perhaps have never done. But today, those collaborators have become partners. I mean, those competitors have become partners. And the reason we managed to do that is because they were, they were competitors in a sense, in a particular geography, but we could actually collaborate in a geography where they did not exist. So we actually ended up manufacturing for some of our competitors. We ended up, white labeling our products. We ended up going to small and micro enterprises to do stuff in smaller towns where I was not present. So what does every person get onto the table? And those skill sets that we are absent are today available in plenty elsewhere. And I think having the humility to accept that we can't do everything ourselves. There are people who are experts in what they do, and perhaps we can help add value to their business and they can add value to mine, was perhaps one of the key areas of collaboration that we looked at. Some of the gaps I identified was digital. We knew what we had to do digitally, but as a company, we didn't have internal skill sets to execute that. And had I not collaborated, I would have spent 5 years just trying to understand what this digital space was all about. So I think that was really one of the key things. We had the humility to say, listen, we can't do this. Secondly, we identified certain low-skilled tasks that we would not want to spend time of our limited labor force. At one point, we were allowed only 30% workforce in our factories. Now, I can't do 100% of the work with 30% of the people. So we said, let's keep the 30% people only for the highly skilled jobs that need heavy machinery and all our infrastructure. Leave the lower skill stuff to somebody else. Now, there we had to trust people. Collaborating also comes with trust. And many a times in small and micro enterprises, trust and egos come into the play when you look at collaborations. And we had to actually put our guard down and say, listen, I trust you. Can you do this for me? So I think these are skill sets, the trust element. I think these were skills that we had to learn on the go.
Exactly. And the fact that to like you said, have the humility to accept that it's okay to delegate it out and share, the work with others in order to fulfill the end goal that all of you want to achieve, which at the end of the day will probably become better, because a lot of people nowadays are so specialized in certain areas that actually collaborating might actually enhance the end result. So on that question, Dr. Noor Rahman, I'd like to ask you, do you feel that collaboration is the way to go? And do you also feel that this COVID-19 pandemic has really sort of, pushed and kickstarted a lot of people that even the ones who didn't want to go digitally had to go digitally and also learn to collaborate?
Thank you. I think collaboration, the way I see and I believe that collaboration is an important element of the business to succeed. And during the COVID, it has become, for our case, it has become essential element to succeed. For example, we export products to Dubai. We export product to Singapore. I cannot travel to Singapore. I cannot travel to Dubai. And I don't have an office in those countries. So we need to have someone that they can act like our organization representative. So we have collaborated with different organizations or agencies in different countries so that they actually are acting with us, collaborate. We could actually do that, just not collaborating differently, but we find that collaboration, it creates opportunity. Collaboration helps each other. Business these days, large or small, doesn't matter, cannot just survive of their own. That's the learnings that we have learned from the COVID-19, because the skill sets that we might have, the skill sets the other businesses have, we need to collaborate. The platform that we need to create, as Dr. Rahul said, and also Dalwin highlighted, that we need to build the trust, confidence, and have a common goal. If the three businesses have a common goal and we want to achieve, it's just a matter of collaborating together to achieve the goal. And it's not only that, collaboration does not have to be just external. Internally, the way I see, I have got 5 business units within our organization. Each business unit does not collaborate with the other business unit, they cannot achieve their goal. Their KPI will not be achieved if the finance is not collaborating with the others, if the packaging designer is not collaborating with the others, because designer has a skill set. And they have to really collaborate, become internally collaborating with each of the department to succeed, ultimately launching the product and selling the product, making our revenue to come in. So it's both internal and external. Collaboration is the way to go. It's just how we do that. If I don't have the collaboration with my financial partners, financial agencies, banks, these days, if I am importing, I need banks to help me. I need our mentor to help us. I need to have our different government agencies to collaborate with. So we cannot run without collaborating with different agencies and businesses. So that's, in my opinion, collaboration is the way to succeed in a business.
Brilliant. I agree. I agree completely with you on that. Noreen, so for your company, Panublex, we could say it's an e-commerce company because you get, the textiles that come on and you sell them. Now, do you have any issues when you collaborate with these, like so many people who are in the textile industry? Do you have any issues, with communications and competition? Because obviously you're having, not to you, but to your textile people who are coming onto your platform, they would be, competitors to one another. Do you find any problems with that when that's, sort of direction of collaborating?
Yeah, it's a good question. But I think in the Philippines, because there is a sentiment, even in the fashion industry space, where, the textile industry is also very connected to, there has been a sentiment that everyone should work together. And it has no longer been a cliche because everyone felt it, even from the top designers of the Philippines to the big manufacturers, and of course, our rural artisan weavers. So everyone was affected. That's why last year, there was the Philippine Fashion Coalition that was also established. And again, crisis is really necessitating innovation and collaboration. That was a particular case where anyone in the fashion industry in the Philippines banded together. And right now, we're actually part of the policy committee of the Fashion Coalition. And we are also into some policy talks with our government in our Congress and our Senate, because there are also bills that are being hoping to be passed for the industry, right? And actually, that makes it a really hopeful and encouraging ecosystem for us to operate in, because everyone is now talking more or less the same thing about, at the end of the day, we are in one country and we need to work together to help our economy. So that's really like the sentiment right now in the Philippines. And having said that, even the big fashion designers in the Philippines have recognized the need to support the weavers, the rural weavers, because they really are the ones who give the distinction and the uniqueness for Philippine design. And and even the weavers themselves know that. And it's also a very small community. Even if they're across many islands across the Philippines, everyone knows each other, because there's a lot of government projects also that are helping the weavers, and when they gather everyone together. And surprisingly, that's also a way for us to connect with them. For example, we've been having Zoom meetings with weavers across the country, whether they're in the mountains or in the rural areas, in the farmlands. They're still able to access because there's also some efforts of our government to provide that access. So again, it's really knowing that there are ecosystem players both in the public and the private space allows us to also move forward with our enterprise and complement them. So we're definitely
Yeah.
not duplicating any efforts. It's just really complementing everyone.
Yeah, it's a really good initiative, because what you're also doing is that you're expanding entrepreneurship and partnership. You're also sort of inspiring the smaller players, to become an entrepreneur, knowing that there's something secure and a platform for them to be able to ride on and to grow. So let's call for some questions from the audience now. Isa, our facilitator, is going to share the questions with us. I think you should log in. And then we'll get some questions from the floor, from the audience. Isa?
Hi, good afternoon, Deborah.
Hi,
Thank you for
Fadli.
having me. It's been a lovely discussion so far. We have a question from Sarum Khan. How do ASEAN and Australia aim to provide funding to encourage and motivate young entrepreneurs in ASEAN as well as some countries in the region? That's the first question. The second question is, the new generation of human resources plays an important role in the development of technology economy. At present, COVID-19 pandemic continues to affect the development of so. I'll have the last question to my colleague, Isa.
So the final question would be, how could you ensure a successful collaboration? Has the pandemic accelerated more on the collaborated work? So that's all from us. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So the first question is obviously for Darwin.
Well, on behalf of Australia, look, as you may already know, I'm not a government body. I don't represent the government of Australia, nor do I represent the government of Brunei. However, there are a couple of great organizations that I want to just give a shout out to, who, for those of you who are really interested in this whole Australia to ASEAN space, there's a website called ASEAN Australia Strategic Youth Partnership. So if you just Google it online, the way it's spelled is aasyp.org. That's a great one. And then beyond that, from the Australian perspective, the big website or the big organization that everyone goes to is dfat.gov.au. So they're the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Okay.
But in terms of the specifics and the mechanics of how ASEAN is going to shake hands and do the ASEAN handshake and work together, I think I'm going to leave it there for now, because I'm not the official representation on both sides.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there are a lot of government agencies who are working together with the likewise of here, the ASEAN agencies. Like there's the we have a partner in AYEC called the Australian ASEAN Business Advisory Council, and they work a lot with not per se funding, but they work on building the relationship between Australia and ASEAN. Because we've done several visits to Australia as well. Where did we go? We went to Melbourne and Brisbane, and we met up with a lot of the entrepreneur sort of agencies and private ones as well. And not many Australians per se actually know the opportunities that there are in ASEAN. So I think and whereas here, us in ASEAN, we know a lot of the opportunities here, of course, but we also know a lot of the opportunities that are happening in ASEAN and in Europe as well. So I think we need to sort of probably work on maybe a better collaborative, relationship with Australian entrepreneur agencies and building this relationship.
Yeah, and I'll also say, Deborah, very quickly that so years ago I was involved in this program called the ASEAN Australian Emerging Leadership Program, where the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, they organized a 1-week program for emerging leaders from ASEAN and Australia to meet in KL in Malaysia. And throughout that week, it was just an amazing time of just bonding and networking. And they gave us kind of mock issues to work through together. So we had the time to kind of get into their mind to see how they think, and likewise the Aussies got to just come alongside people from Southeast Asia just to see how we view problems and how we view solutions. So I think for the audience, so for those of you who are, if you've never been to Australia, by all means come to Australia. But I think if you're keen to find out more, just search up those kinds of programs, because Australia has a bunch of things. I'm sure ASEAN has a bunch of youth programs as well, or entrepreneurship programs in the pipeline. I'm thinking by 2022, when things open up a bit more, there might be, again, that emergence of those kinds of programs. So nothing quite beats meeting someone in person and working together on solving a problem.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's go to the second question. So the second question is how the future of human resources would be if the pandemic were to continue. So who would like to take this? I can go with Dr. Noor or Dr. Raul. I will go with both. So let's go with Dr. Noor first, and then we'll get Dr. Raul to come in second.
Okay, thank you. The way I see to answer these questions, irrespective of pandemic continues or not continue, human resources plays an important role for businesses. So I see three things very important for any business. Number one is people. Number two is platform. Number three is process. So a people piece is the most important piece that runs the business. So in terms of the human resources, we need to really improve our mindset. It's just about creating the mindset of our people to run the business. It's no one's fault. I'm not blaming anyone, but it's just a matter of changing the mindset of people that can actually either collaborate or not collaborate. So that is the key piece that human resources can play an important role. So going forward, if say hypothetically this pandemic continues, we need to increase more collaboration locally, internationally, work together. People who are not interested to work as a team, we need to really motivate them, inspire them, help them to move into the collaboration principles and how we can actually bring them on the table that collaboration is the way to go. So that's how I see. So human resources is a very, very important piece in this whole collaboration piece. Thank you.
Yeah. Dr. Rao, how do you feel the future of human resources if the pandemic were to continue longer?
Well, I think, in India, I think we've entered the endemic stage. So the pandemic has actually become endemic, and we're going to have to live with it. And I think most countries would evolve into this stage. I think we are one of the first countries to do that. I don't believe that human resources would reduce in importance. In fact, in the last 2 years, we've increased our labor force by 10%. However, what would happen is that the recruitments would happen in a very different manner. So you would recruit locally. Therefore, the not too large cities, towns and villages would also need to have skill sets which companies from anywhere can employ. So today you could work for one of the world's best multinational corporations sitting in a village in India because there is connectivity and you have opportunities of remote work. And many of them are already doing that. So many people are not wanting to come back to the cities because they can actually get the same job sitting wherever they are with family, and therefore also have an opportunity to save a lot of money, which they would not be allowed to save if they were actually sitting in an expensive city like Mumbai or Delhi. So therefore, what happens is the nature of where the people are located. So it is the geography of work which would change. It's not the nature of work or the kind of people you like. But obviously that means there's pressure on the towns and villages to also have skill sets which people could use. Secondly, there is going to also be the understanding that because people are working remotely, it doesn't mean we can pay them less. We're paying them for the job and not paying them for where they're located. And this is a big tug of war going on right now because they say, why should I pay a Mumbai salary if you are sitting in a remote area and working out there? And my answer to that is, listen, I'm paying you for the skills that you're putting on the table and not for where you are working. So I think human resources are going to continue to remain primary driver of the business. they have to have certain skill sets which perhaps they could not have, they would not have perhaps been trained for in the last couple of years. And remote work will become the norm. In fact, recruiting locally is going to be the norm going forward. So we need to start getting comfortable with that.
Yeah.
I'll add as well, Deborah, that because I'm just thinking of myself, even though I'm here in Australia, but I'm just trying to remember what it was like living in Brunei. And I recall, because Brunei is such a small country, right? Less than 500,000 people. So when we think about work sometimes through the lens of being in a small country, we forget that the world's a big place. And I just want to plug a couple of websites. One is WeWork and one is Fiverr. So these are websites where if you've got a skill that can be, can serve a customer virtually, say graphic designing, say Excel spreadsheets, say branding, there are loads of websites out there where you can still plug in to serving and working, even though you might not be working in your locality or your geography, but there are opportunities out there because the world is such a big place.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I definitely agree with that. I'm personally a graphic designer by training, and I have my own branding agency. And we have actually pivoted our business slightly since this pandemic, but in a good way, in the sense that we want to provide a platform for freelancers to come on board, because freelancers don't get the opportunity to work with big clients, and they want that experience, because big clients would not hire a freelancer, they hire a company. So we bring them in, we train them under my company Sienna, and then we give them the opportunity to work on these big clients. So it's a win-win situation, as you also mentioned earlier. And I really resonate with what Dr. Rahul said about, that whether your staff that you've hired live in Mumbai or they live, in a rural area, you should pay them the same rate, because they are giving you the same skills and experience and knowledge that they would bring even though they were living in Mumbai. Let's move on now to the third question, and I'm going to direct this first to Noreen. How do you feel, and how do you ensure a successful collaboration with your textile partners?
Yeah, so there's a study by the Stanford Social Innovation that review, actually. There's a report there that talks about collective impact. And if anyone has read that, it basically gives like 5 ingredients for any successful collaboration. And this is usually in the space of social innovation, where there are many sectors across public-private. So first is really the goal, like the common vision. So everyone really has to be aligned with what is the big vision or mission that is at hand. And for our industry, it's really to revive the Philippine textile industry and center it around the use of tropical textiles, which are very sustainable, and there's a suitable replacement for these fossil fuel intensive fibers that we're having in our textile ecosystem right now. And that's the mission. The second one is really some kind of backbone organization that could support all the players. So this is, because we're part of industry groups, for example, like the Philippines Fashion Coalition, and also some other groups for weaving enterprises. So for us, these organizations are very key, so that we can focus on our work and doing our business. But for other things that are beyond our control, at least there are these organizations. And I won't go through the others, but you could actually search it on the report. But really, the overarching goal is, that goal, basically, the vision. So everyone has to be aligned. And just keep also the communications open across everyone. So you have that sense of, we're all in this together, sama-sama, as we say.
Yeah, exactly. Sama-sama. So just a quick one. We've got 5 minutes left for this really interesting panel. This is going to be for everyone. Just a nice closing. And then before we close, we're going to do one group photo. So the question would be, can you share any tips and lessons in collaborating smartly? So let's go with Dr. Noor Rahman first.
Yeah. Thank you. I think referring to the previous question about the human resources, what I understand that collaboration creates integration between businesses. And to do the proper collaboration and integration between the two businesses, what it needs to happen is the understanding between the people of the two different organizations. And for that matter, sometimes cultural barrier can be an impediment into this. So human resources can play a big role in this as well. So one is the cultural integration, understanding the culture. What is good in one culture may not be good in another culture. So understanding culture is very, very important. And these days, we are actually living a digitalized world. So, and for that matter, whether I want to know or don't want to know, I have to know. So if I am working in a business, I have to learn, and I have, at least I have to have some basic understanding. So that's why training, cultural collaboration, integration is very important. I have had the opportunity to work in large and small organization in Australia. I used to work for Woolworths, work for Gloria Jean's Coffees, with Cargill Foods. Some are small, some are big. I'm absolutely, Dalwin is right, that still there is an improvement opportunity, that Australia is our next door neighbor. We should really have the opportunity, take more opportunity to collaborate between Australia and ASEAN. It's very, very important, and both parties can benefit out of that. So that's my take note. So we need to really improve in these areas. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so quick one from, let's go with Delwyn. Any tips and lessons for collaborating smartly?
I want to give the audience some homework, Deborah. If you've, for those of you watching, if you've never ever collaborated with someone else, be it another entrepreneur, an agency, a big bank, for example, if you've never ventured into that space, I want to challenge you to make it one of your to-dos for 2022. So in essence, right, this will be how it works. You connect with them, you ask them, what are your problems? And then you think to yourself and you brainstorm with them, how can I help solve your problems, or how can I offer a solution to your problems? Yeah. Right. So let's just break it down to some practical homework. And that's what I want to leave the audience with, Deborah.
Great. Excellent. And Dr. Rao, any tips and lessons?
Well, I think I'd shared the two primary things is you've got to have the humility to understand that you cannot do certain things, and therefore you must collaborate, trust people. But more important is, I want to leave three questions, is what are you collaborating for? Are you collaborating to scale up, to become larger than what you can do individually? Are you collaborating for cost efficiency, or are you collaborating for skill sets? So what are you collaborating for? I think that's the fundamental question. If you get clear in your mind, then you will always find the right path.
Correct. And Noreen, to close our session, what is your final tips and lessons to collaborate?
I mean, really just know, I just want to echo what everyone said. Just know the purpose and make sure that you also don't mission creep. That's one of the terms I've been learning recently. Like, you don't have to do everything, but you know, you work with everyone so that like you complement, which is what we've been doing. So
yeah, brilliant. All right, let's take a quick group photo before we hand it over to the MC. Everybody ready? I'll snap it. 1, 2, 3, and smile. Excellent. Thank you so much to Dr. Nur Rahman, Dr. Raul, Noreen, and Delwyn. It's been an excellent panel, and I've learned a lot, and I'm sure many others have learned and been inspired too. We now hand it over to the MC, Aspa, and thank you again.
What does the future hold? Wherever you look, from whichever walk of life, we know there is great potential within, just waiting to be unlocked. For every milestone in your life, no matter how big or small, Baiduri is with you, enriching your life at every stage. For every business ambition, no dream is too big and no challenge is too great. Baiduri is with your business, empowering success every step of the way with our global outlook and deep local insights. As your financial partner, we believe in truly understanding your needs. We engage through meaningful experiences with you in mind as we build lifelong relationships. This is what co-creation means to us: enriching, empowering, and engaging the communities we serve for over 2 decades. Together, our journey continues as we evolve, turning dreams into reality, uncovering new possibilities in a changing world. This is who we are. Baiduri Bank, co-creating your future.
Thank you so much, Deborah, and to our last panel of speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, to end our session and to present our final keynote address on this topic today, let us now invite Madame Haslina Taib, the CEO of Dynamic Technologies and the Chair of ASEAN Business and Investment Summit 2021.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and salam sejahtera. Yang Mulia Nurliana Fatin Arifin, ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Council Chair 2021. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Each ASEAN member state has its own unique social and economic blueprint and as such journey in responding to COVID-19. We have different priorities and needs for businesses to serve and adapt during these challenging times. We need to be dynamic in times of change, and youth is an integral part of that change. Change in the way we onboard new way of doing business, change in embracing our new future, being agile in our approach as we get hit hard and try to face the pandemic. Youth must take charge of the future. Youth recover faster. They are also not afraid of openly sharing ideas and executing them together, sama-sama. They collaborate and build businesses together, nationally and beyond borders. You can see it in today's discussions and many other platforms, such as this ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Council Carnival. Mutual challenges and uncertainties accelerate onboarding and advancement of technologies, such as platform to platform, the Internet of Things, AI and blockchain, to be adopted as collaborative tools, creating impact and influences towards positive economic outcomes. The 6th ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Carnival is themed Reimagining Business in the New Paradigm, calls for fresh minds of youth leadership to help live and overcome the disruptions brought by COVID-19. A combination of uniqueness and differences in ASEAN issues call for dynamism to convert them into wealth of opportunities, especially for young entrepreneurs. Faster, cheaper financial transactions beyond national and cross-border businesses are key for young entrepreneurs. Sustainable new circular economy where we extend the economic life of energy, products, and material for as long as possible touches the very essence of collaboration, of sharing, repairing, reusing, and recycling existing materials and products as long as possible. A rewarding venture to combat climate change. Young entrepreneurs seek new knowledge by being agile, procuring skills and capabilities online and even in metaverse, which will all require collaboration for reasons such as shared costs, better content, greater solutions, and continuous improvements. It's a nurturing environment which bid for the inclusive involvement of women to ensure we adapt to the new norm. Based on World Bank 2019 pre-COVID data, the labor force participation for female is 52.6% compared to 80% for men. We cannot operate with only half a workforce in making changes during recovery, when young men and women entrepreneurs should equally collaborate. Recovery will face challenges if we're not inclusive. As the saying goes, no one is safe until everyone is safe. No single organization, no gender, no age can recover in isolation. Recovery initiatives require collaboration of stakeholders from all sectors. We need every strength, our youth, to contribute to make a significant tomorrow. We are ASEAN. Through collaboration and commitment of dynamic youth, we can reimagine business in the new paradigm. Sama-sama, collaboration for recovery.
Thank you so much, Puan Haslina. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now close the session by inviting the ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Council Outgoing Chair 2021 and the President of Young Entrepreneurs Association of Brunei, Yang Mulia Nurliana Fatin Arifin, to present a closing remarks. Fatin?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Wow, what a day it has been listening into the amazing insights and absorbing the nuggets of wisdom for the past 9 hours. Thank you to all my amazing colleagues for the generosity of your time and in sharing your wisdom and experiences. Allow me to share my key reflection and takeaway from today. 1, on adapting to the new normal. It is really easier said than done. Today really was a testament that adapting requires openness, new thinking, new ways of doing things, and of course, patience in navigating the unknown and the risks from the uncertainties. Now, second, on leadership, our panel have showcased that this is the era of empathetic leadership and, of course, of reflection as well, especially as the movement restrictions have shown us that remote working is actually possible and therefore is forcing us to accept a potential new reality where remote work or flexible work arrangements could be the new reality. Thus, leaders, entrepreneurs, and business owners would have to learn to manage such a shift. And I personally feel like we are at a cusp of a new reckoning here. Third, this crisis has also been an opportunity for us to hit the reset button. For us to thrive in this new paradigm, we must lead the way towards a sustainable recovery, and that means being intentional about our values and being responsible about our actions and impact. Fourth, whilst there are so much talk about digitalization being an important enabler to recovery, I personally view that women are the catalyst to thriving in this new paradigm. Consider the fact that 61 million women own and operate business enterprises in ASEAN. Therefore, including women into the agenda will enable accelerated economic recovery as we witness firsthand the impact of our inspiring women speakers are making in their businesses. Of course, reality is that women still make up a small percentage of the board membership in ASEAN business establishments. And therefore, my aspiration really is to see inclusivity and equality being intentionally practiced. And of course, this shall require a concerted effort. Fifth, hearing about digital acceleration globally is really pretty exciting, especially as 40 million people in Southeast Asia started using the internet for the first time in 2021. And now ASEAN is home to 350 million digital consumers. Therefore, businesses that are not able to respond to the need for digital transformation fail miserably, particularly during this pandemic, and this is serious. Lastly, of course, COVID has really taught us this beautiful lesson to utilize collaboration to recover and re-emerge from this pandemic stronger, wiser, and bolder. I wish to take the opportunity also to reflect on the discussion we've had yesterday at the first ABEC AYEC Policy Dialogue Forum, that whilst COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated digital transformation across industries, digitization is more than just simply putting physical businesses online. And so as entrepreneurs, we must be able to strategically embrace digitalization and acquire digital competencies that will enable us to embrace digitalization more intelligently. Now, reflecting on the year that we've had in 2021, as the chair of the ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Council, I must say that whilst this has been a tough year, it has also been a year of opportunities and progress. We have come together as a council of young entrepreneurs to materialize a number of initiatives, including the ASEAN Business and Entrepreneurship Dialogue Series, form and launch the ASEAN Young Women Entrepreneurs Club, and also convene the inaugural ABEC AYEC Policy Dialogue Forum yesterday. We have also signed a number of partnerships, including one with the Young Seekers, Voice of Asia and Mercosur, ASEAN Chamber of Commerce, to pave the way for AYEC to be able to be relevant to serve our network of 70,000 young entrepreneurs across ASEAN, especially as we are serious about contributing to building a dynamic, inclusive, and resilient entrepreneurship and business community in ASEAN. We are also making leaps as we welcome more women joining the AYEC Council, making up over 40% of our board memberships. Now, it is time for me to hand over the chairmanship of AYEC to Mr. Siang Sopanya, the president of the Young Entrepreneurs Association of Cambodia, to take the baton and continue on the legacy of the ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Council during Cambodia's ASEAN Year in 2022. I want to thank my incredible team at YEAB, Luis, and my committee members, our volunteers, and our interns for working hard behind the scene. To my wonderful comrades at AYEC and ABEC, thank you for your counsel and support. And to my amazing partners, thank you for wonderfully working with us to make today happen successfully. This carnival, I have to say, is a testament to an ASEAN collaboration. Thank you very much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
The 6th AYE Carnival successfully brought together over 1,500 young entrepreneurs across ASEAN and dialogue partners and beyond. During Brunei's chairmanship, the AYEC saw new initiatives including the AYEC Business and Entrepreneurship Dialogue Series, the launch of the ASEAN Young Women Entrepreneurs Club, and the ABAC AYEC Policy Dialogue Forum. It is now time for the Young Entrepreneurs Association of Brunei to hand over the chairmanship of AYEC to the Young Entrepreneurs Association of Cambodia to take on the AYEC chairmanship forward and continue the legacy towards regional development and harmony and championing the cause of young entrepreneurs in ASEAN.
Now, may I invite my colleague, Mr. Siang Sopanya, to give his address.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Madam Chair of ASEAN Business Advisory Council Brunei, my dear friend Fatin Arifin, Chair of AYEC 2021, my fellow presidents of respective ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Association, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Cambodian Young Entrepreneurs Association of Cambodia, I am very excited today and honored to participate in the closing ceremony of our carnival, the 6th ASEAN Young Entrepreneur Carnival now. First of all, allow me to congratulate Young Entrepreneurs Association of Brunei. I wish I could, be in Brunei, Darussalam now, in your very beautiful, heavenly beautiful country, in person, to witness and participate in this festive event. I sincerely congratulate Fatin and your ABO team for successfully organizing the 6th ASEAN Young Entrepreneur Carnival this year. We understand perfectly that this time around is so tough for all of us, and Fatin and your ABO teams have not bowed down to this situation. You actually have emerged over all the problems that we are facing now, and finally you can make it in a great way. As you can see, there are so many distinguished speakers, as well as hundreds, thousands of participants around this region, including some partners from different parts of the world as well in this carnival. So as the incoming chair of AYEC 2022, actually it's a lot of responsibility there. As Fatin made it very clear already, there's a lot of activities that we together, as this Young Entrepreneurs Association family in this region aspire to achieve in 2022 and beyond in the wake of COVID-19 in our region and of course the whole world. So in this respect, I just would like to share with all the president and fellow young entrepreneurs across the region that Cambodia will take on this responsibility, and we will continue all the actions that have been agreed by the president of respective association. And we also look forward to organizing the carnival in 2022, and we hope that we can do that physically in Cambodia. And I hope that it's going to be very exciting as well, because we haven't met in person for 2 years. So probably it's a good time to compensate that. So just make it as exciting as possible. And our team here in Cambodia have already committed to making it very memorable and joyful for our friends from this region. I cannot agree more with our distinguished keynote speaker just now, who mentioned that we need to collaborate. We need to partner in order to rise together better after COVID-19. And that is the only way to go. And then as young entrepreneurs, we need to collaborate more. Our aspiration is to try to put all the actions into, all the plans into actions, and then we try to get people to work together. And I think that in 2022, we really want to get young entrepreneurs from the 10 member ASEAN, 10 ASEAN member countries to work together and make this network closer, and maybe transform it to become networks of our relation as well. So I think so far we have had a lot of plans, but due to some challenges that we have faced, COVID-19 included, we have not been able to execute some of the activities. But of course, we have that in our backlogs. We will try to clear it, and hopefully we will be able to deliver what we promised to our members and make the, revitalize the spirit of young entrepreneurship in our region. So in this respect, I would also like to thank all fellow presidents of respective ASEAN country for supporting this year event. And likewise, we also look forward to your support as well, because this is a huge responsibility. And of course, it is for the goodness of all entrepreneurs in our region. And I very much look forward to having more support from, of course, the outcoming chair. Fatin will be continuing to advise me and my team. And of course, we will work collaboratively with Deborah's and all other members, to make next year even another success and another great milestone for AYEC altogether. So with that, thank you very much. I take on from there, and I very much look forward to meeting you all in Cambodia. Warmest welcome to the Kingdom of Cambodia, and I wish you all healthy, safe, and every success in your endeavor. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much. And a heartfelt congratulations to Mr. Siang Sopanya on chairing the ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Council in 2022 in Cambodia. Hopefully we all get to fly to Cambodia next year. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for investing your valuable time and for contributing in the discussions at the 6th ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Carnival 2021 and bringing together young entrepreneurs across ASEAN to discuss digitalization, leadership, collaboration, and inclusive involvement of women in addressing the challenges as we adapt to this new normal. On behalf of the organizer, we would like to thank our close partner, ASEAN Business Advisory Council, our local telecommunications partner, Imagine Sendirian Berhad, and our official bank partner, Baiduri Bank. And thank you to our supporting partners, ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Association, ASEAN Young Women Entrepreneurs Club, and the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports, Brunei Darussalam. And to our strategic partner, Nexploit Advertising and Media, our online news partner, The Bruneian, our event marketing partner, Brunei.events, and then our event broadcasting partner, Mint, and then our digital advertising partner, Mixel, our media partner, Biz Brunei, and our sponsors, Battle Pro Event, Brunei Timber Company Sendirian Berhad, and Blue Raincoat Collective. And our special thanks go out to our dedicated working committee of the 6th ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Carnival, who have worked tirelessly around the clock to ensure today's program went smoothly. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have concluded the 6th ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Carnival 2021. We look forward to the next ASEAN Young Entrepreneurs Carnival, hosted by Cambodia in 2022. Until then, from all of us here in Brunei, we bid you goodbye. Pa'alam, Sawadi, Chomrip Sia, Lakon, Tata, Tabit, and Selamat Jumpa lagi. Stay safe and take care. I am Asfa Muhammad Sah. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye.
Astaghfirullahalazim. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والقمس إن الإنسان لفي خسر الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر صدق الله العظيم.